it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right you with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you write a line, put adjourn for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made of gold. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Hopefully everybody had a nice evening. Y'all know I'm not standing up. No, I already did my steps. I did my steps earlier. So forget that standing up stuff. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Good morning, Jason. Hey, Susie. Good morning, Pretty. Hello, Lynn. Hello, 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 hello. Okay. Good. Drunky may be driving too. But good morning to everybody. So we are on day 4 of our insulin trial. That is like, I don't know what is going on. We got our girl, Casey, our victim, allegedly, who passed away from an insulin overdose. But Casey was a liar, a thief, and she was also sewer slide. I don't know how to make up these words, whatever. She wanted to unalive herself at different points in times. But they say Meggan, her best friend, decided to do it for her, or at least assist her. So there we have it. That's what we working with. So is Meggan really guilty, or is Casey guilty? I mean, this lady, Casey, had all types of stuff going on. She had everybody believing she had cancer. She had everybody believing she was in hospice. She had everybody believing that she had a $1.5 million policy. She had people believing all types of stuff. She was stealing from her grandparents. I mean, like, this case is so bizarre and so wild. I don't even know what to do with this. I don't know if she's guilty or not. This is not one of those cases where you can come in after the opening statements and saying, Jason, that she is guilty. This is one of these cases, Jason, where we have to see what makes her guilty, because what they portrayed us to be and what they tried to tell us in the media before we actually got in court is something totally different. So that's what we're working with right now. With this case. So yeah, I don't know what we're doing here. It's the strangest case. And I just don't know if they're going to have anything beyond reasonable doubt. For those that were watching Afro Man, we will get into that trial later today. We will watch that. They are in the courtroom early today. I couldn't figure out which case to do first, but I figured we would do this, and Afro Man we'll do a little later, that way in case we need, some after dark for that one. Because whoa, that's another one that's like on all cylinders, like a firecracker. There was some stuff in there that was too much for TV. So court has not started, just so y'all aware. Of course, they are fashionably late. We got our girl Corey Richards, who decided that she didn't want to put on defense for her case, and she was found guilty of all 5 charges yesterday. Guilty times 5. I was like, oh, she's guilty to the 5th power, which I kind of knew. Jury came back in less than 3 hours. I think it was 2 hours and 56 minutes, and we had guilty going across the board. Her and this girl, they gonna share bunk beds. No, oh, well, maybe not. Maybe Meggan can get off because maybe she didn't do it. So maybe not. Maybe they won't share bunk beds. So, an Afro Man looked like that one is really cooking up. That one was too funny yesterday. And stuff we seen it now, I'm like, whoa, hold on. Let me go blur some of this stuff out. I had to go blur some of that stuff out in that trial. Yeah, he was real explicit with his videos, and I'm really surprised that they were able to show them on YouTube. Like, I didn't know that you could show that type of stuff on YouTube. But some of his videos, like because now that I searched them, of course, he in my algorithm. And when I was on there looking, I'm like, oh, he got these videos on YouTube. Like, these people were really kind of exposed. Like, most of the videos, like, that I seen have like 1 million views. Oh, man. So that mean 1 million people that seen Pound Cake or You Eat My Wife Like Pizza. Yes, that post, she was on the stand just crying yesterday. Poor lady. Yeah, we watched an hour and a half worth of that testimony yesterday, and to get into that case. But here with our case that we got with, let me get back to this case with this Utah versus Meggan. We did listen to her sister's testimony. Matter of fact, while we are waiting, I think what we can do, this may be a good idea for us right now, since the court has not started, unfortunately. I am going to play the opening statement so people can understand, if you have not seen this trial, why we are here, why the reasonable doubt is feeling such a way, at least in my eyes, for this case. Let me see. I think it was in this one. Okay, yeah. And hopefully we can hear the prosecutor. I think that hers was, I don't think the sound was all that great. So, but once they start live court, I'll bring us in court. But I think that this will be a good recap for some people. So let's see here.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. Hope everybody had a good weekend. We are going to go on the record on case number 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sundwall. It is Tuesday, March 17th. Counsel, at the close of trial close of the trial day on Friday, there were arguments made as it relates to specific exhibits, including certain text messages of Exhibit 126 and Exhibit 122 regarding audio. I've had a chance to review those arguments and review the exhibits, and I have a ruling that I'm ready to make now that I hope will help the parties sort through how they're going to deal with that today. Regarding the audio on Exhibit 22, I will note that Exhibit 22 consists of an 8-second redacted audio recording of defendant saying, quote, "I feel like maybe I need to tell that I knew what she was doing, but I didn't help her," end quote. The court finds the redacted audio admissible because, one, the substance of the audio is highly probative as to defendant's changing story and goes to what defendant knew about Miss Terry's state of mind at that time. And two, the court is unconvinced that the probative value of the audio is sufficiently outweighed by the possibility that the jury might draw a negative inference. Indeed, a reasonable jury may very well interpret the brief pause as nothing more than defendant pausing to think while speaking, or defendant generally considering who she might want to tell this information to. And three, the court is of the opinion that there is nothing in the audio itself that identifies the call as having been made by defendant while incarcerated, specifically audio identifying it as a jail call and or background noises of other inmates, etc., that would cause prejudice. As to the text messages on Exhibit 126, the court has previously ruled regarding this issue that, one, the state may present evidence that defendant was unexpectedly and suddenly terminated from her position and struggled to secure comparable employment. Two, the state may argue that defendant's financial distress because of losing her job became more acute leading up to Miss Terry's death. And three, the state cannot present evidence that defendant committed time fraud or was fired for misconduct because such evidence poses a danger of improper character inferences, wasting time and confusing the issues. The court now applies this ruling, as well as Rule 403, to Exhibit 126 and orders additional redactions to the already redacted exhibits. And those are found as follows. Cole, can you come up here and get these two? You'll see the redactions that I am asking the parties to make before this exhibit is offered, one to each attorney or each table. You'll get a chance to review those. All right, counsel, the jury is here. What else do we need to cover?
With regard to the phone call, We had talked about that there was gonna be the addition of a few seconds after, where she also says at the end that I had said that, but I didn't do anything. And, you know, my objection was to the call in total, and you ruled on that. So did you guys make one with that additional? Okay.
We
So-
can,
Sounds
And
like
can you get that to Mr. Williams
yes.
once you have that, and
And we
just
talked
so we're all
about
on the same page?
we have timestamps, and I'm sure Justin can work it out. So having not prevailed on the motion, I wanted to make sure we are in agreement to add the additional little section.
Yes, we're in agreement. She thinks she has already done it. She's gonna check. We don't expect to get to the witness list comes in through until after lunch, so.
Okay,
And then, sorry, Your Honor, were you done on that? Those
yes.
issues? Pacing obviously is something that I think both parties are concerned about at this point. We appreciate the court adding an extra day. I'm wondering if we might be able to take just a little bit briefer breaks on the hour every 2 hours, and then maybe like a 40-minute lunch instead of an hour. We're just trying to make sure that we keep on pace, and obviously don't want to run the risk of any risk of the jury having to be here longer, obviously, than the court has promised. So we just wanted the court to consider that.
If it comes down to just minutes, then that's a scheduling problem. It's not a time overall problem. We've got jurors here who have come and are willing to serve and take time out of their day, and to tell them you're going to get a 40-minute lunch now instead of an hour. They're entitled to a break too. They're human. We all are. So we're going to take it. I'm okay to move lunch to an hour instead of an hour and 15. Hopefully that 15 minutes will help. As to breaks, we're going to take regularly scheduled breaks too. I watch the jury closely. I can see how they're responding and paying attention. And sometimes I can tell they need a break sooner rather than later. I am cognizant of the time, but if it's going to come down to 10 to 15 minutes here and there, then that's just a scheduling problem. I want to help.
That is,
But we've got to keep it moving.
yeah.
And we appreciate that, and both parties, we've been working together to streamline things. We've cut down certain things, so we are working diligently. So we appreciate that.
What we are not going to do is wait until Tuesday afternoon to get them this case. It's not going to happen. It's not fair to them. All right.
Along those lines, Your Honor, this might be the time then to bring up an issue that is going to come up. And that is that on the first day of trial, and then again, I think it was on Friday, and I can be corrected by the government on this, but it would be approximate, is the first time that we received specific text clips that the government is proposing to introduce. It appears that, and I will just state, we did not have time during the period of 4 days of trial to review them. And when I say review them, I mean look to make sure, compare them to the cell-prite to make sure that they're in context, that they don't leave any out. It's clear on some that the texts are left out of the middle, because the texts have numbers in the cell-prite program. Each one has a number, right? So you can go and see whether they're consecutive. Then on Friday, it is now 100, roughly 100 text exhibits that the state is proposing, as I understand, and I don't know how if they're going to publish them, because that I think would take an entire day. But we worked hard. They're from Discovery. They're in Discovery, no question. They're not clipped in Discovery. There's 28,000.
That they were disclosed.
Oh yeah, there's 28,000 disclosed texts. So we did work to at least find representative examples of the text that we could go and compare. And frankly, there are some that we have 403 objections to. There are some that we have checked that we don't think maintain fidelity to context. There's 137 texts between the one of the texts that are in their exhibit, and the next one, there's 137 removed. There are subjects in the text that vary from the apparent purpose of the text. So we worked hard. I think we logged at least 10 hours trying to review the 100 and check context of some. And I informed the government that I didn't think it was fair to have to agree to any text other than we were used at the preliminary, 60th or 37th. I want to make that record. We did send some examples to the government of our concerns. For instance, there's one that does deal with the financial desperation issue of theirs, but it's in December and it talks about marital problems between the two that turned out not to be problems. I want to make a 403 on that. So we've got some issues coming up with 100 text exhibits that the state wants to utilize. I thought we could bring them up as we talk about time.
In a perfect world, all of this should have been handled before trial.
We didn't
I mean,
get them before
we're
trial.
talking, I mean, if we're
This
gonna get
is
into
so
arguing,
disorganized.
we're talking several hours
I can't
of
argue.
trial time.
I can't argue. I sent notice to the state. I cannot effectively check 100 texts in a 2-day weekend against a 28,000 text discovery tranche, and that we're concerned about the ones we could get to, and so we're objecting.
And I know we're trying to think ahead at this point in time. It's not directly before the court right now. Mr. Thomas?
Let me add this, and I don't mean to interrupt. Let me add this. We had talked about agreeing on foundation, and I have. So they don't need to move these texts in independently by laying any foundation. Whatever you ultimately determine is admissible in relation to my concerns, 403, some of the time of providing them and my inability to effectively do the job that I just described. Whatever is admissible, we are agreeable to pre-admission, so they can just move and publish.
And that's gonna require you and the state to have discussions over lunch or after court, things like that too. I mean, a lot of this can be solved by just
Talking.
the two parties talking, but to the extent that it doesn't, and if there's objections to dozens, if not hundreds, it's not gonna work. Ms. Thomas, you stood up. I want you to be heard.
Well, Judge, I just wanted to notify the court that we've been working since the preliminary hearing to pull out of that 28,000 trove of text messages, the ones that we felt was most relevant to this case. Since then, yesterday, I spent, it only took me 2 hours to go through every last one, to read each of them.
28,000 text messages.
Quite a number of them, quite a few that we won't publish to the jury. But that's all it took me. It was a couple of hours. Mr. Williams has had these since he was appointed or, took on the case when Ms. Sundwall was originally charged. I agree, in a perfect world, we could have gotten them to him earlier, but we have been working to cut them down to a state that it was manageable. He has had notice of them. They are described in the police report. I understand his frustration with the amount, but he has had them. And had he wanted to challenge any of them, the day of introducing them is not the time to do it.
Thank
I'll
you.
just make the record now, because we're making it. Describing the police report, there's nearly 200 pages of single-space descriptions in this police report. It applies to, I hope these tabs here suggest that I've done the work to try to do what I can to cross-reference the state, but we didn't get the specific ones to do our job until the day of trial for some, and and Friday for us.
But there's no dispute that although there were tens of thousands of them, you had access to them.
Absolutely. We had access, however, I will note, not in a searchable format in cell records.
All right.
Those actually are searchable, Judge. That's how we did it.
Yeah,
I'm not interested in entertaining a debate on whether they're searchable or not. You guys know how to do your jobs much better than I do.
I hope I made the record I need to make, and then I'm not going to address it anymore unless you have questions from Your Honor.
Thank you. We ready to begin? What's the plan for today?
We're anticipating this morning an officer from Lone Peak Police Department, Norman Robinson. We would then be calling Special Agent Justin Seitzinger, and then if we are done with him this morning, we would call Melissa Farney, who we sort of are anticipating going today and into probably through tomorrow.
Okay. We ready to go?
Yes.
Bring the jury in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You know, this case really seems like a mess to me. It's like the prosecution, they do not know the timeline of this case. They have already asked for an extra day, and the judge had to extend his schedule, and he also had to ask the jury. Now, just to be aware, we are in Utah, and I guess they are appointed for a certain amount of time, and the juror's time expires. So they can only keep them so long. So what happens if the state is so off with their case and the timeline and how they're presenting evidence that it runs over? And 28,000 text messages? Who does that?
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. Hopefully you had a good weekend. It was hopefully somewhat restful. We appreciate your efforts being here. We're ready to go. Our first day of this week. Let's get started. Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Norman Robinson.
Please come forward, sir. We'll get you sworn in.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Come on up and have a seat.
May I rearrange your podium, Judge?
Yes, please. If you can keep that mic in front of you at all times, that will help us make a good record and we'll all be able to hear. We appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Would you tell us your name, please?
It's Officer Norman Robinson,
How do you spell your last name?
Robinson.
And it's probably fairly evident to the jury what your occupation is, but I will ask you for the record to tell us that.
I am a police officer for the Lone Peak Police Department. Excuse me.
Okay, how long have you been with Lone Peak?
23 months.
And what is the jurisdiction of Lone Peak Police Department?
Lone Peak Police Department covers Alpine City and Highland cities.
23 months. Were you involved in law enforcement before that?
No, ma'am.
What do you do to become a police officer?
Well, in my case, I sold my company, decided to make a life change to serve my community. Lost 100 pounds, started working out, went to school, went to the academy, 9 months of the academy. And in the academy, we have to pass with 80% or higher. And so I was the real life rookie, so to speak, at 46 years old going through the academy.
You mentioned the academy. What is the academy?
It's post-training, it's academics, it's defensive tactics, it's firearms, it's everything you need to know to qualify to become a police officer.
And is there a certification associated when you complete that?
There is. It's a LEO certification,
LEO meaning law
law
enforcement
enforcement
officer.
officer. Yes, ma'am.
And is that required to be a law officer in
It is.
Utah? What, are there any requirements to continue that certification?
Yes, there's 40 hours a year, required training through post that you have to do every single year.
And post stands for what? Okay,
Sorry.
police officer
I'm super
standards and
nervous, so-
training.
Yes, yes.
I know that's leading.
It's a completely different career than what I had before, so
Okay, and so when you first joined a law enforcement agency, which you did just under 2 years ago, is there a period of training that's associated with that?
yes,
What
there's
is,
on-the-job training that they do for 12 weeks.
okay,
It's called FTO training.
and what is associated with that?
It's on-the-job training, so you ride with an officer and you just slowly increase your responsibilities as you become proficient with each call.
Had you completed your on-the-job training at the time of this incident in August 2024?
I did in July,
So just before?
just before.
Okay. And so let's turn to that night. Were you on duty on August 12th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
What happens? What does being on duty entail?
We receive calls from dispatch through our mobile CAD system, and we just answer calls for the general public for whatever needs arise.
And are you driving around or hanging out at the police station, or what do you do?
Generally, we are driving around patrolling, being visible for our community members to see us out and about.
Do you have a partner with you in the vehicle or not?
No, once you're off FTO, you're on your own.
Okay. So you said you were on duty on August 12th. What first came to your attention that brought you into this case?
It came out as a medical call. We respond usually with medical in case the patients need some restraining or if they have any issues. Oftentimes we respond because we are in smaller vehicles, faster vehicles, and we can get there first, and we're first aid certified to be able to respond and handle acute issues.
Were you designated specifically to respond to this call, or was somebody else?
Officer Jorgensen was the initial officer. I went to assist.
So when you receive a dispatch, do they specify a particular officer?
Generally, they'll call a specific officer and assign it to them.
All right, and then why did you assist?
It came out as a medical, and just the call details, it sounded pretty serious. And so we usually just try and get there as quick as we can to help.
What were the call details that sounded serious?
That she was labored breathing, sounded like she was drowning. Basically like a full arrest type situation.
All right, so you proceeded to the location. Did you arrive, what order did you arrive in? Do you recall that?
EMS had arrived right before us, and Officer Jorgensen and I pulled up just about the same time. I parked right behind him.
And by EMS, you're talking about emergency medical services?
Yes, ma'am. Paramedics, fire department.
All right, let me show you Exhibit 26. It's already been admitted. And these take a minute to warm up, so just give it a second while it blinks on and off. Okay, I think we've got it. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
What is that?
It's the home where Casey was staying on Stevens Lane.
And that is where you responded on August 12th, 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
What time of day did you respond?
It was in the evening. It was dark, probably around 2100 hours.
2100 being 9 p.m. That went away. No, not yet. When you pulled up, you see a sort of a half circle drive in front of the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any vehicles parked on that half circle?
It was dark, and I'm unaware if there were any vehicles parked there. The
Right.
lights were flashing, and so
You don't remember one way or the other right now?
I don't. My focus was getting into the home to help with the patients.
Okay. Where did you and Officer Jorgensen pull up?
There is a field to the east of the home, and we parked right in front of the field.
And to the east would be to the right-hand side of this photograph?
Correct.
And where was the EMS vehicle, the ambulance?
So where we parked is the field, and then the driveway, there's a long driveway that goes on the side of the home. They pulled up just past that driveway so they could back in an ambulance into that driveway.
All right, so when you arrived, EMS was on the street?
Yes,
All right. Did you see any other vehicles or people coming or going from the house?
I did not. I saw several sets of headlights, but again, it was dark, lights were flashing, and my focus was to get to the patient to help.
Where did you go? You can turn it on. Thank you.
So along the long driveway is the attached garages, and in the first garage, set of the large doors, just inside the garage is a set of stairs that go directly to the basement.
And is that where you went?
It is. I followed a paramedic carrying some supplies. He was carrying some supplies, and I was following right behind him.
And do you recall where Officer Jorgensen was? Is he ahead of you or behind you or something?
I don't
else?
recall at that point.
All right. So you followed EMS into the house. Where did you go?
I continued to follow them through a kitchen area, a small living area. To the left is a hallway. Directly at the end of the hallway was a small bedroom. And
Let me stop you for just a minute. Was this on the main level of the house?
no, ma'am, that was down in the basement.
All right, so you went into the basement and then you described a kitchen area, a small family room area, and a hallway.
Correct.
And then what did you see?
I saw 4 to 5 paramedics, EMS, working on Casey on the bed. It was kind of a small room, so I stood in the doorway, just kind of to be there for a pass off if they needed help with CPR or anything like that.
Okay, what is a pass off?
So as they initiate CPR, it's quite strenuous on the body for people to do, and so we trade off to make sure that the compressions are correct and nobody gets exhausted during that time, so the patient's getting full care.
Okay, did you need to participate in CPR at all?
I did not.
And you mentioned Casey. Was this somebody you knew at the time?
I did not.
And so that is a name that you came to know later on down the road?
Correct.
Okay. What was her status as far as you could tell when you first looked into the room?
It was pretty grave. She was breathing very, very hard, gurgling. It was, as a new officer, being exposed to that, it was a sight. It was extraordinarily violent breathing, in my opinion.
And did you note or notice anything particular in the room as you were watching the EMTs do what they needed to do?
They were just fervently working on her to the head of the bed by the, there was a lazy boy to the head of the bed where Casey's head was. I remember one of the EMTs pointing to a syringe on the floor, asking if she was diabetic. I was unaware at that point if she was or not. And he lifted that up, put it on the nightstand so they wouldn't step on it because it's a tiny room and it was quite crowded with 5 to 6 grown men in there. So
Let me show you in exhibit, it's 164. And do you recognize that photograph?
yes, ma'am, that's the syringe fireman placed on the nightstand there.
Where is the nightstand in conjunction with the bedside, the recliner that you mentioned and the bed?
So you have the recliner is against the corner, in the corner of the wall, the bed is on the wall, and the nightstand is just would be to the right of the recliner.
Okay.
As you enter the room, it would be on your left side.
Okay, gotcha. All right. And does that accurately reflect what you recall seeing the EMS, where you saw the EMS put the syringe as they were working on the patient?
Yes.
State moves to admit Exhibit 164.
Mr. Williams?
No objection, I'm just looking for the original witness was put up the
Court
or
received,
exhibit list, I apologize.
court received states 164 was published.
Yes, please. All right. How long were you there, standing in the doorway before EMS completed what they needed to do?
I went back and forth down the hallway, keeping the hallway clear for them. So if they needed to go in and out for medical supplies, also to ensure some privacy for the patient, because they did have to cut her shirt open.
All right. And how long before what did they ultimately do with the patient, with Casey?
I believe it was 10 to 15 minutes of patient care on scene. They ended up transporting to the hospital.
What did you do after the EMS left with the patient?
Officer Jorgensen and I, he collected a statement, and I assisted where he was the initiating officer. I just assisted where he directed me. They started to look for medications, anything that could help the hospital with patient care. So medication bottles, things like that.
What did you observe in the room in that regard?
There was an enormous amount of medication bottles.
Were those collected?
The empty narcotic bottles were collected, I believe.
All right. And did you yourself do any searching of the room at that time?
Her uncle stated that if she had any last will or testament or DNR sort of document, it would be in a blue case in the closet. So I was directed to bring that down and to shuffle through there to see if there was any documents like that.
Did you locate a blue box or case in the closet?
I did. Directly as you come into the room, directly to the right, there was a closet with some bifold doors or a door. I located the blue box, pulled it down and set it on the bed, opened it, and started to shuffle through. A lot of documents were in there.
Did you find anything that you were interested in as far as you were looking for that night?
I could not locate any specific DNR paperwork. There was a single envelope with a name on it that I thought was interesting or suspicious. So yeah.
Why did you think it was interesting?
I had the task, Officer Jorgensen gave me the task of calling Casey's sister to find out who was in the residence with her earlier. And that person's name was on the envelope, so.
Okay. And would that person's name be Meggan Sundwall?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with the envelope?
I put it back in the box.
Did you open the envelope?
No, ma'am.
You said you were looking for DNRs or anything of that nature. Did you find any such thing in the box?
No, ma'am.
In your training and experience in law enforcement, have you come across people that had DNRs?
Yes.
And what was your experience with how they are stored or located?
Generally, DNRs are located somewhere very visible for EMS to see, generally on a fridge, magneted to a fridge, or on a nightstand near the patient. So there was nothing in the room.
All right. Did you happen to notice whether there was a box where basket of snacks in the room?
No, ma'am, I didn't notice it. There was a drink on the desk, but as far as a basket of snacks, I'm not aware.
The drink on the desk was at the same table that we just looked at, or is that a different,
No, it's a desk to the far right of the room.
on the opposite wall from where
Correct.
you saw the syringe?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did anybody wait or speak to EMS that you noticed that had been present at the time of this medical emergency?
No, ma'am. I was told by her uncle that there were some people in the room with her while the event was going on. Just through the chaos of the scene, the EMS stated to me that there were 2 vehicles in front of them when they pulled up. So that was the only people that I knew of that were still, that were there, that were not present at the time though.
In your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, is it typical for people to leave the scene when a medical emergency is happening?
No, not at all.
Why is that important?
Well, even just out of morbid curiosity, people tend to flock to emergency vehicles and to watch what's going on. And so I, as a new officer and just as a layperson, was a little astounded that somebody left the scene while this was all going on.
All right. Is it important to EMS, as far as you're aware, to know what had happened to a patient that brought them there?
Absolutely. EMS needs to know the lead up to the event so they can treat the patient properly.
How long were you at the home before you left?
Approximately an hour.
Okay. And what was happening when you left?
We collected the empty narcotics bottles, prescription bottles, spoke with the uncle, shut the door to the room, and as far as I'm aware, the on-call detective had been notified, and the on-call, or the on-duty sergeant had been notified.
Did you also, you said you collected the narcotic bottles. Did you also collect the syringe that you noted?
Correct, yes, we did.
What happens when you collect items?
I just assisted bagging them up. Officer Jorgensen, since he was the initial officer on the scene, he takes them back to the station and then books them into our evidence lockers. From there, it goes to our evidence tech. I'm not sure.
Is anything, when you bag them up, what information is included on the bag as far as where they were located?
So it's where they're located, who's taking responsibility for them, chain of custody, so Officer Jorgensen, and then they get transferred a more physical or sealable bag at the department. And then
So I gotta be nosy. Does anybody know anything about how these DNRs work? I personally have to say I do not know how they work, but I just find it so strange that this officer is saying that with a DNR that they have it on their refrigerator or by their bedside or something like that. I'm trying to figure out, is that normal? Is that what they do? It just seems weird to have it just out. I thought that some people told me like hospitals know. I don't know. Maybe you have it in your wallet. I don't. I'm gonna have to Google how these DNR works. Like, no, I don't get that. All right.
entered into a locking locker that once it's locked, we don't have access to it.
Officer, in your training and admittedly fairly limited experience, have you responded to other medical emergencies or situations?
Often.
In those circumstances that you mentioned that you have seen DNRs to be in place, do you verify if they exist or offer care regardless of whether there's one there?
Generally, that's EMS that takes care of that, but we're on scene to assist them in looking for those documents or participating in patient care while they look for those documents.
And absent, an obvious one that you mentioned is typically on a refrigerator, bedside table or something like that. Would care be automatically offered or suspended until that's confirmed or denied?
So generally, when we arrive on scene, if there are people there, we get directive from them. If they, generally the people that are near the patient will know if they have a DNR, and will direct us straight to the DNR.
Okay. All right. How do you confirm when there's, if there isn't a visible copy of one, what do you do?
If there's not a visible copy, we assume that there's not a DNR and we initiate patient care.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams.
Morning, Officer Jorgensen.
Officer
Robinson. We're gonna talk about Jorgensen, sorry. But let's just be clear, it's the names, because when I screw them up, you can correct me. 3 officers from your department ended up there on the scene, essentially working together to do whatever you thought was appropriate on the scene, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Jorgensen was the agent at that time, the case agent.
The initial officer.
So he's sort of in charge, if you will.
Correct.
And then there was a Osborne, right?
Correct.
And then there was yourself. And you arrived first, even though it was Jorgensen's.
We arrived at the same time.
About at the same time? Okay.
I pulled up directly behind him.
And at this point, you've been 5 months out of training, right? You've been 5 months out of
FTO?
FTO.
No, I was a month out of FTO.
Oh, 1 month.
Yes.
5 months out as an officer.
Yes.
So you've been
4 months on as an officer.
You've never responded to seeing anything like this in your police career at that point, right?
Not in my police career. No, sir. I was a CNA when I was younger. Worked in nursing homes, things like that.
But I mean, in a law enforcement.
No, not in law enforcement.
Because we're gonna talk a few things that I kind of want to actually give you an out right up front. You were new,
Yes.
right? So what I'd actually like to quickly do here is, let me set this up and a bit. You're issued body-worn cameras, right?
Correct.
Body-worn cameras in your department are worn on the shoulder, and other than that, obviously, body-worn camera is to pick up whatever you can that you're looking and seeing at as you undertook this nearly an hour activity, correct?
Correct.
It's a absolute requirement of policies and procedures that you initiate your body camera under these circumstances, agreed?
Agreed.
So you did, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you turn off your body camera at the end of this activity. In other words, when you're gonna leave the residence, is that when you decided it was,
Yes.
you could turn it off? You're also issued telephones, right?
Correct.
And those are telephones you can take evidence with, correct?
Correct.
For instance, photographs.
Yes.
We're gonna get to all that in a minute, because I know that you know what's coming. That even though you followed your body cam policy, created an entire body cam that we could review and see exactly what you did, it got destroyed before this trial, right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, and you didn't destroy it, right?
No.
What you did is you logged it, you uploaded it to something, because that's what body cam footage is supposed to be done with, right?
Correct.
Now, when you uploaded the body cam video, it sounds like we've uncovered the fact that you uploaded it with the wrong tag. Is that right?
No, sir.
So when you uploaded it in the manner that you would expect to go into evidence to be used for a criminal case, right?
No, sir. At that time, it was a medical call.
Right, so I guess that's my point. When you uploaded this, regardless of whether it was a medical call, you're required to take that evidence. Can we agree body cam evidence is pretty important?
Yes, sir.
And so, and that's why you have policies that require that you take it, you use it, you keep it on, and you preserve it, right?
Correct.
And so what did you do to preserve it?
I uploaded it and tagged it as, according to my training, that it was a medical call, the patient was still alive and transported to the hospital. At that point, I had no idea if the investigation was gonna go further or not, so.
Okay, that's what I'm getting to, and maybe there was just, maybe it's my fault, but you tagged it as medical. And is it your understanding, or was it your understanding at the time, that that made any difference in terms of it being preserved as evidence?
There's a specific time frame that our Axon keeps specific tags on record.
What is that?
I'm not sure on their policy as far as the timelines go. Again, I uploaded it and tagged it as to my training as it was a medical call, and that's what I tagged it as.
And you know that your police office took this case into a police investigation, criminal investigation, within a day after you were at that room, right?
Actually, I believe that was my Friday, so I had 3 days off. I'm not 100% aware of what goes on with the case when it goes to investigations.
At any rate, Jorgensen was there and had a body cam, right?
Correct.
We still have his, right?
Correct.
Osborne was there and he had a body cam, correct?
Correct.
We still have his, right?
Correct.
And I'm not trying to beat you up on it, I'm just trying to help everybody understand and give you an out, actually, that you uploaded it in a way that it could have been preserved, but apparently tagged for something that purged it at some point. And that's why you haven't been able to review it even yourself, right?
Correct.
Okay. But you did review, I mean, at least we have a couple other officers, and they were around in the same room, house, area, vicinity of you, that you were in, right?
Yes, we were all together.
So at least we have theirs, and in fact, didn't you review Jorgensen's
Yes,
body camera in preparation for today?
I did.
Since you didn't have your own to review, fair to say.
I
So-
also read the report from Detective Farney. She reviewed the body cam, so
Yeah, Barney got to see it before it got destroyed, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and I apologize, Detective Barney got to see it, I'm sorry. Okay, well, what I'd like to do is play a little bit of Jorgensen's. Because, did you know, I mean, were your responsibilities essentially mostly finished in this case after you left the room? Yes or no?
When I left the room, yes.
Then, oh, so you're not aware, you were certainly never asked to take photographs of the scene, the room, and things like that, right?
Officer Jorgensen asked Officer Osborne to do that.
Okay, so that's enough. So Jorgensen did not ask you to take pictures of the scene.
Correct.
We're gonna get to, in a minute, to the pictures you were asked to take. I think you spoke a little bit about it, maybe. Well, let's go there real quick. You were asked to take pictures of certain evidence, right?
No, I took one picture of the whole scene. It was after I discovered who was in the room, so I had written it on my notepad, and the envelope I found in the blue box had the same name, so I took a picture of my notes and the envelope
You only took one picture?
with my
Phone?
issued phone, yes.
We've since learned that that's got destroyed or can't be found either, right?
We were issued new phones. I did an upload of all my old material onto my new phone, and there was a few months of the Google Photo Drive that did not upload. And
So the answer-
I was unaware that it did not upload, so yes.
The answer is yes. The photograph you took is also now not available for us, right?
Correct.
All right. You don't know this, I guess, but the only information we have about what this house looks like in the basement is a he's a drawing, the witness, unfortunately, do on an iPad. I'm going to show some of Jorgensen's camera so the jury can see right there on the camera what the house looks like, and I'm gonna ask you, to confirm that that's what you've seen to the foundation, unless there isn't any objection to playing.
I don't object.
Okay. And we're going to do it without the sound. The purpose of playing this is to show what you did and saw, and then we'll talk about what you heard and learned, okay? All right, let's stick that up. I'm not seeking to mark this. I'm seeking to use this video as illustrative for this witness.
Can we mark it as demonstrative for record purposes?
Which exhibit is it?
E? F?
Thanks, Chelsea. That's F. Thank you.
That's good. Let's get ready for that mistake all the way through 12. All right, F. Go ahead and play F. It looks like, well, we don't have it as a clip, so I will make a record of the count number on the video for the exhibit F. Record reference. I'm gonna play it without volume. First of all, let's just start here. Does this, well, move its colors. This look like Jorgensen heading down the stairs after going through the garage and heading down into the basement area?
Yes,
And so this is the same thing we would have seen if they had preserved your body.
correct.
All right. Why don't we pause it there? That's Mark, the owner of the house, walking past the front of Jorgensen's camera, right?
No, sir, that's Mark, the uncle, the owner of the house. I believe they were her grandparents.
All right, let's call him Mark. So that's Mark, the uncle, that you spoke to and got a lot of information from, right?
Yes,
Because, look, while we're on it, when you spoke to Mark, much of the time Jorgensen and Osborne, you were outside their presence, right?
yes,
Yeah, you were in this area speaking to Mark a lot at this hour, right? In this area that's on the screen, the downstairs den area. And the kitchen.
I was back and forth to the room and out to the living room.
But that's the point is that everything Mark told you would have been preserved on a body camera. We don't have that, right?
Correct, he was,
Okay, that's all. All right, go ahead. Right, we're walking down, you can see Mark's father there on the left with the red cap, right?
yes,
That's Newell, right?
yes,
Now, you found, by the way, a whole bunch of Newell's prescription medication and opioids in that room eventually, right?
correct.
That was EMS, there goes Mark, right?
Yes,
Here you are talking to him. Right?
yes,
And of course, we don't know what he's telling you, at least not in the form of a report. Well, actually, that's not true. That's not true. I'll take that back. This is Jorgensen's camera.
correct.
So we do know that this discussion that was happening because it's being caught on Jorgensen's camera. Right?
Correct.
Now, during this discussion, Mark is giving you information about, he's already talked to Kylie, who has stated that she thinks Meggan was involved in poisoning her sister, right?
Correct.
We already, and Mark has already said, so we don't know if it's some suicide or assisted suicide or is she murdering, and all of these theories and suspicions have been told now are being told to you by Mark, right?
Yes,
All right. I want to be clear that at this point in time, there's reason to believe it's not just medical, there might be police work to do, right?
it's third party, so essentially it's kind of hearsay.
Well, sure, you begin investigations on hearsay, fine, right?
Yes, I mean, detectives,
I'll back off the subject. Here's the EMT talking to you about what's gonna have to happen. Mark needs to go move his truck because the ambulance, they're gonna take him up that stairs he just pointed at, right?
yes.
You're off the picture. This is Jorgensen talking to Mark, right?
Correct.
Remember that that's Mark looking to get a phone number?
Yes,
At the time that you were there, a call to Kylie had happened, right?
correct.
So those Kylie's suspicions and Kylie's position was being made and you were privy to it, right?
Correct.
By the way, that was that Megan poisoned my sister, right?
I don't recall if she used those words.
Did you know at this time that you just talked about calling to leave the scene of medical? Did you know that they'd been ordered out and that they were gonna call the police if Megan and her father and her mother didn't go? You didn't know at that time that Kylie had said that to them?
I was not aware that they were ordered out of the home.
And when owner of a home orders you out, you have to go, right?
You should.
Because will it be illegal? It'd be trespassing.
Yes, you could be trespassed.
And that's more than just a trespassing in the park. That's a Class B misdemeanor trespass, isn't it?
Objection to the legal conclusion.
Is trespassing a crime?
Yes, it can be. Usually it's a warning first to leave the property.
I'm not asking you how you do it. Is trespassing a crime?
Yes.
Here we are now seeing at, I'll make a quick record, 3:49 on body camera time at the bottom left. Maybe I better make this record. I don't want the jury, help the jury understand. If we could, up in the upper right, there's a time count too, right? Upper right of the video. You guys have a time counter?
Yes, sorry.
And then,
I'm sorry.
that's all right. And then the bottom left is a time counter. It says 4:08 right now, for instance.
That's how long the body cam has been on.
Okay, so one is the measure of the length of the recording, right? And the other is supposed to be the date and time you're there. Now, sometimes those date and times aren't accurate, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead. All right, here we go, Jorgensen walking back over to Jen. By the way, that's Newell's wife, Mark's mother, that is standing with Newell there in the red cap, right?
I believe so.
Downstairs. Yes, yes.
Yes.
There's a way to use the 10-second forwarding. Oh, this one goes forward 30 in the back there. Why don't you skip forward 30? Like to get back downstairs. Let's show the jury the downstairs portion. Go another 30 if you want. Keep going 30s until we get Jorgensen back in the house. They're arranging right here to have the truck move so the ambulance has somewhere to back into, right?
No, sir, I believe he was on the phone with the supervisor, sergeant on duty.
There you go. By the way, calling a sergeant during all of this, right?
Correct.
We're going to get to it, but it was called to Detective Farney, right?
I'm unaware. I didn't make the call, so I'm unaware who or if she was
Maybe
called.
you weren't. Maybe you were. Fair enough.
Correct.
I don't know what you did. I don't have your camera. There you are. Right?
Yes, keeping the hallway clear.
This is one, it's a situation where you get to see yourself rather than us getting to see what you did. Go another 30 and see if we're going down the hall. see what happens here as ordinances. So we can see what the, I want to be able to see what this house looks like. Okay, now we're gonna, there's the hall down to the room, at the end of which the patient is, right?
Correct.
That we know is a deceased. So here's EMTs, 5 of them are in there, right?
I believe so.
That's Osborne on the left.
Yes.
And you guys really didn't go in that room. We can see the syringe there, right, on that
Yes, sir.
table with the light on it?
Yes, sir.
Get a little bit of the room. You guys don't go in there because you don't want to interfere with the EMT work, right?
Correct.
By the way, the EMTs never asked or any question to you about a DNR.
Correct. Generally, they're
That's
visible.
all I have is, we're gonna move quick. Back out to the den, all right, let's see if we can forward even dragging if you like, or it's, to once EMTs leave. I have that. Timestamp, transcript. Now they're leaving, that's a box, the EMTs ask you guys to carry some stuff up for them, right?
Yes, we generally help them carry.
So you did. There, now you're going in the room, right?
That's Officer Jorgensen. I'm actually, at this point, I was upstairs making sure the walkway was clear for EMS to carry her out.
I do it. Correct. There you are.
Yes.
So you're seeing there's the syringe, you're certainly able to view this room, and it looks like this on the calendar. Right?
Yes.
Same thing we would have seen if we had seen your body camera. There's the closet, by the way. What was in that? Oh, strike that. You mentioned drink, there's one up there by the TV.
Yes, sir.
That's the bag you put the syringe in, right?
Her phone, please.
Oh, that's your phone. You gave that phone back to Mark, right?
I believe Officer Jorgensen did.
There's some clothes, you understood those to be clothes that Casey Terry had been wearing, right?
Yes, they were cut off her body.
And it was basically sweats, right?
I believe it was like a tank top.
That green one,
Yes.
but over that she was wearing sweats. You don't know.
Yeah, I can't recall.
Fair enough. And then, go ahead. Now you said what you ended up finding was a massive amount of prescription pain pills, oxycodone, right?
Officer Jorgensen, Officer Osborne discovered those. Yes.
The three of you, you know it, right?
Yes, I was.
You were in that room when they were finding them in the drawers, finding them in the closet, finding dozens of pain pill bottles, right?
Correct.
And it became clear in your investigation, the three of you there, they even had Newell's name on them, right?
Correct.
Many of them for opioids, right?
Correct.
I mean, when you told Mark about all these drug containers that you found in Casey's room, he was surprised, wasn't he? He acted surprised. He can't say whether he was surprised. He acted that.
I recall him saying that she was suffering from some ailments and that she was taking care of Mule's medications, so.
Taking care of them, all right. Having them in a room and empty bottles. Those bottles were empty, right? Almost all of them.
The majority of them were empty.
You remember Osborne saying he thought he had about 1,000 missing oxycodone pills?
Yes.
Osborne's looking in the closet now, right?
Yes.
You mentioned this turquoise box, right?
In the closet?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna get to that subject, because that's what we were talking about. You looked through that, right?
I skimmed through it, yes.
You just skimmed through it, in fairness, right? You're just arriving, you're told maybe something might be in there of some importance. Is that fair?
Yes,
So it was, I think you said Jorgensen asked you to do that.
yes, it was,
We're gonna get to seeing you do it. By the way, now you're seeing the pain pill bottles that were pulled from that drawer, right?
it wasn't just painkillers, but yes,
I'm sorry, medication. Fair enough. There were some other kinds of medication.
Yes.
That's Osborne moving a treadmill so he could, that was blocking access to this particular closet at the time, right?
correct.
You could not open those closet doors without moving that treadmill device. Agreed?
Osborne could not, yes,
Well, anybody could. They have to move it, right?
yes.
Is Osborne going through the closet, right?
Yes.
You can go back there. Is it still? Okay, here we have you reaching up. In a second, we're going to see more fully, but that's the turquoise box, right?
Yes,
Now you're reaching up, pulling it out. By the way, pulling it out. You're wearing gloves for reasons that include your own fingerprints, right?
yes,
Really, even at that point, and as you sit there now, you realize the smooth surface like a box would be a good place to try to get fingerprints from. Might be.
well, and there were a lot of, like you said, empty narcotics, and so, yeah,
All kinds.
I don't want to get,
But on that, oh, yeah, now you're talking about the gloves. It was actually Osborne that said, hey, when you picked up that needle, he said, hey, you should go wash your hands.
it was her phone that I grabbed,
Phone.
yes.
And then you wash your hands quickly. There you are, opening it. Pause. This is you looking through the box. Okay. Can you go back 10?
Okay.
Now, did you know, or have you learned, that Meggan Sundwall had been told by Casey that there were things for her in this box?
Objection, that's hearsay on a whole different level.
I can ask him if he knows. He's not going for the truth of the matter, sir. It's going for the involvement of the office. At this time, you didn't know, but as you're investigating, you're talking, I'm just asking if you learned that there was a claim that there were things for Meggan in the box. You just asked that.
There were a lot of excited utterances going on as far as her name and things, but nothing specifically about that box.
I mean, we're gonna
It
get,
was correlated about Meggan, to me.
I interrupted you, I'm sorry. Okay, let's play it. So, we can see in that box, there's, now that's not you looking in there. That manila folder, that's not you looking in it, right?
No, that's Officer Jorgensen,
As of this day, you don't know what was in that manila folder, right?
correct.
You're, looks like cursorily going through some things, looking at things, poking in, you didn't pull. Gonna get to the letter. You're pulling out some documents. Now, of course, at this time, I mean, you don't really have any specific consent to search those items, right?
Her Uncle Mark gave us consent to look in the box for a DNR, just for patient care. So
As a matter of fact, okay, in fairness, then Uncle Mark had told you you could do anything you wanted in that house and look anywhere and search, right?
to me specifically, he said I could look in the box for a DNR.
But you knew that he had given consent to the three of you to do what you needed to do and look where you needed to look. Is that fair? In that house?
To me, specifically was the box. And then I went off of the initial officer, what he directed as well, so.
Anyway. All right, so you've got some manila envelopes, you stick them back in there, going through, looking at papers, so that's obviously Jorgensen standing there recording it, so he's looking at them too. Thumbing through some letters, it appears to, notes, maybe cards, is that what you saw in there?
Yes, there was a lot of miscellaneous papers, so we were looking for a specific medical document.
All right. That's all you were looking for?
Yes.
All right. There's a folder with some papers. You didn't pull those out of the blue folder, right?
I believe it was empty.
Can you go back 10 seconds? I think we probably didn't get back all the way to it, did we? A couple 10s back and out to 64. That's right, when you put the folder back. There it is. No, blue folder. But there's white on the inside. You're saying there was nothing in there?
I don't recall.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
This helps. It's been a while.
correct, and as quickly as I opened and closed it, I would assume that it's because it was empty. Or there was just one paper in there that definitely wasn't a DNR.
You didn't go through everything in here, in fairness. You didn't go through to see really what was going on. You were looking for a DNR.
Correct, I was skimming through for a DNR.
And so you don't know what else might have been in there in the way of letters, who they might be to, or anything like that, right?
Correct.
But something came to light. Can we get to it? You said a letter, envelope, let's put it that way. You don't know what was in it.
Correct.
But it said Meggan Sundwall on it, right?
I don't recall the name, but it had just this one name on it.
I think that you already testified that it was the fact that it did say it was Meggan Sundwall, and that caused you to say, do you want me to run this name? Because you recognized it as a name that Kylie had already given.
Correct, it matched my notes that I talked to Kylie
Okay.
on the phone. So, yeah.
Just
Sorry.
establishing, is that it, right there on the bed?
Yes, sir.
All right, so there's the letter, a letter that says Meggan, an envelope that says Meggan Sundwall on it. You check, you find out that's a name of interest, right?
It was the name of the person that was in the room with her while the event was going on.
So it was interesting.
Correct.
So it was a name of interest, right?
Correct.
All right, so you actually asked Jorgensen if he wanted you to run this name through databases, right?
Correct.
Now, he said no, right?
I don't recall.
You never did it?
Yeah.
And you don't know what was in that envelope, do you?
I don't.
Again, do you recall that, I think you already said, during this time, calls were made to your sergeant, right?
Officer Jorgensen, yes, was in contact with Sergeant.
And a call made to Detective Farney.
I'm unaware of who called Detective Forney or if she was called at that time.
You weren't in the room?
I wasn't privy to that, no.
Still of the port syringe. Well, you want to show the leading? Let's go to the very end. When you walked out with Jorgensen, right?
Correct.
The last thing that you ever said to Mark and whoever else was present who could hear is, don't let anyone go in that room, right?
Correct.
Lastly, I just want to show you a still photo, off of a body camera. Switch your media. Gotta go to switch on. Thanks for patience. Do you recall? This shouldn't be published yet. Thank you. See this? You recall standing there? We saw Osborne going through, and Jorgensen to a certain extent. The left-hand closet where it was blocked by the treadmill, right?
Yes.
You recall that this is the closet that is depicted here on what I'm going to call defendant's G.
From that picture?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Do you recall seeing that?
That's a close-up picture of medication. I can't
there's
definitively say that that was the closet just by that still picture.
There's something in front of it, right? There's a syringe. Is that right?
Yes, there's a syringe on the shelf.
Did you ever collect that syringe as evidence?
I never saw that syringe.
Do you know where that is in time on the video? We'll do it with Detective Farney. Thank you, that's all I have.
Any regret?
Sue would move to admit that in Defense Exhibit F,
The video.
the video.
The entire Jorgensen video?
That's what they're asking.
Can we discuss it at a later time?
We can.
Thank you. And I guess I'm asking you to reserve.
We can do that.
Officer, just a few questions. As part of your training with Post and through the academy, was writing reports addressed?
Yes.
What are your instructions with regard to writing reports?
Basically, it's who, what, where, why, when type of situation.
Is it important to note down what you noted about any particular scene?
Yes.
In that video, we saw you holding a little small notebook. What is the purpose of that notebook?
It was just to take name and phone number down, or just a name, just any notes that can go to later.
All right, and did you write a report in this particular case?
I did.
Did that accurately reflect your recollection of your conversations and what you did and what you saw?
I wrote a general report for a medical call because I didn't know. It was, again, it was a lot of hearsay, like a third party. So I didn't know. At that point, I wasn't aware of how far this investigation would go.
Well, let me clean up the question then. Did you write a report that reflected what struck you as being relevant at the time?
Yes.
Okay. What did Mark tell you that evening?
Mark told me that he had seen Casey that morning, that she was in great spirits. He had talked to her in the kitchen area. Everything seemed very normal and fine. Then he went off to do some things and Casey had a friend come over. At that time, he was unaware who the friend was. And then the friend was with her all day from, I think he said about 9 in the morning until 15 minutes before we arrived on scene.
And that friend was no longer there when you arrived?
Correct.
All right. Did he tell you the name of the friend?
I believe he said it was Meggan because he got her name later on.
All right. And in that video, I think Mr. Williams identified them, that there was an older gentleman in a red hat. Who was that person?
That was Casey's grandfather, Newell,
And that's the homeowner.
the homeowner,
And with him, and part of it was a older woman. Who was that?
the grandmother.
Okay. Also the homeowner?
I believe so.
Okay. And then Mark was also in that video, obviously.
Yes.
At one point, I noticed Officer Jorgensen held up his phone and it said 2128 on it, which translated to people who aren't military or police to 928.
Correct.
Does that sound right as far as the timing of this whole incident
Yes.
going on? Okay. Mr. Williams asked you about wearing gloves as you were searching that closet, and he mentioned that that is to avoid leaving fingerprints.
That's what he said, yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Did the EMTs also wear gloves?
Yes, they come in wearing gloves.
And in your experience with law enforcement, who else wears gloves typically when interacting with patients?
Any medical personnel?
You were on that video, obviously looking through that box. What specifically were you looking for?
Mark instructed that if Casey did have a DNR, it would more than likely be in that box. That was where her important papers were to Casey.
Okay. And you did not find a DNR?
No, ma'am.
Did you find a DNR anywhere in the room?
No, ma'am.
And in that video, it panned around a few times. Did you note any basket or box of snacks, treats, goodies?
I did not see one.
In that last photo, could you put that back up, please? The last photo that you used, Exhibit G. Okay, that plastic item on the shelf in front of the bottles, Mr. Williams referred to that as a syringe. Is that consistent with your recollection of what he just said?
Yes.
And is, in your mind, is that a syringe?
I would say that's a plunging type device. I wouldn't call it a syringe. Usually in my experience or my brain, I attribute a syringe usually with a needle on it.
Okay, and does this one have a needle?
No.
Did it look like the diabetic syringe you saw on the floor? I'm sorry, the syringe you saw on the floor that the EMTs moved to the table?
No, ma'am. It looks more like a cough medicine type suction device.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Anything else, Mr. Williams?
Just real quick with that. When you were there, you knew that Casey Terry, person they were treating, had a port, didn't you?
I observed a port, yes, on her chest.
And you don't need a needle when you use a syringe to inject something in a port, do you? You know?
I am unaware. I'm not familiar with ports really.
So you're not, sorry to interrupt you, you're not aware of whether this syringe could be used to inject fluid into a port.
I'm unaware of that, yeah.
I forgot a little bit, one more thing on the blue box. After the blue box was looked through by you, it was placed by Osborne on the floor in front of the closet, right?
I'm not sure who placed it, Osborne or Jorgensen, but one of them placed it there, yes.
And when you left the room, the blue turquoise box, when you left, was on the floor in front of the closet area. Can we agree with that?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thomas, anything else?
No, thank you, Judge. Can we excuse this witness?
No objection.
Thanks for being here, officer. You can sit down.
Thank you.
Next witness?
Yes, the state calls Justin Seisinger.
Please come forward, sir, up here near the clerk, and we'll get you sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Have a seat. Thank you for being here. If you can keep that mic in front of you at all times.
You bet, Your Honor.
Really help us out. Ms. Hunt.
If you could state your name and spell your last for the record.
Justin Seisinger, Seitzinger.
Where are you currently employed?
I work for the Utah County Attorney's Office Bureau of Investigations,
What's your title? What's your current title at that office?
Special Agent.
How long has that been your title?
Recent, maybe a couple months.
What was your title before that?
Sergeant.
Do you have a particular role inside of that office?
I do. I conduct the forensic examinations of digital evidence.
And how long has that been your role in that office?
In that office, I guess, just over 8 years.
Did you have that role at another, in another agency or job before that?
Yes.
Where?
The City of Orem.
How long was that?
I was 3 years approximately, maybe 4 years.
Anything before that as a,
Not as a digital examiner. I was a regular police officer before that and a detective.
okay, I want to go through your training and experience. We'll start with just your police officer training. Briefly describe that for us.
So I attended the academy like every officer does to become a certified officer in the state of Utah. I went through all the necessary trainings I needed to do my job well and effectively. I've been through myriads of trainings from homicide school to forensic courses, multiple forensic courses, multiple certification courses to become certified in the tools and skills that I have.
How long were you, before we get into the forensic aspects of your job, how long were you just a police officer?
I was a patrolman. I've been a police officer for almost 20 years now. I began as a patrolman. Then I worked my way up to become an investigator. And then I went back from investigations to patrol as a corporal. And then I went from corporal to the Utah County Attorney's Office as a sergeant, and then eventually special agent.
All right, I want to talk about the forensic aspect of your current job and previous jobs. When did you, I guess, would you say that that's a specialty?
Yes.
When did that become your specialty?
It began when I was at Orem,
How many years ago was that again?
about 12.
All right, and what does that encompass?
So digital forensics, what we do is we conduct forensic examinations of cell phones, laptop computers, regular desktop computers, thumb drives, drones, anything that contains storage, digital storage.
You mentioned a few trainings, I think, that went toward forensics. How do you keep apprised of updates in technology and how to go about analyzing forensics appropriately?
We continually study. We're always going to school and classes. I've never stopped studying since I became a forensic examiner. We go to certification courses for the specific tools that we use. They're very thorough trainings. I'm a Cellbrite certified operator, a Cellbrite certified physical analyst. I've been through their CERT repair, which is repair of cell phones and digital evidence so that we can extract data if something's been damaged or placed in water or tried to be destroyed. I'm also a certified in chip-off forensics, which allows you to remove the physical memory chip from the phone and extract it directly. So I've been through the mobile examiner course through Homeland Security. I've been through their program. I've been through the Secret Services mobile forensics device examiner. I just completed that last year. I've been through the FBI Cyber Academy, which is extensive training on cyber, and many other trainings, about 58 or so total.
Do you keep updated on any requirements needed to keep your certifications current?
Every 2 years, we have to retest on our certifications and prove that we still have the skills and ability to be an examiner.
You mentioned the word Cellbrite earlier, and I'm going to get back to that in a second. But first, I want to talk about your role. You said you work at the Utah County Attorney's Office Investigation Bureau. Is that accurate?
Correct.
That's the same office as prosecutors, Utah County Attorney's Office, at least, correct?
Yes.
What's the difference? Or I guess, is there a delineation between the two offices and their roles?
There are. The prosecutors have their own offices, and we're a small, I guess you would call us a police department. We're an investigations bureau, so we have investigators that have been seasoned in police work, and we've been selected to be able to work there. And so we do our investigations, and that could include public corruption. It could include police officers that have been involved in shootings to help assist the county attorney with the investigation on those types of things. And we do anything that is asked of us by the county attorney.
Does that mean that you come to any particular conclusions that, I guess, do prosecutors ask you to come to certain conclusions about your investigations?
They ask our opinion, but generally speaking, we just present facts. We present them with the information they need to have the ability to make decisions, and sometimes they'll ask us our opinions.
Are you aware if prosecutors in that office even have direct access to your part of the facility?
Most do not. Kind of our own knocked down police department, if you will.
If evidence that you're seeing as part of your investigation, if a prosecutor doesn't, I guess, agree with it, or it doesn't seem to favor the prosecutor's case, do you change your opinion to match the prosecutors, or do you follow the evidence?
We follow the evidence.
All right, I want to get back to what you mentioned, Cellbrite. I believe you said that you were certified in that. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is a forensic tool that can be either installed on a desktop computer, it can be installed, and it also has its own self-contained hardware system that you can take into the field and do examinations in the field if you need to. What it does is it forensically extracts the data from a cell phone, tablet, or a drone, or anything that's mobile. And then it also has another software that decodes that information when it's obtained from the cell phone in raw data. It will decode that information so it's readable for us to be able to look at.
Is Cellbrite your preferred tool?
For mobile devices, yes, it is.
Are there other such programs that do similar things?
Yes, I also like Meggan Sundwall. It's also a great tool.
So you use others, not just Cellbrite?
Correct.
Are you certified in others?
And
Is Cellbrite a common tool used by law enforcement in investigations?
it's worldwide used by law enforcement professionals, also the private sector.
In your training and experience with Cellbrite, is it reliable?
It is reliable.
If you're able to say, and you can give me a ballpark, approximately how many phones have you extracted in your career?
A lot. I honestly don't want to give you a specific number because I have never kept count of them. I did a lot of phones in my career,
Thousands?
likely.
What is a forensic extraction?
It is to preserve the evidence in the most sound manner that it can be and extract that data so there's minimal, if any, alteration to the data. Cell phones are a little tricky because of their security systems. There has to be some manual input given to the operating system. It does not affect user data, but it will affect changes to the operating system. And I liken that change, like, say you have a snowstorm, you have a homicide that occurs, and there's snow all the way up to it, to where the knife is located of let's say, the homicide. You have to walk in there, so you leave your footprints on the way, so you add some evidence of your own to that scene. But you have to do it because it's necessary to recover the knife and the evidence that was used in the homicide. And so I look at it, put it in context with that. It is necessary because of the great security that phones have for us to make some alterations to the operating system to be able to communicate with the phone and to be able to obtain the information.
So I guess what alterations, are you able to discern what alterations you yourself make, as user, an example, the footprint leading up to the weapon that you're collecting in this hypothetical? Are you able to see if this is the footprints of a forensic examiner, or this is something that was done on the phone beforehand?
Yes.
How is a forensic extraction different from just scrolling through somebody's phone?
Scrolling through a phone manually can make changes to the phone, and that's not something we want to do. We want to preserve it in the most pristine condition that it's in. We don't want to alter user data, and that would certainly alter user data.
Are there some limitations? I know that there are different types of cell phones, Apple, Android, et cetera. Are there limitations that certain phone, I don't know, what do you call it, software, hardware, presents you when you're doing a forensic extraction?
Yes, they're continually changing and they're continually challenging.
Is one phone type more challenging than another? I guess that varies.
Apple can be a little more painful sometimes.
And why is that?
They're always changing their software to lock us out, specifically lock us out of being able to do what we do.
Nevertheless, are you still able to extract information from Apple phones?
Yes.
How do you ensure that data is not altered during the extraction, other than, like your example, the observable footprints of the forensic examiner?
We make minimal adjustments. We'll place the phone in a Faraday box. That just means that it cuts off all communication to and from the cell phone, so alterations can't be inputted from an outside source. We place the cell phone in airplane mode, so it's not communicating beyond the date that we have been given the phone, so additional data isn't being added to the phone. Also, so that it cannot be remotely wiped by an individual who's trying to destroy evidence. So there are things that we input, like say airplane mode. We'll often turn that on. We'll remove it from the network. We don't want it to, the potential of it to be wiped remotely.
Do you know what case we're here on today?
What's that?
Do you know what case we're here on today?
Yes.
Fair to say this case involves Casey Terry's phone to some extent,
Yes.
and Meggan Sundwall's phone.
Yes.
Do you recall when you were first, I guess, enlisted to assist on this case?
I believe it was August 15th, 2024, but it may have been a day before that. I think our chief had been starting to discuss it with us maybe the day before, but we got actively involved on August 15th.
Did you come into possession of Casey's phone?
I did.
Do you know how you obtained that phone? I guess the legal mechanism.
Yes, our lead investigator on the case and Sergeant Hales, they provided it to me along with a search warrant for the cell phone.
Did you extract that phone?
I did.
Did you follow standard forensic procedures to do that?
Yes.
Were you able to verify the integrity of the extracted data?
Yes.
Did you also extract Meggan Sundwall's phone?
Yes.
Well, first, let me go back. What type of phone did Casey Terry have, if you remember?
An iPhone 12.
Going back to Megan's phone, what kind of phone was Megan's?
I believe it was an iPhone 13 Pro Max, as I recall.
How did you obtain Megan's phone to extract?
I did Megan's phone on 2 occasions. Meggan provided consent for us to be able to do a limited search of her phone. And I believe that was 8/19 of 2024. And so I responded to her home and picked up the cell phone and brought it back to our lab. And then I extracted the data there. We were limited on our capabilities that time because iOS had just done a new update. And so we were only able to obtain a logical extraction, which is limited on scope of data.
What's a logical extraction?
And basically, it's how the phone interfaces with an API. So an application programming interface is what that is called. And so basically, it's given permission to obtain certain data, but it's only given permission, generally speaking, for native applications. So third-party applications, you wouldn't see that. You would be interacting with the applications installed by the phone's operating system, and that has granted API access.
You said that you did a second search on her phone. Do you recall when that was?
I do. It was, I believe it was 9/19 of 2024. Like, I might need to verify, no, maybe it was 9/9. I might need to verify that. Can I refresh my report?
Do you have your report in
I
front
do.
of you? If that would help refresh your recollection, just read it to yourself and then look up when you're done.
Okay, so 9/9 of 2024.
And with that second extraction, were you able to get a more full picture?
I was able to get a full file system extraction.
I'm going to show you, it'll pop up on your screen, what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 14. Sometimes it kind of glitches a few times before it warms up. I guess I don't need to tell you much about technology.
Okay,
You see that?
I do.
What is this?
That is a consent to search form. Basically, it gives us written authorization from the owner of the device to be able to extract information.
And who signed that form?
Meggan Sundwall.
State moves to admit Exhibit 14.
Mr. Williams,
No objection.
will receive states 14, wish to publish.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned that she gave limited consent. What was that limited to?
All communication that occurred between her and Casey Terry.
Could that be across different apps
Yes, yes it could,
and certainly text messages?
yes.
Keeping in mind the limitations that you had there, did you perform the same forensic extraction process on her phone for that material?
Yes,
Was the integrity of that data also verified?
yes.
This might seem obvious question, but when two people exchange a text message, are those messages stored independently on each phone?
Yes, they are.
And sorry, we can take that exhibit down. Thank you. If one person deletes a message on their phone, does it delete it from the other person's phone with whom they're communicating?
No.
Was Megan's phone set to automatically delete messages?
It was not.
Over approximately what time period did Megan and Casey exchange text messages?
So I believe they began in 2019 up until August of 2024.
If you can recall, approximately how many messages were exchanged between the two of them during that time?
28,000 is what I recall.
Did you compare the message threads between the two phones?
I did.
When you compared them, did you find anything of note to you?
I did. I found that Meggan Sundwall's phone had 1,618 less messages than Casey's phone did.
Did you look into why that might be?
I did.
What did you discover?
They were deleted.
I'll get back to that in a second, but well, you said 618 total.
Yes.
Did you, I guess, narrow a time frame that you looked at more directly?
Yes.
What time frame is that?
I believe it was it was in July of that year up until the current date.
Okay, and from July of 2024 up until August, I guess fair to say the last messages on Casey's phone were August 12th.
Yes.
So from July of 2024 to August 12th of 2024, how many messages were deleted from Meggan's phone?
So I don't know if I want to say it was around 200 and something, but I don't know the exact number.
Okay, but in the 200s?
Mhm.
Why did you select that time frame?
I was asked to.
Who asked you to do that?
Sergeant Hales.
Were those items, those messages missing from Meggan's phone random?
No, I don't believe so.
Why, what makes you say that?
Well, they're text messages that talk about suicide. They talk about insulin. They talk about assisting in that process of suicide.
Any that talk about life insurance?
Yes.
Those were some of the ones that were deleted as well?
I'd have to look at it specifically. I can't recall if those life insurance ones were deleted because I think they were more of, yes, I believe they were, but let me double check that if I could.
If that would help refresh your recollection.
It would. Appears I've only brought the submission of request for life insurance. I haven't brought the text messages with me.
Okay, so you don't know, you don't recall off the top of your head right now?
I want to say they were deleted, but I would want to be sure.
Okay, so you're not quite sure on the life insurance, but other messages related to insulin and suicide were the categories?
Correct.
Were more routine, everyday conversations still present on Meggan's phone?
They were.
So the deletion was not a complete wiping of certain conversations?
No,
Did it appear selective to you?
it did.
Absent manual deletion, is there any technological reason those messages would not be on the device?
Not that I can think of.
Is there a way to recover deleted messages on iPhones, or I guess how did you, sorry, this is a confusing question. Were you able to recover those deleted messages from Meggan's phone solely?
Not solely. They were effectively removed from the phone, or at least our access to them. So when a cell phone is deleted, it will go into a temporary storage folder. Maybe you guys, if you have iPhones, you'll understand what I'm saying. So when you delete it, you'll have a category that says recent deleted under your menu. If you delete it from there as well, it removes the primary encryption key, and our tools cannot access it once that's been done.
Excuse me, is that one of the, I guess, limitations of Apple phones?
Yes.
So to determine what messages were deleted on Meggan's, how did you do that?
Just manually, and you could see some that have been deleted, some we did recover partial of. Like on one conversation, it showed that she removed a heart on 8/17 from a message that was present on Casey's phone. Still, you would see just remnants of things that had been deleted.
And I'll get to that heart message in a second, but it sounds like you had to compare it at least to Casey's phone to see what was present on Casey's versus what was no longer present on Meggan's.
That's correct.
In addition to text messages, can a forensic extraction recover internet search history?
It can.
When someone types a search into their phone's browser, does that create a record?
It does.
Is that information time-stamped?
Yes.
Are you able to determine the date and time a search was performed?
Yes.
Other than search history, if somebody is just kind of, I don't know, surfing the internet, is that something that's recorded?
It does. It records the URLs that they're visiting, the sites that they're at.
Is that something that you're able to extract?
Yes.
Were you authorized by either warrant or permission to access the search or surfing history from both Casey and Meggan's phone?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
I want to start with Casey's search history, and we'll just go from August 11th and August 12th of 2024. Did you identify searches she performed those days?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 17. Let me know when you see that.
Can see it.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
That's a search history from, this one's from Casey's phone.
And if we scroll down all the way to the bottom, you see the time frames that we're looking at here.
I do.
And what are those?
8/11 to 8/12.
Is this a document that you created based on your extraction of Casey's phone?
Appears to be, yes.
State moves to admit Exhibit 17.
Mr. Williams?
Foundation. Can I report out, please?
You may.
Special Agent Site Singer. You just got that title, right?
I did. Yeah. Sounds weird to me too.
I've been working with sergeants, so, nope. Let me just ask you this. Is this the entire search history of Casey Terry during the dates on Exhibit 17?
It likely is, yes.
Everything that she did in the way of a search history?
From those sources, yes. It looks like that has TikTok, Chrome, yes.
No objection.
Thank you. Court will receive States 17, wish to publish.
Yes, thank you. All right, there aren't too many of these, so I'll go through them with you. Up at the top, so we see different categories. There's timestamp. Source is the next one. Kind of briefly explain what that identifies for you.
Are you starting with the first one?
Yes.
Okay. So it just says it was Lululemon launch, and it was search history, is what it's saying.
So the source, I see TikTok is, I don't personally have TikTok. Is that something that you can manually type in a search for things you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay. And then it looks like that happened on August 11th at 10 a.m. We see UTC-6. What does that mean?
So in our time zone, that's what we would reference. So UTC would be what the world generally starts from, right? So then we are 6 hours behind that timestamp.
So is 10 a.m., is that correct for Utah time?
That'll be our time zone, yes.
If we can scroll down to number 2, what is she looking for there?
Standing lunchbox,
And what time and date is that?
August 11th, 2024 at 10:18 a.m. 04 seconds.
If you scroll down to number 3, what is she looking for there?
Voodoo Donuts,
And what's the date and time?
8/11/2024 at 12:27 and 19 seconds.
Number 4, what is she looking for there?
She searched, is it okay to give yourself a shot with just saline in it?
And the time, sorry, say the date and the time on that one.
That is 8/11/2024 at 9:48 and 13 seconds.
The next couple, number 5 and 6, and I think once we get to the other page, they'll be similar. They all happen at similar times, 9:48.
Yes, approximately.
Is that fair? Number 5, what does she search there?
Is it okay to give yourself a shot with just saline in it?
What does she search for in number 6?
Is it okay to give yourself a shot with just saline in it?
If we go down to number 7, what does she search for there?
Is it okay to give yourself a shot with saline solution?
And what's the time that she searched for that?
9:49 and 40 seconds.
Fair to say she may have been, there's maybe a typo about saline, and then she ends up correcting it to saline.
Appears to be.
Number 8 and 9 are similar. What does she search for there?
Is it okay to give yourself a shot? Is it okay to give yourself a shot with saline solution? And then number 10 is Lehigh Smith sours.
And what time does the number 10 occur?
1:26 and 8 seconds,
Of what day?
8/12 of 2024.
And according to your forensic extraction, is that the last searches that she did?
Correct.
All right, I want to go to Megan's phone. And here I want to, what we looked at just barely in exhibit, sorry, what was it, 17? I think you made this distinction before that there's a difference between typing in a search in a web browser and then just kind of surfing the internet, right?
Yes, there's a difference.
How does surfing the internet appear, I guess without getting too technical for the jury, how does surfing the internet appear differently in an extraction versus like Googling something or searching for something in a browser?
So in a search, you'll see a value entered of what you searched. In just web browsing, you're going to see URLs. You're going to see where they're going to, what sites they're visiting, what they're looking at.
All right, did you do the same, did you look at both affirmative searches and then also internet surfing for Megan's phone?
Yes.
And I want to focus a little bit broader here on Megan's phone. Let's look through August 11th through the 13th. I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15. Let me know when you see that.
I can see it.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
That is web history for, I believe this is Megan's phone.
And when you say web history, is that surfing the internet or is that searches?
It will include some searches, but primarily surfing the internet.
Is this a document you created based on your forensic extraction?
Yes.
State moves to admit Exhibit 15.
Mr. Williams,
Oh, no objection.
court receives states 15, wish to publish.
Yes. And this has many pages. I won't take you through all of them, but I'll focus on a few. Let's start at the top. So these columns are a little bit different than what we just looked at with Casey's phone. What do we see here generally?
So beginning from the left, you'll have the number, and then you'll have the title, caller, search, Google search. You'll have the URL that was navigated to. You'll have last visited time. And you'll have the source of what was used.
So for instance, here we see Chrome.
Yes.
And in number 1, what does it look like she's searching for?
It says and caller.
I'm going to take you through, like I said, there's many pages. We won't go through all of them with you, but the jury will have the ability to look through those.
Okay.
I want to take you down to number 63. First of all, I want to start with the date and time that this was looked at. Do you see number 63?
I do.
What's the date and time that this was looked at?
August 11th, 2024 at 6:22 and 10 seconds p.m.
And what is being looked at?
Allegiant cheap flights, airline tickets, vacay.
Go down to 64. Is that similar?
Yes.
All right, we'll go down to 74. What's the date and time of 74?
August 11th, 2024 at 7:19:08 seconds p.m.
And what is she looking for there?
All jewelry from Brian Anthony's.
I'll take you down to number 78. What's the date and time that she's looking at this?
August 11th, 2024 at 9:42 p.m. and 44 seconds.
And what is she looking at?
Antigua Bay, Anna Marie, Florida, or flannamarie.co.com.
All right, I'll show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 16. Let me know when you see that.
I can see it.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
This is searched items. This is from Meggan Sundwall's phone.
So different from surfing the internet, these are things that she would have actually typed in to search.
Typed or used a voice search.
Is this a document that you created based on your extraction?
Yes.
State moves to admit Exhibit 16.
Mr. Williams,
No objection.
court will receive state 16, wish to publish.
Yes. And we'll start again, this is multiple pages. I won't go through all of them with you, but we'll start at the, I'm sorry. Oh, there we go. I'll start at the top. Similar to the one we saw in Exhibit 15, what does number 1 indicate?
If the value is and color, the date is August 11th, 2024 at 1:52:29 p.m. The source is Chrome.
Let's scroll down a few pages. Sorry, let me stop you at number 8. What is being searched here?
Domino's,
And what's the time and date of that?
August 12th, 2024 at 1:09:51 p.m.
I'll scroll you down further. I'll stop you at number 13. What was Meggan searching then?
Freestyle light, how low can it go?
And what's the date and time of that?
August 12th, 2024 at 4:23:23 p.m.
Scroll down a few more. We'll stop at 13 and 14. Tell us what she's searching then.
Freestyle light, how low can it go? On August 12th, 2024 at 4:23:23 p.m.
And number 14, it looks like the same, even the same exact time. Why does that show up twice? If you know.
I would want to look, let me see here. Let's see if I can see real quick. I would need to look closer at it to give you a definitive answer.
Okay, we'll scroll down to, let's look at 15 and 16. So 15 seems similar.
Yes,
Style light, how low can it go? And here the time is slightly different, 8/12/2024, 4:23, and 39. We'll go down to 16. Or sorry, this is 15:1. What does that mean?
it could be a duplicate. It can recover data from 2 different locations and it can give you a duplicate. And it's just saying, hey, this is a duplicate.
I'll scroll you down further. Keep going. And then I'll stop on 19. What's the date and time of this search of Meggan's?
August 12th, 2024 at 4:25:48 p.m.
And what is she searching for?
Freestyle light, how low can it read?
All right, and then I'll stop you there. We can take down the exhibit. The jury will be able to look through that in their deliberations. Are you aware what freestyle light is?
I am.
What is that?
It is a glucose meter that checks your blood sugar levels.
All right, before you mentioned something about a message with a heart and how you determined when, in your opinion, in your professional opinion, things were deleted. I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 40. Do you recognize this? Sorry, Chelsea, if you could scroll down.
Yes,
And what is this?
this is text communication.
Is this part of something that you extracted from
Yes, it would have been.
State moves to admit Exhibit 40?
Yeah, can I just make a connection with the subject we've asked before? No objection.
Court receives states 40, wish to publish.
Yes. So here, what do we see in the green? I guess, is this the format that the text messages come in when they're extracted from using Cellbrite?
No,
How do we get this formatting?
it mimics your phone. It gives you a conversation view like you would see on your phone. It's more pleasant to look at than the raw data and the columns or rows.
So the conversion into something that's more pleasant to look at, is that something that you do or that Cellbrite does?
Cellbrite does it, but I put the input in to make it do it.
What do we see in the green bubble here?
A message from Casey to Meggan Sundwall.
And it says, and fairness, we don't have the full context, right? We only have 2 messages here.
Yes.
But in part, she says, like I said, if anything happens, I wrote that sign in case they change nurses and I'm out of it. So if you don't hear from me, you will hear from someone, maybe even Masteller. He has your number and knows that you're my person to call. What's the date on that message?
The date is 4/5 of 2024 at 12:58 and 38 seconds p.m.
What's the blue message we see below that?
That one is from Meggan.
And it says loved, and then it starts to quote the message that I just read. Is that fair?
Yes.
What does that loved mean?
So when you click on a message that somebody sent you like and you want to add an emoji to it, pretty much that.
So in this format, it won't just show the heart or the thumbs up or whatever emoji. It actually makes it look like there's, it puts it there like it's an additional message.
It would attach a heart to it, yes. So data would be logged about it.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 41. We can scroll down a bit. Let me know when you see that.
I can see it.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
That is when it was removed on Megan's phone. The heart was removed from that message.
All right. So this is part of the extraction that you performed. Is
Yes.
that fair?
Yes.
State moves to admit Exhibit 41.
Williams,
No objection.
court receives states 41, may be published.
So here we're seeing the same conversation that we just looked at in reverse, though. The first message is in blue instead of green. Does that help us determine what phone 41 is versus Exhibit 40? Does that question make sense?
Kind of, but no.
I guess, do you know what phone this is from?
Just from this view, no. I wouldn't want to answer that conclusively.
Okay, fair enough. So if we look up at the top here, we see Meggan Sundwall is listed as the owner, and then Casey Girl is a number below that. Does that help you determine
That
what
helps
phone?
me much, yes. That's,
And whose phone is this?
it's identified as Megan's phone.
So the blue bubble we're seeing is from Casey. You see that at the top,
Yes.
and it's as fair to say it's the same message we looked at in Exhibit 40.
Yes.
The green bubble below What do we see here?
The heart was removed from that message.
And do you see, sorry, the original message, let's go back up to the blue bubble. What date was that on?
4/5 of 2024 at 12:58 and 38 seconds p.m.
And then if we go down to the green, it says removed a heart from I will, like I said, if anything happens. What date do we see in that bubble?
August 17th, 2024 at 2:03 and 18 seconds a.m.
What, if anything, does that date and time signify to you?
Modifications were made to messages on that date and time.
What do you mean by modifications?
A heart was removed.
Do you recall if this message in total was present on Meggan's phone?
The entire message?
Yes.
I don't believe I saw the entire message. That was on Casey's phone. I saw the entire message.
So that would signify to you that I guess anything more than a heart was deleted? Are you able to tell whether the entire message was, if this was one of the messages that was deleted?
From this view, it's hard to say that.
But fair to say the phone was manipulated, something was, the heart was at least removed on August 17th, 2024.
Yes.
I'm ready to pass the witness.
Thank you. We've been going with the jury for a couple hours now. We're going to take a morning break. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. You can step down. Counsel, as to Exhibit F, the Jorgensen video, defense was using that for illustrative purposes. The state wanted to offer that. Where are we at?
Can we have some time to contemplate that and review it for anything that was of concern audibly?
Certainly.
Because we, of course, didn't include the audio because it could have hearsay statements in it.
I don't have any objection to admitting it without the audio.
We don't have any way to do that.
We'll come back and address that. There's got to be a way to
I believe we do, our paralegals indicated
sort
that
that out.
there is.
Okay.
Okay, we'll come back and address that.
I don't know why I made any affirmative statement about the ability to do anything.
What about Exhibit G? Defense's Exhibit G, photo of the meds in the closet. Did you intend on offering that?
Yes, and I mean, I'd offer it now, but the state doesn't have an objection, but the witness ultimately said he didn't remember seeing it, so I didn't feel like I could lay the foundation, so I certainly will be able to through Detective Barton.
So we'll hold off on that then. All right. Thanks, brother. Okay, let's come back at 5 after, thereabouts. Thank you.
All right.
They taking a 30-minute break. Did y'all just see the same thing I saw? Okay, Susie, here I go. Let me give it to you. Okay. So for this case here, I know that what the news and the media portrays the case to be, as if what the media portrays the case to be. Sorry, coming in hot. But what we have saw so far in this case, guys, is an opening statement from each party. The opening statements, what they're saying is that the prosecutors are basically saying Meggan, who's on trial, I blew everybody's ears out. Well, he said 5 after, and it's like 10:26. So when he say 5 after, isn't that about 30 minutes? Is that 11:05? I have no clue. Yeah, that's a weird way of spelling Meggan. But anyway, anywho. So I'm gonna give you the breakdown of what we're looking at here. So prosecutors are alleging that Meggan, with 2 G's, she was planning to unalive her friend Casey, with 2 E's, for her life insurance policy of $1.5 million. Now, the problem becomes this. We heard from mom and dad of Meggan with two G's. They both took the stand last Friday. Both of them got up on the stand and they explained how Casey with 2 E's was always complaining and saying that she wanted to unalive herself. Beyond that, Casey had everybody believing that she had cancer. Casey also had everybody believing that she was on hospice, to the degree that she would have hospice, allegedly, nurses contact different people saying that she was in hospice to support her thing. Then we found out Casey with 2 E's is also an addict, allegedly. She was always doctor shopping to get more pain meds. We also learned Casey with 2 E's was contemplating doing a suicide. We also know that Casey with 2 E's said that she had a DNR when she did not have a DNR. We also learned that Casey with 2 E's was an emotional vampire. We also learned Casey with 2 E's was a thief. She was stealing from her grandparents. So who goes to show that Casey with 2 E's didn't convince Meggan with 2 G's that all this stuff was in the realm, and Meggan with 2 G's just sat there like this while she was dying because she thought her friend Casey with 2 E's had a DNR. But she didn't know Casey with 2 E's was up there lying about all of this stuff. I mean, Casey with 2 E's sister got up on the stand, and she still to this day believes that her sister had cancer, as far as I'm concerned. But Casey with 2 E's also convinced everybody that Meggan with 2 G's tried to unalive her in 2020 by giving her insulin. So she moved out of Meggan's house with 2 G's and moved in with the grandparents that she claimed that abused her. But she moved in with them. I mean, she had everybody so convinced about all of this stuff that the uncle came back to live with the family because he knew his mom was a diabetic type 1, where it was like completely out of control. Then his dad was trying to take care of the mom. Then the uncle was in the house. He had diabetes type 1. He had just passed away. Then the uncle Mark that was on the stand that actually found her, he had diabetes type 1, and he decided to move back up there. But what's the funny part is I actually believe Meggan with 2 G's parents, when they got up on the stand and they said Mark only called Casey with 2 E's sister because he didn't want her dying in that house. He didn't want her dying in the house. Yes, yes. So my problem is that if Casey with 2 E's, it's like she out here calling wolf on all this stuff. Because I'm telling you, pretty, if me and you are in the same household and we are talking and you say, Sweet Pea, I have a DNR. Why wouldn't I believe you? So yeah, when you sitting up there and you waddling all over the floor and flipping all out like a damn fish, I'm gonna be looking like, all right, okay. And that's what Meggan with 2 G's did. You know, this lady, she was so foul with it that she was having people pray over her. As much as she know that these people and their beliefs in regards to their Mormon community and how they do with their prayers, like she actually had these people praying over her for illnesses that she didn't even have. But it depends on what kind of nurse she is. I haven't figured out what kind of nurse Meggan with 2 G's is. So if Meggan with 2 G's is some type of nurse, she should know that saline can go in the port. So she wouldn't need to Google it. So what type of nurse is it? Because there's levels to this nurse stuff. Don't be an STNA talking about you a nurse. You know, they put titles on people to make things fascinating, make things glorified. It got to be salacious for the media. So I don't know if she a STNA nurse, a CNA nurse, a XTA nurse, a real nurse, a RN nurse. Is she a nurse practitioner? What type of nurse is she? Because a normal nurse that actually like a RN, they probably know how to administer medicine and they wouldn't have to Google saline. So that's what I'm saying. So how can you really say it was insulin available to Casey with 2 E's all the time? We know she was an addict. We know she was still in front of grandparents. Like she had more of a reason to go ahead and commit this suicide than anybody offering her. She a nurse with 2 N's. You say, I'm a nurse, I work in the hospital. Like, I'm so close to being the Yeah, see, me, I guess I would not ask. I would take you for my word, for your word for it. And they even had, and the defense was able to get the officer or the doctor. Let me rephrase that. They got the doctor to admit that it was nothing, you know, like if his best friend, they did a hypothetical. They was like, if your best friend or somebody told you that they had a DNR, would you trust their word for it? And even the doctor kind of like admitted, or he was the ME that testified last week. So I really think you said you think Meggan with 2 G's got tired of listening to Casey with 2 E's. That may be very true, because what I can tell you is that, and I think they more or less trying to get this. I don't know if they have assisted suicide on this or not. We have to look at the charges again. But you know, it reminded me of, you know, our one girl that was in Carter. I think it was Michelle Carter who told the boy, get in the car, get in the car, get in the car right now. Don't you get out that car. You make sure that you do this today. Do it right now. You plug that thing up into the car. Don't you call nobody. Don't you do nothing. Don't you unlock that door. Don't you blow the horn. You make sure you do it, damn it. I'm tired of hearing you talk about you do it. You be like Nike and get it done. And that was because she wanted to seek attention on the other side and be the grieving girlfriend or friend or whatever he was. But she was, and they got her for assisting and convincing somebody. I'm like, dang, you ain't even got to be there now. You just convince a person. Yeah, I'm going to convince you. That's messed up. Yeah, I think she fought it. I don't know if it got overturned or not, but she was only like, she had things going on mentally with her, far as I knew too. But yeah, I was like, dang. But the thing is that people, you know, that like in this situation, I think that, you know, they just be begging for it, and you can't want nobody to want it. I really think she did this to herself. Like, unless they come in and they show me that there is an insulin pen tested with Meggan with 2 G's DNA on it or something like that, I'm not gonna believe it. And I may not even believe it then, y'all, because she might have been just trying to help a friend. Like, for all we know, Meggan with Casey with 2 E's could have been telling Meggan with 2 G's that she had diabetes. I don't know what this girl done told her, because she done weaved all these lies. I mean, what if Meggan with 2 G's, she believed she had a DNR? That's why when her sister called and talk about Meggan with 2 G's trying to kill her, she like, well, you know, she called her back like, she had no reason to call her back. She called her back like, well, you know, your sister, she got a DNR, and it, you know, and her sister like, well, no, she don't have a DNR. You know, y'all better get out of the house. I'm gonna call the police because I know what you're trying to do. But what I can tell you guys, if Casey with 2 E's accused Meggan with 2 G's of trying to unalive her in 2020, Casey with 2 E's should not be friends with Meggan with 2 G's. Like, that should be over with. Like, I'm not about to be friends with Pretty if she tried to unalive me in 2020 with some insulin. Like, nah, I can't trust you. I gotta sleep with one eye open. Like, Casey with 2 E's wanted Meggan with 2 G's parents to be her parents. She wanted to be a part of something so bad. She even portrayed like her situation with her own family was so bad. Like, this is all I have to go to. So there's a lot of things that's going on. And even if I'm your sister and you tell me in 2020 that Meggan with 2 G's tried to unalive you, when you and her start talking again, I'm going to be questioning as your sister, hey, didn't you say that she was trying to unalive you? Why are you still hanging? Or what happened? What changed? What did you find out? That's what lets me know that Casey with 2 E's was not really close with her sister at all, because her sister would have been able to see but some stuff in between those, or would have been asking those questions. I know that her sister was on the stand last week, and we can revisit some of this testimony. She was on the stand, and Casey with 2 E's sister was on she basically said, look, I saw her body deteriorating. I was going to doctor's appointments with her. I saw these things, but maybe it must have been something else. Maybe it was the drugs, because we did find out she was a little addict, and her sister did not know that. It was like she was in denial. Yeah. Because they found out everything that they did find out. Like, to that day, she was thinking that she still had cancer. So, yeah, Casey with 2 E's created this perfect storm. And I almost feel sad that Meggan with 2 G's got to be sitting over here fighting for her life, because Casey with 2 C's was running around here being a bona fide habitual damn liar. And it's so sad, because we never really want to talk about victims. And if she was unalive, and she was, you know, if they find out that Meggan with 2 G's is guilty, I mean, it's hard to feel bad for somebody that's creating all these perfect storms. And even with the text messages, I mean, after my friend is telling me they want to off themselves, yeah, I may be a bad friend, and I might say, just go ahead and do it. It's so many more beautiful things on the other side, depending on where you at with your religion. It's so many more beautiful things on the other side of this world. You owe your grandparents. You got all these health issues. You got cancer. You're on hospice. You got 1 kidney. You got a damn port. You got all these problems. Yeah, it might be better for you to go ahead and turn the other cheek. I don't know. Now, she may be guilty of being a bad friend and not supporting her, but that don't make it mean that she murdered her. Right, but and that's what I'm saying. That Meggan with 2 G's was a little stronger than you, pretty, because she was like, okay, go ahead and go to the other side. I'm gonna have my dad come pray over you, give you these blessings. She kept asking for blessings to be released off into, the world. So, the other world. So, I mean, this is something that she wanted. So, yeah, Meggan said right there, probably checking her blood sugar. I don't know if she has an automatic thing or what it is that she may have, because some people had a little automatic, but she wasn't a diabetic, so she probably didn't have an automatic thing. So maybe Meggan, I don't know what she was testing her blood sugar on. We have to find out. But they said Meggan with 2 G's was testing her blood sugar. She did it over 19 times over the thing. So Meggan with 2 G's was probably just testing it, like, you about to go be where you wanted to be. I'm not going to stop this transition. You said you have a DNR. I'm going to let you go. And I am going to call who she wanted. Casey with 2 E's wanted Meggan with 2 G's parents. Because she told Meggan with 2 G's parents that she didn't want to die alone. So Meggan with 2 G's called her family. No, they didn't call any additional family, because remember, Meggan with 2 G's family only knows that Casey with 2 E's family does not like her. Her family abuses her. Her family is all these bad things. So why would Meggan with 2 G's parents even think about why she doesn't have any family there, or let's call some family? When we started this case, I could never understand why Meggan with 2 G's parents was there. But now I know why, because they were like parents to Casey with 2 E's. That's what she wanted them to be. So all her pictures. You said she need to go to jail. Why? I just don't think she did. I don't think she did it. I think it's too much reasonable doubt to say she gave her this deadly dose. I mean, good grief. It's almost like our case that we had. Yeah, it's just too much reasonable doubt. I just don't. And the news people portrayed it like it was something different. They didn't tell us that Casey with 2 E's was running around here telling everybody she had cancer, she was on hospice, she had all of these health issues. They wasn't saying that. They was just making it like her friend just gave her some insulin and told her to go in La La Land because she wanted $1.5 million. Like, that's stupid to me right there, because you cannot be my best friend, have 1 kidney, and tell me that you got a policy for $1.5 million. Like, ain't nobody giving you no damn policy for no $1.5 million. Who doing that? Ain't nobody giving nobody, like, ain't nobody giving nobody with no health issues no $1.5 million unless you paying out of your I don't know if she did it. I don't know. They better show me her DNA on it. I don't know. And even with her DNA on it, I don't even know if I'm gonna believe it. They said Meggan thought she was the beneficiary, but remember, as the Casey with 2 E's had issues with her uncle Mark about him wanting her unalive for her money, for her life insurance policy, this life insurance policy that she never even had. That's right. It ain't even no policy. Wasn't nobody giving her no $1.5 million. I'm telling you, if if you had one kidney, you said, look, I got $1.5 million policy and you the beneficiary. I don't know if I would have to really like see it. You got to show me the paperwork. Because typically if you got certain issues that may with your lifespan may reduce the time that you might be on this earth, ain't no insurance company giving you $1.5 million. That's like a setup. And then second of all, your fault, stupid, at why are you leaving $1.5 million to anybody? Why are you even telling anybody you got $1.5 million? You are definitely worth more unalive than you are here. Like, who does that? I don't even understand that stupid stuff. Look, my spouse got to make sure I'm here, because if not, it's all going to sink. You know. Like, no, you're not about to off me. And then you about to get rich and be with your new bitch? Oh, no. No way, no how. Maybe to the kids, but you going to leave them to your best friend? She get the 1.5? Hell to the no. Like, you better off stinking. Shit. Who doing that? Ain't nobody doing that mess. Yeah, and it's like, even when you do it, like, you don't have to tell them. Like, you can even leave a policy for so much, right? But I don't know if they particularly gotta know how much it's for. Like, that's like setting yourself up for a woo-woo. That's setting yourself up. People need money out here. Yeah, Casey with 2 E's kept telling Meggan with 2 G's that she was the beneficiary. But my thing is like, who leaving $1.5 million to a friend, right? To a friend that you allegedly said tried to unalive you 4 years prior. That don't even make good sense. I don't think anybody knew Casey was a liar. SD, they all got up on the stand and they believed everything they said. So what would be Meggan with 2 G's motive other than to help her friend, which was stupid? But somebody said they heard Meggan with 2 G's say she not dying fast enough for her. Bruh, she used that needle. Well, who she tell that she not dying fast enough? You talking about in the text message, maybe? I know Drunky said the text messages is what's gonna really turn the tables for us. And I need to see them, but depending on what the text message is, I could spin that. Like, shit. Yeah, well, she told me I was a beneficiary. She told me she was going to offer herself. She taking too long. Just do it already, like Nike. Instead of blocking her pretty, like you would block her, she was just telling people, like, I wish she would just go ahead and do it because she getting on my nerves. Just do it. She just didn't block her. She should have blocked her. I don't think she said that when she was in there. Who would testify to that? Because remember, in the room, Pretty Brown, with Meggan with 2 G's, was Meggan's parents in the room. Meggan's parents didn't testify to anything like that. You know what Meggan's mom said? Nothing looked different than when we went out on a vacation to Florida. She was snoring very loud. Let me add to that Casey with 2 E's always snored like that. She snored like that when we were in Florida, and I barely got any sleep. So they didn't think anything was out of the ordinary. You know what mom and dad did? They sat right there with Meggan with 2 G's and just watched. I couldn't imagine how 3 adults was sitting there just watching. But the reason why mom and dad was just sitting there watching, because Casey with 2 E's had been running around telling everybody even Megan with 2G's family, that she had a DNR. So Megan with 2G's parents came over there, they crossed their legs, they got a crossword book puzzle, and they just watched. They just sat there and watched. So when the uncle come down, like, what's going on with her? They like, shit, nothing. She going over there to the Never Never Land. He like, oh, she not about to die in my house. He doesn't call 911. You know who he calls? He calls the sister. Like, you got to get her out of here because she can't die in this house. That's what he called and said. He didn't call 911. What you calling the sister for? You should have been calling 911. I've been looking for you. I've been looking for you. Did you see my message that I sent you, Tanya? I sent you a message on Discord. I'm so glad you came in, even if you come in here and popping, because I sure sent you a message because I was getting worried. I was like, I'm doing a welfare check. I'm be having people come. Y'all don't give me y'all address. Please don't give me y'all home address because I'll be sending people out here to look for y'all. If y'all out here cheating is one thing, because y'all know y'all be trying to treat me like a side chick every once in a while. If you out here cheating, that's one thing. Just tap in and say, Sweet Pea, I'm cheating on you. You ain't got what I need right now, so I got to go up here and get it for somebody else. That's what happens sometimes. Every now and again, we got to have a little bit of variety. I get it. But when you gone for weeks on a time, I'm looking for you. Oh, look at my book. Oh, thank you so much, Taya. She's in and out, take care of things. I'm like, I ain't seen her now. I'm feeling some type of way about this. I got the message in her on Discord yesterday. Thank you so much. Thank you. But some people be out here cheating on me and they don't even want to tap in. I'm like, oh, okay. I don't know. After so many weeks, I'm like, okay, so I got to hear something from somebody. Thank you. Yeah, I'll be out here checking in. I'm so glad. Are you doing better? She know I love her. Yeah, I'm like, Ani, did you get my message on Discord? I did not see your message, but we'll look at it. Yeah, I surely did. So that tell you how things work out, Tanya. Like, you didn't even see my message. But you, the waves must have been sent to you to tell you, hey, somebody looking for you. Tap in. I surely did. Sent it to you yesterday. It was the waves. Because they knew my heart. Like, I be worried when I don't see people that I see all the time. So it was definitely the waves. And I ain't seen you out here on these YouTube streets when I be out here tricking. I'm like, let me send her a message on Discord. Wait a minute, what's going on? Sent it to you yesterday. Surely did. I sure did. Yep, I think I even sent it in our main chat. I was like, I did a private chat and in the main chat. Because I was like, where's she at? But I'm so glad that you're here. I'm so glad that you came. I tell you, the way things work sometimes brings tears to my eyes because I know how things work sometimes. So yeah, we have to. Like, I'm good if you out there cheating. I just want to make sure that you're okay. You know, I'd rather you not be cheating, but you know, sometimes I know I gotta be the side chick. Shit, everybody gotta play the side chick role every once in a while. It is what it is. Just come tap in, like come play tag with me. Well, thank you so very, very much. I'm so glad to see you. Okay, guys. Well, we are going to go ahead. I'm gonna get us back into this testimony of this man with these text messages. Oh God, I'm so glad to hear that. Yeah, that's what I want. I want to be your main chick. All this other stuff, y'all can, yeah. I be trying. Y'all can side chick me sometimes. Like, cause some people I'll be out here in these streets and I'll be seeing people out here in these streets and we'll chop it up. And that is fine with me. Like, we all like the same things, right? And the way I deliver it may be different from way, maybe somebody else deliver it. And it's okay. I just be worried when people be gone for so long. I'm like, okay, well, what happened? What happened there? Like, I was just talking to that person. They had left. They gone. Where'd they go? That reminds me, like, when I think of Birdie. I don't know. I didn't emailed her and everything, and I ain't heard nothing back. And I ain't even seen her out here. And she really enjoyed what she was doing for the channel, like research and stuff. And she was really good at it. And I know she was going through some health stuff in and out of the hospital. And I've been emailing her and nothing. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're not cheating. That's always a plus. Yeah, on your Discord, I don't know how it looks when it sends a message. But yeah, I sent you a message. That's how I know God is good, because boy, oh boy, that had to be the way, especially if you didn't see it. Gosh, that's amazing when stuff like that happen. I hope so too. I don't know. To be honest, like, I don't know, because it was really a time where she was in and out of the hospital. So when I didn't see her, I really got the message in her. Like, like even with a Barb, like, I know that she got some stuff going on, but she'll pop in even to say hi and bye. It may be a week or so or something like that, but I know now she go 2 weeks and I don't see no signs of, then I'm probably gonna call her. I got her number, so I'll probably call her or something like that. But I don't have Birdie's number. All I got is her email address, because she was doing something for the channel. Because I wish I did have her another way of communicating with her or somebody, because I be want to know. It was Birdie. Yeah, she was coming in here a lot. I'm not doing that. Yeah, she would come in here and like, she was frequently coming over here, and then she kind of she was doing some stuff. The last thing that she was here for, Tilly. Why I'm calling her Birdie? Damn, I can't even get the name right. Don't get me together a pretty Tilly with the Tilly. Yup, Tilly. The last thing she was on was that Chicago case. I was trying to look for my phone, so my phone must be in another room, so I can look at my emails. But Tilly the Bird. Yeah, we was looking for you for the verdict. I'm like, now where's she at? Now she out here lost in the street somewhere. I knew Marilda had went to sleep. I sent her a message, but I'm like, now where is Susie at? And now she lost. And Lynn. I sent one out for you, her and Lynn, because I was trying to figure out where Lynn was at, because Lynn the one that told us. But Lynn admitted she was out here cheating in these streets. She said she was out here cheating. We was over here watching Afro Man, and she was out there cheating. Oh boy. But no love lost. Here we go, guys. I want to go in. Let's go ahead and get back into our courtroom feed. I gotta go. I'm gonna go get my phone. I must have left it in the other room. Thank you once again, Tanya. Thank you so much. And let's go ahead and get into this trial here. I think she must be out on parole. I don't know. I wonder if she in custody. Can we find out if she in custody or not? Because she don't look like she in custody. She look like she walked through the door by her, like kind of by herself, right? Like she went to go have lunch. Y'all think she in jail? I don't think she in jail. We need to find out if she in custody or not. Thanks, pretty. Yeah, I don't know if she in custody or not. You understand? Oh my goodness, I can't wait to go see that. Oh, wow. Guys, in that case will probably be over today, I'm assuming. I cannot wait until we get over there into that trial and you saying he is on the stand. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. We may have to replay all from yesterday till today because this shouldn't take us that long to get through it. Yesterday's testimony was only an hour and a half. We can do an hour and a half yesterday and go into today because if he on the stand, they must be in the defense case. That is going to be a good watch for us later. Wow, I can't wait. That's going to be a good watch for us later today. Okay, let us get through this so we can get over there. Oh my, he on the stand. Thank you for that info, Earl. That just made my day even more. Like this day couldn't get any greater.
We're going to go back on the record on case 251-401-132 State of Utah versus Sundwall.
Can I have just one moment? I'm sorry.
You bet. We can have the witness come back up. Mr. Seitzinger, I will remind you, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
All right, sorry, we're doing. I think that we should have used you to get ready for this. So, I did not. I want to talk a little bit about your job, your role, and your employment. By the way, okay, so excuse me if I go sergeant special agent, but I think I'll stick with special agent. Isn't that because all of the employees for the Utah County Attorney's Office, titles got changed from whatever sergeant, lieutenant, et cetera, to special agents?
I'm not sure on the entire county. I just know for our office. I don't know that the other lieutenants and sergeants were changed to special agent. That doesn't sound right.
When you say our office, you mean the Utah County Attorney's Office, right?
Yes.
Because you work in-house at the Utah County Attorney's Office.
Yes, sir.
For the prosecutors here, what I mean is as support for the prosecutor's office.
Yes.
And I just want to make sure because sometimes we hear about district attorneys and county attorneys. In this Utah County, they're called, the prosecuting entity is called the County Attorney's Office, right?
Yes.
Even though there's a civil division as well, right?
Yes.
All right, so I want to make sure, clarify that you work for the prosecuting arm or the county attorney's office, and we're talking about the work you've been doing with the prosecution division, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we've heard about Special Agent Richard Hales, right?
Yes.
He also works in this capacity that you work in, right?
Yes.
He's in the courtroom, right? Over here with the,
Yes.
I won't describe him, the handsome guy next to Sergeant, and that's Detective Farney that's next to him, right?
Yes.
These are the people that you worked with through the investigation.
Yes.
And as you indicated, you started that as early as 2 days after, on the 15th, 2 days, or is that 3 anyway, after Casey Terry was taken from the home, let's put it that way.
Yes. That's a fair assessment.
And I'm putting it that way because she ultimately didn't pass for a couple of days, so I'm not saying the day she died.
Yes.
All right. And you were available to Special Agent Hales for anything he would want, right?
Yes,
You had talked about this sort of, I think you said lockdown, but this separate area, but that's where Hales is too, right?
yeah, he's a few offices down from me.
And you did, he could come in and ask you, for instance, to pull certain, Celebrite downloads, right?
Yes,
What's interesting about these is they're called extraction reports, right?
yes,
An extraction report means you could go in and extract certain data from this bigger download of data, right?
you can compile it into a report, yes, in smaller forms.
Smaller forms.
Yes.
And I'm gonna try not to interrupt you, I'm sorry. And so, because the point is that when you take that phone and you put it, I think, is it called a TIFF file?
It can be.
It's this big, huge file that has all the information from the phone, correct?
I'm going to say zip file. I'm going to change it a little bit. Yes, yes, it is all the information that is available from an extraction
Okay.
in that file.
No way I'm gonna know the difference between a TIFF file and so use whatever terminology is appropriate
Okay,
and correct me at will.
okay,
But the point is this all this info on the phone's available to you.
yes, for the most
And-
part.
And it's an extraordinary amount of data these phones have these days, or let's focus on the 2024 August, but things haven't changed that much in terms of the data that's on these phones, right?
No,
For instance, I mean, you can get geolocation of where that phone has been at any given time, right?
generally speaking, yes, if they've given permissions to it.
You can get contacts, a list of the contacts the person had in their phone, right?
Yes,
You could go right and search and find out how many times anyone communicated with that contact.
yes, you could.
You could get, of course, any recordings that are on the phone, right?
Yes,
You have access to photographs, videos, and those things, correct?
yes,
This wide variety of information that you have at any time that you can keyword some searches and extract so that Hales, Special Agent Hales, could come over to you and say, hey, show me all the text messages between Casey Terry and Meggan Sundwall, right?
yes,
Then, and these are some examples we've seen. Then he could come say, hey, show me the search history for a Google Chrome browsing events of this day on Casey's phone, right?
yes,
Same thing for Megan's. These are these exhibits that the state has admitted, right?
yes,
But you could go back and do searches at other times if Sergeant Hales asked you to do.
Yeah.
And if Detective Farney did, right?
yes,
So since August 12th, 2024 till today, you are certainly available throughout this investigation to do those sorts of narrower searches through all this sorts of narrower data if you're asked, fair?
yes,
And it's not just them, is it? It's the prosecutors.
yes,
As a matter of fact, weren't you asked throughout this investigation at times to do things and asked by a prosecutor?
yes.
So, let's talk about real quick, so these searches that were in there and you were asked to go through and articulate some of the search information. Let's talk about the search that Meggan did for vacations. All right?
Okay.
Were you ever asked to go further back in the data and see whether that was a regular search that might indicate she had a vacation coming up with family?
I don't recall being that specific, no. To go back further than that, just to, I believe it was August 11th, I think was the date of that.
So but the point is that these exhibits that were put into evidence, they never went through and asked you in relation to any of the searches that Meggan did to go back and see if those searches occurred prior in time.
No.
Prior in time to the 11th. You were cut off at the 11th, right?
That's what I was asked.
So as far as we know, she had been doing searches on the 10th of August about vacations too, right?
We'd have to look.
And about jewelry.
We'd have to look.
Same goes for the exhibit that you were addressed with Casey Terry's phone and her search history, okay? That date was, do you remember what that date that exhibit starts at?
For case three, I believe it was 8/11 through 8/12.
Okay, so we've got this essentially 2 days that they ask you to compile a search history for, right?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Okay.
I'm so used to not talking to people. I'm gonna
Whichever attorney's up and asking you a question has to badger you on an answer out loud. So this time I got
Sounds
it.
good. I appreciate the reminder.
But then they went down, she had to read through some specific searches on Casey's phone, right?
Yes.
But no one ever took any of those specific entries and asked you to go see if Casey Terry had searched for that before the 11th, did they?
Correct.
I mean, they've never asked, strike that. Now, then we talked about this, the circumstances of deleting. And I just want to address that a little bit. Actually, before I do, I forgot to do this. You also do some other tasks. I mean, you're not just in that office, sitting at a desk, only doing forensic extractions of phones, right?
Yes, I am.
Really, you interviewed Lee.
Oh, yes, I did participate in that. Generally speaking, I'm in a lab. So.
And that's what I want to be clear. You're also available, for instance, in this case, you did interviews for this investigation, right?
Yes, I did.
You interviewed Lee Randall.
Yes, I did.
Detective Farney wasn't there, right?
No.
Special Agent Hales wasn't there, right?
No.
You interviewed Renee Randall, right?
Yes, I did.
Same answers. The detectives and the sergeant were there, or the special agent were there. Hales.
Hales wasn't there for that one. Special Agent Tishner was with me on both those.
Tishner, someone else.
Yes.
You don't. When they sent you out to interview, were you part of the recent interviews that were redone with Renee Randall?
I went out and she declined to be interviewed.
And she ultimately, we know in evidence, you weren't here in fairness of this trial, did get interviewed. She came back in and sat down for an interview. You didn't know that?
I think I did hear that.
I take it you weren't part of it.
No, I wasn't part of it.
So you weren't part of this recent interview of Renee and Lee.
Yes, I was not part of it.
All right, so you can be asked to go out and do other traditionally detective-oriented or investigator-oriented tasks, right?
Yes.
So for instance, they could have said, as to some search for a vacation, can you go back out and ask Lee and Renee whether they know about an upcoming vacation plans that might involve Meggan Sundwall, right?
Yes, we could do that.
But you never were.
No, I was never asked.
You also knew that Meggan Randall, throughout this early time especially, Meggan Sundwall, Meggan Randall Sundwall, was being spoken to by Detective Farney and Special Agent Hales, right?
Yes, early on, you're talking about that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because, I mean, this is back and forth in the office with Special Agent Hales and you especially, right?
Yes.
Because you're in the prosecuting office. And you're meeting with the prosecutors at that time too? And let me just focus on Ms. Thomas.
Maybe a couple of times, maybe.
I mean, Ms. Thomas was directly involved in meeting with the agents, right? Let's just ask about you because you might not know about
I
us.
think she was primarily talking to Detective Farney, but I was present with her.
There were times when you were looped in, but things were being asked of Ms. Thomas, prosecutor, and in this case, in this trial, about ideas about what to do and where to go with your investigative abilities, right?
I believe so.
And if she had asked you to do things, you'd have gone and done it, right?
Yeah.
So as you've talked about, the way you first learned that there were deleted messages, right?
Yes.
And the way you knew was on the 19th, it was, first of all, you had Casey's phone, right?
I believe I got her phone on the 19th or 20th.
Okay.
Casey's phone, I think. I'd have to look at my report to be specific.
And I don't know if the dates matter that much, but
Okay.
you got, and I'll see, and if so, you can look at a report. Because we, I think, got from from one of the exhibits, the consent to search that was signed by Meggan, that's exhibit 14, right?
Yes.
So Meggan consented for you to take her phone and look at it, right?
Yes, for specific things.
And for communication between she and Casey, right?
Yes, correct.
So when she signs the thing, presumably she knows that you're taking it to compare it to Casey Terry's text messages on her phone, right?
You could assume that.
Okay. I mean, and it doesn't take a genius to know that when you scroll through them side by side, you're going to see differences at that point, right?
Potentially.
So Megan's giving you a phone that it doesn't take a genius to know is going to show different and deleted text, right?
Potentially.
That's where they get to it, because then you ultimately said you took her phone again. I think it was the 20, you remember when it was?
Let's say
29th.
9/9 of, so September 9th.
Oh,
I think, I believe this is the second time I did it.
okay. And that's when you did the full download, right?
Yes, correct.
Now, you knew it, by 9/9, you knew that police had talked to Meggan Sundwall 3 different times, right?
I don't recall the number, but I knew that they had spoken with her.
And had addressed the deleting of texts.
Yes, I believe I do recall a conversation about it.
And she admitted it, right?
I don't know, I wasn't there for that.
Have you ever been shown any of those interviews?
I don't believe I have.
To be
I was
fair,
working
shown.
a couple other homicides, so I'm pretty busy. I don't have a ton of time to spend on their portion.
I get you. I'm pretty busy too. Do you think this is a pretty important case today?
I do.
So I'm going to try to still ask you questions, even though if your answer is you were busy and you don't remember, then feel free to give it. But back to that question, you're not sure. And I had said whether you had seen interviews with Meggan Sundwall, and I want to be fair. Are you aware that only one interview was recorded on body camera?
I believe I was aware that it was recorded on body camera.
I'm wrong about that. One interview was that when Meggan came down to ask questions of the police officers at the county attorney's office, right? Do you remember that?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. He's already stated that he wasn't present for this and doesn't remember being shown it, hasn't reviewed it. I don't think he's the proper witness to ask these questions.
It's interesting. I think he just said he thought he remembered seeing a video recording.
Overruled, he can respond.
So I didn't see the video recording. I was told that they used a body cam to record it.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll move on that. Can I just 1 second to check on? All right, I thought we had set this up, so I'm going to apologize to everybody while I swap computers with a person a lot smarter than I am. Not saying that's a very narrow field. I want to ask you to go through some information with me. With regard to these phones, talked about all this information. Excuse me, you're also not aware of how much I've been clearing my throat.
Same thing.
I'll give you a second too.
Thank you.
For the benefit of everyone, I'm gonna take another try. All right. One category of information, can you see something on your screen?
Yes.
This is gonna probably help. One category of information you can get from these phones is you can see when they moved, can't you?
Yes,
There's an accelerometer feature, is that right?
yes,
So if I pick up my phone, and I move my phone over here, it's storing that data, right?
it's likely,
When I did it, right?
possibly,
How far I moved it, right?
very possible.
And that's true even if I didn't even turn it on. I didn't even have a screen display come on. It's still going to record that, right?
Very possible.
So one thing that's interesting is that we get to know how far phones move. Now, it doesn't tell us who moved them, right?
Right.
The other thing you get to know, if you look for it, is there. It came on. My phone just came on, right?
Yes,
Sure, it's on. Right, show everybody. That's a screen display coming on, right?
yes,
Apparently because it got in front of my face, right?
quite possible.
Probably, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean I unlocked the phone. I mean, sorry, that information is display on and off when you see the data on a extraction report.
Yes, it can be found.
Then if I actually purposefully, so I want to be careful. If my phone came on because I had a notification ping to it, then it would be display on and off, right?
I want to research that a little further.
Okay, if you don't know, you don't know. However, then there is information that is also lock and unlock, right?
Yes,
So that is when I actually open the phone, either by doing something manual or my face, if that's how I turn it on. And I think the only other thing with an iPhone is the thumbprint, right?
could be.
You're aware that the phone that Casey Terry had was opened by facial recognition?
It's possible.
Now, obviously, also, I forgot PIN. You could put a PIN in, right?
Yes, you can put it in.
And that's how you would get a lock and unlock notification on the phone, right?
Yes, if it's locked or unlocked.
So we can get a lot of information about whether a phone moved and whether when it did, a person was locking and unlocking it from running through an extraction report, right?
You'd get a lot of information, yes, yeah, and stuff like that.
So did the government ever ask you to find out what Casey Terry was doing on the 12th? What Casey Terry's phone was doing on the 12th?
That question specifically, I don't recall that specific. It was more narrow than that.
All right, I'm going to show you, well, you've got it on your screen. Does this look like an extraction report?
It does.
And this is like the report that would have the sort of information that I was just talking about on it?
It does.
And I've highlighted some on this. Plugged in, I didn't cover that. If a phone's plugged in to charge, then it'll even say that, right?
Yes,
So you can learn when it was plugged in and how long it was plugged in for. It's, I suppose you can learn how far it was charged, not from this report, but you could, right?
it logs a lot of information, potentially, yes.
So I want to do this then with you. I'm going to seek to publish for illustrative purposes the extraction report that begins at 7 o'clock a.m. on Casey Terry's phone on August 12th, 2024.
Thank you. Publish.
Let's do some investigation. Again, I'm sorry in advance. It sounds like you were never asked to do this investigation by the government. I'm highlighting it here. I promised I'd start at 7 o'clock. Looks like it was plugged in and you have that status, right?
Yes, appears to be.
And I've highlighted things because there's so much information, you really got to cover lots of pages to get to it, right?
Tens of thousands.
I'm going to scroll down. It's not scrolling further. Well, I'm using your page down. Can I do it here? It ends at the first page. not my computer, sorry. So we're gonna scroll down here and it looks like we can see the device gets unlocked and locked, right?
Yes.
Locked, locked and unlocked, locked and unlocked. That's the sort of activity that the user has to make happen.
Yes, it would take input of some type.
Again, I'm scrolling down through here. We see lots of locked and unlocked activity indicating the user is engaging the device, right?
Appears to be.
Still going down. Going to the next page. Going to the next page. Going. All this activity is that I've highlighted is locked and unlocked, right?
Yes, in the yellow.
Yeah, in the yellow. Reason I wanted, maybe I should really quick. All this stuff happening in those left-hand columns. Sometimes there'll be a whole string of indications that like Gmail was in action with the phone, right? But they'll all be in the same second, right?
Can be.
That's because it is just happening automatically from the Gmail site, right?
Yes, we're very fast with our phones.
There's lots of stuff happening on our phones that we don't even apparently know about necessarily. Going down all through this day. We're still on at the 7 o'clock hour. Sorry, we had to put this in pages that I'm going through quickly. We're seeing locked and unlocked.
I think that's the same page that we're seeing.
We are?
It looks like it.
How do I go to the next page, Marissa? Thank you, Judge. All right. Thank you, Your Honor, for saving us. All right, it's back up in a way that I think I can scroll. We had this plugged in device status that we started with, at 7 a.m., right?
Yes, that's the top one.
And this is what it's still not doing it. Let's see if I can do it with this.
You can have your
There.
investigator come up and help.
It looks like if I go over here, I can click and scroll. So you can scroll from that. Over here. I don't see the bottom right. So I'm just gonna scroll by clicking one at a time. Locked and unlocked. Now we are moving through the day, right?
Yes, appears to be the.
All right. This is what I meant to do. Or I promise there's a point. Scroll down through the day. Boom. Right here in purple is the end of the 7 o'clock hour, right?
Yes.
Now the phone automatically tells you how far it traveled according to the accelerometer, right?
It does.
So according to the accelerometer, how far did this phone travel in the 7 o'clock hour?
In the 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock?
Well, this is 8, so it's reporting how far it traveled in the 7 o'clock hour, isn't it? All the time in front of it. It can't know what it's about to do. This is evidence about what in the from 7 o'clock a.m. to 8 a.m., how far the phone traveled, right?
I would need to see more data to answer that.
Why?
Well, because it says 8 o'clock.
But at every hour, you don't know that at every hour, the phone tells you what it did the previous hour?
With all the data, absolutely, I know. But
Okay.
with this data, I'm gonna say no.
So you aren't comfortable testifying that the data here in the purple tells us that the phone moved in the 7 o'clock hour?
If you could show where it's showing from 7 o'clock moving that distance, then I could substantiate that maybe, but not just based off this.
Okay. At some point, can we just agree for now that at some point, 8 o'clock, it said the phone traveled that distance?
That's what it's indicating.
Okay. Regardless of what it's relating to. So how far did it travel? If that's correct.
It gives us a distance traveled of 369.30.
369. So roughly 1,210 feet. Right?
If that's referencing meters, potentially, but I don't see a reference on it.
Doesn't reference feet, so I had to use my handy app on my phone. Do you have any reason to disagree that it's 1,210 feet in 369 meters?
I wouldn't say either way on it.
All right. And it also says a speed down here. I didn't highlight it, but this thing also tells you the fastest it went at any given time, whatever hour we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Do you agree as an expert with all the expertise you have in the field and such that that's about a walking speed, 0.85, 0.95?
I'm not an expert in walking speed, so I'm not going to answer that.
All right, but I'm not asking if you're an expert in walking speed. I'm going to ask you if you're an expert with all the things you told us about and what the data in a phone suggests about speed equaling about a walking speed.
0.85 would suggest it's a slow moving.
All right. So this phone moved around, locked and unlocked, and continued to travel. May do it for the next hour, 8 o'clock. We got some unlock and activity now at 8:45, right?
Appears to be.
Some lock and unlock at 8:50. 10 to 9, right?
Yes.
So now it looks like whoever's got the phone and has the ability to lock and unlock it is doing so. Agree?
Yes.
All right. 9 o'clock, this phone gives information again about distance traveled, right?
Yes.
With all the same caveats you said before
Yes.
about what hour that was in, how far did it travel?
It appears to be 237.77.
So another 800 feet, right? If my,
I would want specifics, like if it was if you could show me it was meters, then I would agree with you, but I just, under that measurement, it just has a square box, so I know I'm reluctant to say exact.
so you're not aware, as an expert, as you sit here today, what that distance traveled is recorded in?
With that data, are you? No, that doesn't make,
No, I'm not an expert.
well, it's a square box, that doesn't indicate anything to me, so.
Never
I
seen
don't know
anything
an
like
expert
that.
that would see anything any other way than that.
Never ever seen anything like that then. This is the sort of investigative information that's just new to you?
No, generally it has feet, meters, and it indicates what it is.
All right. Now we're gonna scroll down some more and see some unlocked and locked activity. Right, there's 944 locked and unlocked. Same thing for 9:52, right?
Yes.
And again through here. I think I did maybe missed another health box. There. Now we have what it says 11 o'clock. We have some more information that at 11 o'clock this information is being given again for distance travel, right?
Yes.
So for whatever hour that's speaking to, some movement of the phone and some activity locking and unlocking it by the phone user. Agreed?
I see the distance traveled. I don't see your highlights though.
You don't see the purple highlights?
On the distance traveled, yeah.
Yeah.
You said unlocked or unlocked?
Well, we had previously walked.
Oh,
through.
okay.
I'll just.
Talking about previous page?
So as we were going up here, see that activity?
Yes, I see that.
Fair enough, now we're back to the 11 o'clock hour. Now I'm going to scroll down and see if you see any more locked and unlocked until it's 11 o'clock. Locked and unlocked about noon,
Yes, that's what I see.
right? Locked and unlocked about nearly 1 o'clock PM. Agreed?
You moved too fast. If you want to go back out, I'll agree with you if I see it. Yeah, 112.
There's 112. I think I had you on the 11 o'clock hour, but here's noon. I think we already covered that, right? That distance,
If so.
it had moved. Going down through here, there's some lock and unlock at 112. User activity, right?
Yes.
It appears to be paging multiple times. Here's a whole bunch of looking at it and seeing locked and unlocked right around the 1:34 hour, right?
Yes.
1:38, locked and unlocked.
Yes.
All right. It seems to want to page down at a speed that I'm not able to do per page. We had already talked, there's like 1:38, then you've got this is just not gonna work, I really apologize, this was not how we planned it, obviously. Unlocked at 1:38.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah. At the end, can you make it go one page at a time, please, and stand everybody? Want to get to the data at the end of that hour. Oh, okay, this one we didn't get highlighted. Right, that's the point. reason we didn't highlight it. See the 2 o'clock health measurements again?
Yes, 2 o'clock even,
It looks like that phone did not get moved in that hour, did it?
does not appear so.
All right, so now we had a little bit more activity up till we saw 1:38, and then the phone didn't move, even though there was some locking and unlocking, right?
1:38 was the last I remember the unlock and lock. Is that what you're referencing?
Yeah.
Okay.
But at whatever happened in that hour with locking, unlocking, the phone didn't move.
Give me a time frame. That's too broad.
Well, we may have to present this to another expert if you don't know, but moving to the 3 o'clock hour. As we go through here, tell me if you see any locking or unlocking. You're not seeing any locking or unlocking action.
That's pretty fast, but it's not standing out to
Okay.
me.
And you would know, we just went through a lot of what it looks like, right?
Yes.
All right. 4 o'clock hour. We're on that the health metrics, right?
The application, the activity, yeah.
Right there, and we're talking like we had with the other hours, movement of the phone, right?
Yes,
Didn't move again.
doesn't appear to.
Didn't unlock or lock either, right?
Doesn't appear to.
Okay, I'm gonna stop there for the benefit of everybody instead of walking you through this. And what I might do is email this to you and you can have a chance to review and check me on anything that I've walked you through. Is that fair?
Okay.
And when all these hours end on the phone, to see whether or not it ever was used or ever moved after that 1:38 unlock, okay?
Is that the question you're asking me?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
what I'm gonna ask
okay,
you.
yeah,
To
I can
come
do
back and tell us if it did.
Okay.
So it's fair to characterize what I just arduously went through with complete ineptitude that
Tried.
I tried, thank you,
I'll give it
Special
to you.
Agent. Up until Megan got there, up until about 10, Casey's phone is moving around and it's getting used a lot, right?
Appears to be.
Then it's just not moving. Appears to be, right?
Yes,
And then at a certain point, not even being used at all.
yes.
You're aware that it was sat on by her bed on the shelf.
I believe somebody told me that.
Thank you for bearing with me on that. I appreciate it.
Redirect.
Yeah, just very briefly. You were asked about the travel, that apparently it looks like it logs every hour, but it doesn't give you a unit of measurement.
No, I didn't have a reference measurement.
So it could be meters, potentially feet. Could it maybe be inches, or maybe it doesn't even log inches?
Meters or feet would be more likely, or miles, or
So if-
maybe kilometers, depending on how they have it set.
Okay, so if a phone is moving just a few feet away, maybe it might not even be enough to log movement.
It may not be. I mean, I need to do a lot more research on just small movements.
As Mr. Williams was scrolling through kind of a lot of things that were happening on the phone, I saw, pages of Gmail things. Are those, if you had a chance to get a good look at those, are those like emails being received on the phone, or is that somebody affirmatively doing something on the phone?
It potentially could be. I need to look closer.
Okay, but a lot of the activity, fair to say, could be just notifications being received, emails being received,
Very
things
possible.
like that.
Yes.
I think Mr. Williams even said this, even if a phone is being unlocked or locked, we can't tell directly who's doing that.
No.
If someone knows somebody's PIN number, for instance, they can unlock or lock somebody's phone.
Yes.
If Casey had her phone set up through facial recognition, if it's held up to her face, it could unlock.
Yes.
If Casey had her like biometric where your thumbprint unlocks the phone, it could be used that way.
It could.
You were asked about search history that's available. If we went through all the search history on both these ladies' phones, we would probably be here all year. Is that fair to say?
We would be here a while, for sure.
So the prosecution asked you to narrow down on certain dates.
Yes.
All right, I think that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Williams?
Just to clarify a few things. Okay, I'm gonna send you what I used in court and invite you to come back and see if anything that was suggested was incorrect. But the point is, I just showed you one day, the day of essentially the day that Meggan spent the day with Casey Terry, just that one day, we just did it. Now, it didn't even take me 20 minutes. Did it? Maybe it did, but
You might have.
but certainly you could have done it real quick.
Yeah.
Had they just asked you, let's learn a little bit about what was going on before Meggan got to the house, right?
Yes, and to clarify, I did do search terms, so it's not like we just stayed on that day. That's
All right.
what I was asked to produce.
And this kind of evidence just wasn't asked to be reviewed, and I'm kind of catching you cold on it, sounds like. And that's, you want to double check because you want to be sure that things are correct.
I think every party here deserves that, yeah.
So if you'll come back and tell us whether that's meters or feet.
Would you be okay if I use more data to substantiate that?
You know, I'm going to leave it to the prosecution to decide if they want to clear anything up with you in that regard.
Okay.
Or we want to call witness who knows. But let's talk about this last part, because it's true. Someone could hold the phone up to my face and then they'd be unlocking it and locking it, right?
Yes.
And then presumably they could also be moving the phone around because, let's face it, we don't know who's doing the moving, right?
Correct.
Okay, but we just watched. Are you aware that Meggan didn't get to that house until just before 10 a.m.?
I'm not sure when she got there. I didn't establish that point of fact. So I would say that's my recalls that I was told was around that time.
Well, at any rate, that movement we were talking about, I specifically went over with you. We can tell from the phone all happened, with the exception of that short 77 period of movement. That all happened before 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay? So you're not suggesting.
If you say so.
She
I bought it
can
with
run
her.
over there and strike that. Nothing further.
Anything else?
No.
You can step down. It is now noon. We're going to take our lunch break right now. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on the subject of the trial. And it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is initially submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. Let's get you back here at 1 o'clock. And we'll get started soon thereafter, 1 o'clock. Thank you. Have a good lunch.
Jury.
Please be seated. Council, we're going to be back here at 1. We'll get going as soon as we can. Anything else we need to cover before we take a break?
Not that I can think of right now.
We good?
I think we're the Detective Barney, so we still have that outstanding issue of haven't had time before review in terms of the exhibit.
Then we just got to keep moving forward one way or another.
Now, I understand I'm objecting to them using it when it wasn't used at the preliminary hearing since we didn't get enough prior notice of these specific text message chains to investigate them.
And we've already established that you had them, albeit tens of thousands of them. You had them, you just didn't know what specific ones they were going to use. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you wanting a response?
Please.
Yeah, I would say that Mr. Williams has done a great job putting things into context so far. Obviously, the phone extraction data was voluminous, and he had the time to go through and find when and where the phone was moving. Since the preliminary hearing, he knew that texts were a huge pillar of the state's case and that they were heavily relied upon at the preliminary hearing. He did a wonderful job at the prelim, adding in texts he thought offered more context or, shed more favorable light on his client. I have every faith that he'll be able to do the same here. We're only using texts that have been available to him for just about a year now. There's certainly no restriction that the state has to rely on only the evidence presented at the preliminary hearing. Obviously, the court's aware of the lower burden associated with the preliminary hearing. And certainly the state always expected and I would guess Mr. Williams knew that our case would get larger at trial, and it has, but we're only using texts that have been available to Mr. Williams and whatever expert he wished to engage to go through before trial was set.
Thank you.
Just to make the record clear, I'm sorry, Judge. My basis for this objection is Rule 16 and due process.
Thank you. I'll have an oral ruling when we come back, but I'm anticipating on moving forward accordingly. The discovery's been exchanged. The parties have had access to documents. I understand. Feel it may be late in the game. We've had this trial set for some time. We've had these dates set for some time. I'll be back with a more definitive ruling for the record right after lunch. Thank you.
All rise.
So I don't think we have that long for lunch. Just so y'all aware, if he say 1 o'clock, this case is like all off. Like, don't nobody know nothing about nothing. And what they discussing is right now is that the state came to the judge last week and said, look, we need extra time. Like, we're going to have to keep the jury longer than what we thought. Can we please get an extra day? And the judge was like, well, no, I told them the 22nd or the 23rd. It was one of them days. And so the judge was like, besides, I got something else to do. And in Utah, they have like time frames that the jurors, like I don't know if they sit on different juries during like a 6-month period or a 3-month period. But the judge's like, well, I don't want it to run into their time frame either. So what happens is the judge figures out a way to get an extra day. The jury agrees to it. And now it looks like the state is still behind. The defense is about to be asking all types of questions of witnesses. I don't know if it's on purpose at this point in time or what. But yeah, it don't look like they plan this out well at all for this case here. Let's do this. Let's go back and let's listen to the sister's testimony, man. I tell you, we talk about a sister that don't know a sister. Or do y'all want to listen to the parents' testimony a little bit? Y'all put parents or sister in here. I mean, I done seen them twice. Hey, 1, 2, 3, grandma. Y'all let me know which one y'all would rather see. I mean, we won't be able to watch much of either because once they get back from lunch, I'm going to take us back in so we can make sure we can move to our next trial today. But I don't know if we should see which one we should see. Let me see whose testimony was the best starting out the gate. Let's do mom. So we're going to take a relook at mom's testimony, guys. And then this way, maybe some will understand like where I'm kind of like, I don't know. This girl, she was running around here telling all these stories to everybody. Let me get it up here on hers. Yeah, Dad's testimony was real good too. I think all three of their testimonies was really, really good to give you some insight on what they were dealing with, why they thought the things that they thought. And even though we got these text messages that's coming in, I do want to repeat, I do know we got these text messages. You heard the state, they said that their case heavily relies on the text messages. Hey Barb, how you doing? So when you talk about heavily, relies on these text messages, are we saying that the only thing that doomed this lady is the text messages? Gosh, she gonna feel like so much up to get convicted off of text messages. Not off the text messages. That can't work like that, can it? I guess it could. I hope not. Oh gosh. Okay, let me get this up here. We'll watch a little bit of mom's testimony and we'll kind of go from there.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Come on over here and have a seat on the stand. We appreciate you being here. The only thing I ask is you keep that mic in front of you if you want to pull that down so we can make a good record and we're all able to hear. If you wander at all, I will remind you. So if you can just keep that in front of you, that will help. Okay, thanks for being here. Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Would you tell us your name, please?
Renee Randall,
Would you spell both names for the record?
RANAE RANDALL.
And thank you for being here this morning. I apologize for.
Just pausing real quick. Chaos, I'm a research it and look it up, but I'm almost sure that was Megan's adoptive dad and maybe Casey, her adoptive father.
Address.
He's in Utah.
Are you a lifelong Utah resident?
I am.
Always in Utah County?
No, Salt Lake.
Originally?
Yes,
Okay. And then at some point moved down to Utah County?
yes.
How long have you been here? It's not a test if you don't remember.
I'm just trying to think. Oh, probably about 36 years.
Okay. And you are married to Lee Randall, who we just talked to, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And do you know Meggan Sundwall?
I do.
How do you know her?
She's my daughter.
Is she one of your only child, or do you have more than one?
She's the oldest of three.
Do you recognize her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you describe what she's wearing for the record again, please?
I see a black sweater.
The state would request identification of the defendant, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mother-daughter, describe your relationship with Meggan.
I would say that we are very close. We've gotten closer. She's gotten older. A few years in teenage years, we're teenagers, but we've been close.
Survived those teenage years and got closer as she got older. Yes. All right. Were you also acquainted with Casey Terry?
I was.
How did you get to know her?
She was my daughter's roommate.
Do you recall about the year that you met Casey?
It was probably about 2014.
And when you initially met her, was it as Megan's roommate, or did you know her in some capacity before that?
It's her roommate.
How did you understand them to have met each other?
To leave through work.
when you got to know Casey as Megan's roommate, where were they living?
In Lehigh, in an apartment.
Was it just the two of them?
Yes.
How long did that last?
It was probably a couple of years until Megan got married.
And what happened when Megan got married?
She moved in with her husband.
All right. Did Casey and Megan live together at any point after that?
Yes, Mitch and Megan let Casey come live with her when she was too sick to work or her family wouldn't let her come and live with them.
Okay, you referred to Mitch. Who was that?
Megan's husband.
And you said that Casey came and lived with Mitch and Megan when she got too sick. Do you recall about when that was?
It was probably about 2018.
How long did Casey live with Megan and Mitch?
I'm not sure if it was a year, year and a half, 2 years. I'm not sure.
All right, so nobody's going to pin you down to these dates, but approximately you think they lived together from about 2014 to 2016, and then again from 2018 to about 2020?
Possibly. I'm not sure it was that long, but
Okay, roughly
maybe 2019. I'm not sure.
2019 or 2020? Okay.
Yeah.
What brought about the end of, you said the first time they lived together, Megan moved out because she got married. What brought about the end of their living situation the last time they lived together?
Casey's grandparents finally allowed her to come live with them, this, from my understanding.
Your understanding was obtained from whom?
Casey.
Okay, so she told you that her grandparents were letting her come to live at their house,
Yes.
and that was in roughly 2019 or 2020. Did your family help her move to her grandparents' house?
No, we were out of town.
Where were you? What do you recall?
We're in Jackson, Wyoming.
Who was with you?
Megan and Mitch and their son Porter.
Where did Casey's grandparents live? Where did she move to?
Highland, Utah.
What kind of relationship did you have with Casey?
She called me her mom. Very close. She confided in me a lot.
Did you see Casey at times even without Megan being there? You said she confided in you. Was that in Megan's presence or just you and Casey?
There were a few times it was just me and Casey, but mostly it was when she was invited to dinner or when she came and spent time with our family, or it was probably more of our trip. And there wasn't a lot of just the two of us time.
Okay, you just mentioned our trip. What was that? What was the trip you're talking about?
Casey and Megan took me to Disney World for my 60th birthday
How long were you there?
week.
Did Megan pay for that?
They both did.
How did you get that information?
They gave it to me for my birthday.
Nice birthday gift. And so how did you arrive at the understanding that they both paid for the trip?
They wrote it in a card.
Okay. Were you aware of any plans for Megan to see Casey on August 12, 2024?
Yes, I was.
When did you learn that they had plans?
I know that, I don't know if it was 1 or 2 days before, Megan asked if my husband would be able to watch.
Did Megan contact you or contact your husband to arrange that? Okay, so you heard it through him.
Mhm.
All right. Was that a yes? Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. So 1 or 2 days before, did she give you an explanation of what their plans were?
She just hadn't seen Casey for a while, so they were to spend some time together.
Did you also have plans with Megan that day?
Yes.
What were your plans?
We were going to meet for dinner because her son was going to be starting kindergarten. So we were celebration of his starting school.
Was that day also coincidentally your anniversary?
No.
Okay, it wasn't an anniversary dinner?
No.
Just for Porter going to school?
Right.
Okay. What time were you supposed to meet?
We didn't have a time set. It's going to be after work.
After work for who?
Me.
What time did you usually finish work at that time?
3,
At 3?
4:30 or 5.
I really misheard you. I'm sorry. 4:30 or 5. Okay. And where were you going to meet?
We hadn't decided yet.
Would it have been, sorry, where was Meggan living at that time?
In Santa Quinn.
Okay, so you were in Payson, she was in Santa Quinn, presumably it'd be in the south part of the county somewhere.
Which I work in American Fork.
Were you anticipating that they would come up and meet you in American Fork area for dinner, or did you think you would be down south?
We weren't sure. We hadn't made definite plans, just that we were going to meet.
Okay. At some point, did those plans change?
Yes.
What happened to cause the change in plans?
Meggan didn't feel like she should stay with Casey, and my husband and I just went and met for dinner.
How was it conveyed to you that Meggan felt she should stay with Casey?
Through text.
When was the first time you heard from Meggan about wanting to stay with Casey?
It was about 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. Do you recall a text earlier in the day that, well, let me just show it to you. If we could just show Mrs. Randall exhibit 27, please. Okay, do you now see something on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that?
We were just discussing where we were going to dinner.
Is it the content of a text message?
Yes.
Does it reflect your memory of what your communication was that day from Meggan?
We were talking about going to Spaghetti Factory.
Okay, but before we get there, I have to jump through certain hoops.
Sorry.
Does this reflect your memory of what your communication was with Meggan that day? Is it accurate?
Yes.
All right, state moves to admit exhibit 27.
No objection. Over received states 27, which publish.
Yes, please. All right, and this was a communication from Meggan to you?
Yes, because I had asked her if she would be interested in going to Spaghetti Factory
Okay,
because her son likes spaghetti. So
and how did she respond? Could you just read that to us?
I think who would definitely be interested. I still have a gift card for there. I'm still here with Case. She's not doing too great. I can't even get her to wake up.
All right, and do you see the time stamp on that communication?
1:59.
Does that sound accurate to you?
I don't remember.
All right, do you have any reason to doubt that that's the time that text was communicated to you?
No.
Do you recall how you responded to that text?
No, other than just waiting to see how
All
it's
right.
going to work out.
Did you hear from Meggan again later on that day?
I don't remember. I think it might have been around 4:30 to see if we were going or not.
All right,
I don't remember.
let me have you take a look at exhibit 28. Let me just ask you if you recognize that communication.
Yes.
All right, and what is that?
Want me to read it?
Well, first, just tell me, is that a communication from Meggan to you?
Yes.
And you recognize it from that day?
Yes.
All right. State moves to admit exhibit 28. Is it still not up for you?
No objection.
28. Court received states 28, which publish.
Yes, thank you, Judge. All right, could you, and this again was from Megan to you.
Yes.
Would you tell us what Megan said in that text?
I don't think I'm going to be leaving here for a bit. I think she's going to pass.
And what she, did you understand her to be referring to?
Casey,
And the timestamp from that communication?
4 o'clock.
That's pretty accurate with your memory of that communication.
Yes.
All right, how did you interpret that?
Well, I knew that Casey hadn't been doing well.
All right, did you take this as canceling your plans for the evening?
Yes.
Right. Do you recall how you responded? Any specifics about that?
I asked her if she wanted Mitch to come be with her.
How'd she answer?
I don't think she didn't want him to come.
And after that message, did you receive another communication either to you or to your husband from Megan that night?
I don't recall.
Later in the evening, did Megan contact you or Lee?
Yes,
Who did she contact? Do you recall?
me.
How did she do that? Was it by call or text or something else?
I don't remember if it was a call or a text.
Okay, just that at some point later in the evening, she communicated with you.
Yes.
What was the nature of that communication?
She just asked if her father could come and give Casey a blessing.
Was that the specific language she used to come and give Casey a blessing? How did you respond?
We turned around and went to Casey's grandparents.
Turned around from what?
Lee and I went to dinner at Chick-fil-A,
And what city was that in?
Spanish Fork.
Had you finished dinner? And okay, so you were headed home and then turned around.
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of the timing of that?
It was probably, I'm assuming 7-ish, 6:30, 7-ish.
And so you went, as soon as you got that message, you turned around and headed up towards Highland.
Yes,
Any idea how long it took you to get there?
25 minutes.
All right. And where did you go?
Casey's grandparents' home.
You knew where that was?
Yes.
How'd you know that?
We visited Casey there several times.
How many times did you visit that home to the best of your memory?
Probably 5 or 6 times.
And that would have been between her moving there in 2019 or 2020 up through 2024,
Yes,
5 or 6 times. What were the reasons for you having been there previously?
going to see Casey.
Once you arrived at the home, what did you do?
We just went to the back entrance where we go down to Casey's room
Where did you park? Do you recall?
on the street.
Directly in front of the house?
Yes,
There's a circle drive that you could park in. Is that consistent with your memory?
yes.
Did you park in that?
No,
Why not?
Megan's truck was pulled in there.
Okay.
It's pulled in the front.
And then in addition to that, there's a driveway along one side of the house.
Yes,
Did you park in the driveway?
No.
Why not?
just parked on the street.
Okay. And you said you went around to the back of the house. Why did you not go to the front door?
Because we always went to the back entrance. Casey asked us to go.
And on this particular day, did Casey ask you to go to the back?
No,
All right. How did you, or why did you go to the back then?
we just always knew that's where they wanted us to go, so we didn't disturb the grandparents.
Okay. So you went around the back and down towards the basement entrance.
Yes,
And once you were at that door, tell us what happened.
I think Megan met us there, or we just walked in.
You don't recall which one?
No.
Would you have knocked if she didn't meet you there?
No, they knew we were coming.
Okay, so you just, either Megan met you there or you went in. What was the room? Can you describe that room that you first entered from that doorway?
It's their kitchen area,
Right.
and then Casey's room is down the hall.
So there's a kitchen area. Were lights on or no lights?
It was pretty dark. There might have been a light on in the hall, but not in the kitchen.
And so what time of day did you think this was?
Probably about 7:30.
7 to 7:30. And that's in August, so would still have been light possibly.
A little bit.
When you went in, did you notice anything or pay any attention to the kitchen area? Whether anybody was in there, did you see anything that caught your attention?
We didn't see anybody. They have a taxidermy duck scene in glass that you kind of have to walk around. So
Is that situated right in front of the door, or how is that?
kind of off
Off to you're gesturing to your right.
would be as you're walking through on your right. Yes.
And the hallway to Casey's room, is that also on the right?
Yes.
Past that display case?
Yes.
All right. So you went down the hallway. What did you see?
We just walked to her room.
Was her door open?
Yes.
Was her light on? Was the hallway light on?
I don't remember if the hall light was on or not.
And when you first went into her room, what did you observe?
Casey was on the bed.
Let me have you look at Exhibit 4 if we could. This has already been admitted. Okay, do you recognize that?
Yes, that's Casey's room.
All right, does that look about like it did that night?
I really don't know.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, that's the position of her bed, and
The furniture is
but it
situated?
it didn't seem to be, it wasn't that light.
Okay,
Yeah, that's her room.
okay. All right, the furniture is where you remembered it and those kinds of things?
Yes.
The bed is situated in a way that the head could be either direction. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Which direction was Casey laying on that bed?
Towards the pillow.
Which pillow?
The head. Oh, there is two pillows. She was towards the chair. Her head was towards the
Okay.
chair.
All right. What was Casey doing on the bed?
She was asleep.
All right. Would you say asleep or unconscious?
I would say asleep.
Did you try to wake her up?
No.
Did she ever wake up while you were there?
No.
What did you notice about her breathing?
When we went on a trip, I learned that she has horrible breathing in her sleep. She definitely needs a CPAP or some kind of breathing help, because it is a very deep rattle and almost very eerie. I didn't get to sleep much on the trip because of her breathing.
All right. So you're describing an eerie, deep rattle breath,
Yes.
breathing. Okay. And that's what she was doing that night.
Yes.
Was that the entire time you were there?
Yes.
Were you alarmed by her condition?
I was not.
Why not?
Pardon?
Why not?
Because I had experienced being on a trip with her, and it was the same.
Okay.
It wasn't anything that was alarming or different than when we had been on the trip in
When
this
you-
room.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I just said it was the same as when we were on the trip, when we were trying to sleep, and breathing was exactly the same.
When you were on the trip and she was breathing like that, were you able to wake her up?
I never tried.
All right, but she did wake up, correct?
Yes,
And this time she didn't wake up.
we didn't try to wake her.
That while you were there and coming and going and noises going on, she didn't wake up?
No.
What did you do once you came into the room?
I took a chair.
Which chair?
I think it was a folding chair that she had in her closet.
Do you see the chair in this photo at all?
I don't.
All right, you think it was a different chair than the one closest to the door on the far right of the photograph?
The rolling chair?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't a rolling chair.
It was a folding chair.
Mhm.
Do you recall anybody sitting in that rolling chair once
No.
you came in? It stayed empty?
Yes.
All right, where was Meggan?
In the recliner.
Did you notice anything by the recliner?
There was a small table.
Is the table in the photograph?
I believe that's the table right there.
On the far left side of the photo?
Yes.
It looks like it has a cloth on it and a green thing.
Yes.
Is that the one you're talking
Yeah.
about?
Yes.
All right. Was anything on that table?
I think there was a little lamp.
Did you ever notice a treat box there?
Megan had mentioned that Casey had gotten her a little, like a little plastic basket and filled it with some of their favorite treats.
Did you see that plastic basket?
I believe so.
Where do you think it was what's your memory of where it was when you were in that
I
room?
just remember there was a Pepsi and some M&Ms.
Was it on the floor, on the table, somewhere
I
else?
don't remember if it was on the table or floor.
You just remember seeing it?
Mhm.
All right.
Because Megan was very touched that she had gotten her that.
How do you know Meggan was touched about that?
She showed us specifically to tell us that Casey had gotten her the goodie bag.
Okay. And so when you came in, that was part of your conversation. What was the first, how did she first begin communicating with you that evening when you first got there?
And she was just happy to see us.
Did she tell you anything about Casey's condition?
No, she just said that Casey started not feeling good during the day, that they had watched movies and had had a nice day.
All right. But you were aware from the text messages that you got that Meggan couldn't wake her up after about 1:59 p.m., correct?
Yes,
And that you knew after 4 p.m. that Meggan thought she was going to pass.
yes, but Casey had been on the verge of passing, as far as we knew, several times.
As far as you knew from whom?
Just the situations of, and Casey describing how she was feeling, and her doctors supposedly, and her nurses supposedly,
Did Casey describe that to you?
through some texts and talking, and yes.
Okay. Had you ever seen her close to death like that evening, or in a condition that she couldn't be woken up?
No.
And so Meggan told you that she hadn't been doing well, and that was the extent of her explanation about what was wrong with Casey that night.
But we had always known Casey not to be doing well.
Okay. And that was consistent with what you had learned about Casey through the time you knew her.
Yes.
Did you notice any medications that caught your attention?
No,
Did you notice any syringes in the room?
I did not.
Did you consider calling 911 for Casey?
I didn't have any reason to be alarmed.
Once you were all in the room, what did you all do?
We just visited. Lee gave Casey the blessing, and we just visited with Meggan.
Do you recall the language of the blessing?
I don't. I know it was of comfort and peace, but I don't remember the specifics.
All right. Where was he situated when he gave her that blessing?
He was by the black chair.
Near the head of the bed,
Yes,
standing or sitting?
standing.
And where were you at that point?
I was on that gray rug chair, folding chair.
All right. And what about Meggan? Where was she?
She was over by the chair as well.
Did either you or Meggan participate in the blessing?
No, we listened.
Was that the first thing that happened when you came into the room, or was that later on after some time had passed?
It was about 5 minutes after we had come.
And after the blessing, what happened?
We just stayed and visited with Meggan.
Visited about what?
What her and Casey, the shows they had watched, and the series that Casey liked. I watched a couple of episodes from that.
And Meggan said that they had watched that evening or that day.
That day, yes.
What was the series, do you recall?
I don't remember.
When you arrived, or when you responded to the request to come give a blessing, how long were you planning on staying?
We weren't sure.
Did you have any idea in your mind what you would do after you got there and did the blessing?
Played it by ear.
How long were you there?
Probably an hour and a half.
What brought you to leaving the room?
We were asked to leave.
By whom?
Kylie.
All right. Did something happen before that?
Mark came down and asked who we were, because we'd never met him before.
And so by Mark, who are you referring to?
Casey's uncle.
So you had never met Mark before?
No.
Just some person you didn't know came in the room and said,
I knew her uncle lived there, so I assumed it was him.
all right. And was the door open when he came in, or had it been closed?
It was open.
And were you surprised by his entrance?
No,
What did he say when he came in the room?
he just asked who we were and what was going on.
Who responded?
Meggan.
What did she say?
She introduced us as her parents and said that she was Meggan, her friend.
What happened after that?
He asked about Casey's breathing and what had happened. And
What did Meggan tell him?
that Casey wasn't feeling well and was very nauseated. And so she took a pill for nausea and then went into the bathroom, and she was in the bathroom for a long time, and she was trying to get her to come out or to see if she needed help. She finally got her to open the door, and Meggan got her out and helped her lay down.
Did Meggan tell Mark about what time that had happened?
I don't recall.
But you knew from your conversation with her that it had to have been before 1:59 p.m. when Meggan told you that Casey couldn't or wouldn't wake up. Is that accurate?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
Did Meggan tell Mark that it had been 6 or more hours since Casey had
I
laid
don't
down?
remember.
And after Meggan told Mark that, what happened?
He said he was going to call Kylie.
Why did he want to call Kylie? Thank you. I'll rephrase. Did she say why he wanted to call Kylie?
He just said he wanted to talk to Kylie.
All right. And did he, as far as you know?
Yes.
Was that in your presence?
Yes.
Did he call on his phone or someone else's?
His phone.
His phone. He had that with him?
Mhm.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you. What happened when Mark called Kylie?
He told her that Casey was breathing very deeply and that he was not going to let her die in his house. And Kylie told him to get us out and to call 911.
Could you hear that, or was that something you were told later?
No, I could hear it.
All right. When Mark first came in, did he mention calling 911 or calling for an ambulance?
No.
All right. So the first thing he did was call Kylie, and Kylie told Mark, from what you could hear, to get you out of the house.
Yes.
What happened after that?
He left the room.
Mark
Yes.
left the room.
And
Do you know why he left the room?
I don't.
Okay. He left the room, and what happened?
And then Meggan called Kylie and asked her if she knew that Casey had a DNR. And that was when Kylie told Meggan that she was going to destroy her and to get out of the house.
And again, that was something that you heard from where you were standing? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry, I was talking over you. I apologize. Had Meggan said anything to you earlier that evening about a DNR?
No,
Had you discussed a DNR with Meggan before that point?
I had discussed it with Casey.
What is a DNR in your mind?
Do not resuscitate.
And when had you talked about that with Casey?
She had mentioned it several times that she had one
When?
in our conversations
Okay,
through
but
the years.
over the years?
Yes.
Had you ever seen one?
No.
All right, so Meggan told Kylie she had a DNR, and Kylie said to get out of the house.
Yes.
All right. What did you do at that point?
When we could hear the ambulance coming, we left because we didn't want to have a scene or cause any problems.
You didn't leave as soon as Kylie said to leave?
Well, it was shortly after that we heard the sirens.
Okay, so the times all kind of merged together, I guess.
Yes.
All right. How did you leave?
Out the back entrance.
Okay, the same door you came in?
Yes.
What did you take with you?
I might have taken I don't remember if I took my purse in. I don't think I did, but we didn't take anything.
Okay, there's nothing in your hands?
No.
Anything in Lee's hands?
No.
What about Meggan's?
I don't believe so, but she probably had her purse.
What about the treat box?
I don't recall.
Did you see anybody coming in as you were going out?
No.
And so you walked around the side of the house and you said you had heard the ambulance arriving. Was the ambulance then in the driveway when you got up to the driveway area?
Not yet.
Did you see it approaching?
No.
Okay, you just could hear it.
Mhm. Yes.
What did you do? Thank you.
I got in Megan's truck with her because I didn't want her to drive home alone. And my husband left, and Megan and I pulled around the corner, and the ambulance came.
Did you stay and wait for the ambulance to let them know what was happening with Casey?
Who to let us know? Sorry, I don't know what you're asking.
Sorry, let me rephrase that. Did you and Megan, or you and Megan and Lee, stay in the driveway until the ambulance arrived to let them know what was happening with Casey?
No,
You said Lee left and you and Megan drove up around the corner. And what did you do then?
we just watched what was happening.
Why was that?
Why was that?
Yeah.
Just to see if the ambulance did come and if they took Casey or if Casey was okay, or we couldn't really tell.
How long did you watch?
No, maybe 20 minutes.
What did you do next?
Then we left
Where did you go?
home.
And you rode home or drove home with Megan?
I rode home with Megan. She
Okay.
was driving.
She drove, and Lee had already left in the vehicle that you arrived in, correct?
Correct.
So both vehicles, Megan's and your and Lee's car, were no longer at the house when the ambulance arrived. Is that
Correct.
accurate? Did Megan express anything to you about why she wanted to wait and watch what happened with the ambulance?
We were both concerned.
Concerned about what?
Casey,
What was your concern specifically?
that she was going to be okay.
Is that what Megan said?
We both discussed it and talked about it.
What was, you said you were close to Megan, discussed things like moms and dads too. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Were you aware of any concerns that Megan had as far as her financial stability at that time?
I know that everyone struggles at some point in their life. I don't know anyone that doesn't. I know that Mitch had been out of work and they just were worried about making all of their obligations, not in a desperate way or not in a, just a concern. Just like I am every day with mine.
Had you had conversations with Megan about that?
Yeah, life can be very challenging sometimes.
And when was the last time you had a discussion with her about financial concerns? Before August 12th, 2024?
I don't remember.
Would it have been close in time or months and months before that? Do you have any gauge?
No, it's just things to talk about.
Let me ask you about your understandings of how Casey was doing over the years. And you said that she had been doing poorly. Who showed you those texts that indicated she was not doing well?
Casey texts me all the time.
Right. And how else were there other means that supported that conclusion?
Well, when we would go and visit her and when we would go visit her at Megan's house, when we would just be together, she was always talking about how sick she was.
Did you understand Casey to be in the hospice care at some point?
Yes,
How did that information come to you?
text
From whom?
from Casey
All right. And what did she tell you about that?
that they had put her under hospice care and that we were not to visit because they didn't want Casey to be exposed to outside germs. And so we didn't go visit her for a while.
And what's a while? How long before August 12th did that happen?
Probably 9 months.
9 months? All right, so you had not seen Casey since at least December, January 2023 into 2024 then?
Probably. We dropped her Christmas off to her, but we didn't go visit her.
Did you see her at that time?
Did not.
Just dropped off?
Yes.
Okay. And as you were leaving the house, did you see Mark again
Leaving the house when?
on August 12th, 2024?
We did not.
Okay, you don't recall calling Mark despicable?
Oh, I'm sorry. I do remember walking by him, and I didn't call him despicable. I just said something to the effect that he didn't realize what a special friendship they had, and how Meggan is was probably the most important person to Casey.
Why was that important to you to say to Mark?
Because I didn't appreciate how he was speaking to Meggan, and just that whole interaction of his family with Meggan, of what we had known, or what Casey had told us about her family.
Up until that point,
Yes.
did you understand her to have a pretty good relationship with Mark, or the entire family she didn't?
I know that she liked Mark. I know that, or I don't know, but she led us to believe that she had no relationship with her family, that her family's relationship was very toxic. They were very mentally and emotionally abusive. And they really did not have much to do with her.
And that's the information that Casey had conveyed to you over the course of years?
Exactly.
All right. So, bless you. So when you saw Mark that evening, you weren't commenting on his calling the ambulance?
No,
Were you concerned that he had called an ambulance?
no, if Casey needed it, she needed it.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate your being here.
Any estimate, Mr. Williams, of how long?
Okay, so they are back in actual trial now. So I'm gonna put his live back into the court feed. We did get to hear the direct in regards to Meggan with 2 G's mom on the stand, talking about Casey with 2 E's. It's just so hard to sympathize with somebody who was just around here doing so much. Just so much. But I mean, if Meggan with 2 G's is guilty of killing Casey with 2 C's, then yes, she should be up under the jail. She cannot assist anybody in helping them unalive themselves. But I just really hope that they can, if they're going to do this, that it's beyond a reasonable doubt, because right now I don't know how to get the jury past this. But let's see here.
We're going to go back on the record on case 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sundwall. Counsel, I indicated before the break that I would come back with a more definitive oral ruling as it relates to defendant's motion. I'm prepared to make that ruling right now. We ready? In reviewing this matter, I will note that there is no dispute that the state has complied with Rule 16A 5B, which requires the state to no later than 14 days before trial provide the defense with any exhibits the state intends to introduce at trial. While the court appreciates the difficulty the defense faces to sort out which of the approximate 10,000 odd messages the state will use as exhibits, the rule does not require more specificity than the general disclosure of text messages and or emails between defendant and alleged victim and or witnesses. I would cite docket number 184, state's notice of trial witnesses and evidence. I'd also cite to docket number 209, state's amended notice of trial witnesses and trial evidence. This court is unaware of any rule or case law that would allow it to restrict the state to using at trial only those exhibits used during the preliminary hearing, so long as the exhibits used at trial meet all other requirements of the rules of criminal procedure and evidence. Consequently, the court denies defense's motion to limit the state to the text message exhibits used at the preliminary hearing. We ready to go?
Yes, Judge.
Next witness. Oh,
The jury first.
you guys have got me so worried about time now
Sorry.
that I'm trying to jump ahead. We'll get the jury in here.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch break. We're ready to get going this afternoon. Next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Melissa Farney.
Thank you. Please come forward. We'll get you sworn in.
You just want to swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Come on up. So you've heard my prior instructions to all witnesses. Appreciate you being here. Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Would you tell us your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Melissa Farney, Fahrni.
What do you do for a living?
I am a detective with the Lone Peak Police Department.
How long have you been with the Lone Peak Police Department?
6 years.
Were you involved in law enforcement before that?
Yes, I worked with Utah County Sheriff's Office and Lehigh Police Department.
And so when did you first get your law enforcement certification?
2015.
And you have been engaged in law enforcement activity continuously since that time?
Yes,
Have you also maintained your continuing education requirements to maintain your post license?
yes.
How have you progressed through the Lone Peak Police Department? Did you come in there as a patrol officer or something else?
Yes, I started as a patrol officer.
And how does that work then in your agency?
How does it work?
How does it work to become a detective?
Oh, I guess a position opens and then you have to apply for that position. In my case, I had to put on a presentation to the sergeant, and then you get chosen. Or you don't.
How long have you been a detective?
4 years.
How many detectives do you have at Lone Peak?
2.
Is it a big agency?
No, we have 23 from the chief down.
And you cover all of Alpine and Highland?
Alpine and Highland, yes.
Any other additional areas?
No.
As far as types of crimes that you investigate personally, what kinds of things land on your plate on a regular basis?
Currently I have anything from rape of a child to this aggravated murder case. We have fraud, burglaries, vehicle theft, vehicle burglary, pretty much anything that happens, we get. We don't have different divisions. There's not an SVU, and a property crimes. It's just us.
Just the two of you cover everything that happens at Alpine and Highland.
Yes.
Have you ever investigated a homicide case before this one?
No.
Has there been one at home?
There was one in 1996. The only person on staff at the time was our chief, but he wasn't involved in the case.
Okay, so 1996 was the last time there was any investigation, I'd say of this magnitude at your agency.
Yes.
How did you first become involved in this particular case?
I was the on-call detective the night of August 12th, 2024. I received a call from Sergeant Ballon
What time did you receive that call?
around 10 p.m.
And why did he call you?
He called because normally we get called out for death investigations or like a burglary in progress or a sex offense. But there were some suspicious circumstances around this medical call, and so he wanted to tell me about it.
What kind of information was conveyed to you at that time?
He said that the patient had been found alone with a friend and her parents, that there was a diabetic needle in the room, and the patient wasn't diabetic. He said that the owner had said something about the friend being the beneficiary of a life insurance policy.
And so what initially was your understanding of the reason that police were dispatched to that location?
Like a full arrest, like it was a medical call. She was in distress.
Why are police dispatched for a medical assist?
We're usually driving around, and whoever can get there quickest, we want to render aid as soon as possible.
Is that a regular activity of the Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes.
And I can't remember already if I already asked you, but what time and day was that call received?
The call I got or the actual call?
The actual call.
I believe it came in through dispatch at 9:13 p.m. August 12th, 2024.
And so you got notified of it about 45 minutes later?
Yes.
What was your understanding of the status of the situation when you were notified by Sergeant Ballon?
He said that they had transported her, or they were going to transport her.
So as far as you knew, the person that was the subject of the call was no longer at that location?
Yes.
All right. What was your understanding when you received that call of who had responded from your agency?
When I received the call, I didn't know. I found out the next day.
And did you talk to those individuals?
No, I read the reports.
Who were they?
It was Officer Jorgensen, Officer Osborne, and Officer Robinson.
When you say you didn't talk to them, were they off duty by the time you came on duty?
Yeah, usually the people that are working that late at night aren't there in the morning.
Okay, so they had completed their reports and you reviewed those when you came in?
Yes.
Why did you respond that night?
It was still a medical call. To be honest, it all sounded a little sensational.
What do you mean by that?
We don't usually get calls like that, the life insurance and the friend and the syringe, and where she was still alive, I was hoping I'd be able to interview her the next day.
And so when you reviewed the information that had been left by the officers the night before, did you observe whether any items had been collected as evidence by those individuals?
Yes, they had collected a syringe as well as some empty prescription bottles.
How many empty prescription bottles, do you recall that?
A lot. I didn't count them. It was just
Were they-
a lot.
Were they empty or full or some?
They were just empty.
All of them were empty?
Mhm.
Did you look at them to determine who they had been prescribed to?
No, they had written in the report that some were prescribed to Casey and some were prescribed to Newell Farnsworth,
And your understanding now is Newell is who to Casey?
her grandfather.
Did you bring with you today the syringe that was found in Casey's bedroom by the officers the night before?
Yes.
Can you show us that?
The syringe has been repackaged several times, the latest time by the FBI, so it is in a box. This is item 2, the syringe is in the box.
All right. And do we also have a photo of that that would be exhibit 31A? Just for the witness right now, thank you.
Did you say 31A?
31A is what's coming up on the screen, and state would move to admit exhibit 31, which is the syringe itself.
It may be valuable to label it on the list as with additional information than just syringe, since it's multiple syringes and multiple pictures.
I can clarify that.
That's not the syringe. That's the one that's on the nightstand.
Sorry, let me back up. The reports that you received and reviewed the night, or you reviewed them on August 13th, is that accurate?
Yes,
All right. And you saw in the reports the syringe had been collected from the scene.
yes.
Where was that located? Where was that syringe located when it was taken into evidence?
In the patient's bedroom,
Okay, and where in the patient's bedroom?
on a nightstand.
Okay, and that is exhibit 31?
Yes.
All right. Okay, and so how is that designated on your packaging there?
Item 2,
All right, item 2.
and it says exhibit 31 also.
Okay, so item 2 is the syringe that was found in Casey's bedroom on August 12, 2020.
Yes,
And then if we could see 31A again, please. Julia. Okay, I was wrong. It's exhibit 164. It has already been admitted. Do you recognize that photo?
yes.
And what do you recognize it as?
That was the nightstand or little table that was in Casey's room. The paramedics had picked up that syringe and put it in that spot.
All right, so is it your understanding that that syringe is the one that you have brought with you today and we have marked as exhibit 31?
Yes,
Thank you for correcting me, and statements to admit exhibit 31.
No objection. Objection.
Court received states 31.
I guess we could publish it to the jury, Judge, I guess. It's just passing it along from one to the next. Would that be?
They're gonna get it.
Can
Okay.
see it? Isn't it in a box?
it is.
Okay, I don't have an objection. Can't see the screen.
Okay, we'll just.
It's up to you, Ms. Thomas.
That's why we have the photo, because it's just in the box, so, all right. Can you tell us, Officer Robinson gave us some idea, but can you tell us the process when an item is collected as evidence?
Yeah, so you gather the item on scene, you put it in a bag, and then you write the location where it was found. If there is people involved on the bag, and you take it back to the police department, give them an item number and a package number, and you enter it into the Spillman system, and then you fill out a property report and put it into the evidence locker.
All right, and you mentioned that this is item number 2
Yes,
in your marking procedure. Okay, and was that, as far as you could tell, the process that happened in this particular case?
yes.
When you first got this case, what indicated to you that additional follow-up was recommended or suggested?
In the officer's report, Officer Jorgensen, it had said that the paramedic had indicated that this was either suicide or foul play. So that was where I started.
Why did that catch your attention?
Because they had noted that a DNR had been mentioned, that life insurance had been mentioned, There was also those empty medicine or prescription containers as well. So at the time when I reviewed those reports, it looked like it could go either way.
At the time, did you have any idea what the source of the medical emergency was for Casey Terry?
He did put the CAD notes in his report, so it described what dispatch had told officers. So it said that it was basically Mark Farnsworth's words that she wasn't breathing very well. It was basically what dispatch was relaying. So it sounded like she was dying, basically, in the CAD notes that I read the next day.
Okay, what are CAD notes?
So in dispatch, when you get dispatched to something, it comes up on your computer. And then as they get information from the complainant, it shows up on the computer. So it's not always doesn't always make sense right away, but usually you get the full picture and by the end you can kind of tell what's happening.
Okay. And did you have any indication from those CAD notes or from the reports that you had received up to that point, what had caused this medical emergency?
That next morning I did, yes. It said in his report also that they had received a follow-up call from Mark stating that Casey's blood sugar was at 14 when she arrived at the hospital.
All right, and given the information you had received up to that point, what did you do to begin your investigation?
I called the hospital and they advised that she was in the ICU, that she was still alive, but that she was in the ICU. And I believe officers on scene had told Mark that I would be in contact with him. I attempted to call him to have him come in and talk to me. I think he was taking Newell to a doctor's appointment and I couldn't reach him at that time. So I started writing a warrant for Casey's blood.
Why did you want Casey's blood?
Well, with the blood sugar level being 14 and my very limited medical knowledge, I Googled it and it said anything under 40 is life-threatening. And
was it important to you to have a sample of blood that was close in time to when this incident occurred?
yeah, I wanted to get it as quickly as possible.
Over the next few days, what happened with that warrant?
So the warrant took quite a while to get. I don't know why. I don't know if the judge was busy that day, but it did take a while to get. I did speak with the family prior to receiving the warrant.
And once you received the warrant, what did you do?
I responded to Holy Cross Mountain Point Hospital in Lehigh and served the warrant.
What does that mean, serve the warrant?
So I found the director of the ICU. I don't remember his name, but he received the warrant. He actually told me that we would be able to get blood. I met the forensic nurse there. We just happened to get there at the same time. And he told us we were able to get admission blood from Casey. So we didn't have to get the blood from, what would that have been, 24 hours later-ish. So we were able to get blood from her admittance.
All right, so just so I'm understanding, the blood that you obtained from the hospital had been taken when she was admitted the night before?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do with that blood?
The forensic nurse took it to have it tested.
Okay. We have already heard from the medical examiner in this case. Are you aware whether that is the blood that was used in the course of the autopsy and toxicology that was done?
Yes, it was.
And you mentioned before that you got the warrant for the blood or picked up the blood that you spoke to family members.
Yes.
Who did you speak to?
Mark, Kaylin, and Kylie.
Who is Kaylin?
Kaylin is Mark's sister, so Casey's aunt.
All right. Did you speak to them together or separately?
Together
Where was that?
at the Lone Peak Police Department.
When was that?
It was August 13th. I'm not sure what time, mid-morning, around 11 or 12 maybe.
Do you know what Casey's status was at that time?
During the meeting, they told me that she wasn't doing well. I think they were doing brain scans at that time, that she was on a ventilator.
And what information did they provide that was important to you in developing the direction of your investigation?
They told me that Casey was not diabetic. They told me that they relayed the story of Mark coming downstairs, opening the door, or walking in and finding Casey there, not doing well, not breathing right. And he said he was going to call the ambulance, and her friend Megan had told him not to do that, saying that she had a DNR. Kylie told me that she received a call from Megan telling her that Casey shouldn't go to the hospital because of the DNR.
Let's make sure that we have all of our hers straight. Kylie told you that who called her?
Megan,
Megan called Kylie and said what?
that she shouldn't be going to the hospital because she has a DNR.
That Casey shouldn't be going to the hospital because Casey has.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
That's okay, I'm just making
Yeah.
sure for the record we have it all straight. Why was that significant to you?
Well, a DNR doesn't really necessarily mean you don't go to the hospital. You can still provide someone comfort care if they are struggling. So it was, I thought that was strange that she wouldn't allow the family to call to get her comfort care when she was struggling to breathe. They also said that they were not notified that she was doing poorly until they walked in on Megan with Casey. They mentioned the life insurance and that sort of thing as well, again.
After you talked to them, what did you decide to do?
What did I decide to do? After that, I went to the hospital to get the blood, I believe.
And after you picked up the blood, what was your next step?
My next step was to search Casey's room.
How did you go about doing that?
The next morning, I wrote a warrant for her bedroom and for her phone, Casey's bedroom and Casey's phone.
Are you aware of anything that had happened to the room in the interim? So between August 13th and the morning of August 14th?
Yeah, so there was a really intense storm the night of the 13th, when it was prior to collecting the blood. In fact, the forensic nurse couldn't get there because she was stuck under overpasses with motorcycles trying to take refuge from the hail. It was really, really bad. So Mark was at the hospital when I collected the blood. I asked him if we could go to the home and secure the room for the warrant to serve it the next day. As I was attempting to put crime scene tape on the window, I noticed that the desk in front of the window was covered in water. That's when we realized her room had flooded from the storm.
Okay, what happened at that point?
I think Mark moved the computer. So he had noticed on the computer, so there was a laptop under the window. The laptop was closed. And he had noticed a blood sugar testing monitor kit, I don't know, their official glucometer kit on the computer. And he said, "That's my mom's, that shouldn't be here." And he told me what it was. And I believe he moved the computer and the monitor over to a different space so it wouldn't be wet.
All right, did you collect that item at that time?
No. We set it aside on the table for me to collect the next day.
When you saw that the room was flooded, what instructions, if any, did you give Mark?
I didn't give him any instructions. I just told him not to go in the room until the next day when we served the warrant. At least I remember.
Why did you want a warrant?
Because Casey was still alive. That was still her space.
Were you able to obtain that?
Yes.
And how does a warrant work?
You fill out, basically, you can go into the USEGES program and fill out basically the probable cause for why you feel you have the need to search that space, what your reasoning is, and the judge decides if that's okay, and they sign it if that's okay.
Right, and once you receive the okay, what do you do?
The next day, well, we got the warrant the next day, I did, and I gathered a few people and we went to the home to search.
What did you find once you went to the home to search it with the warrant?
What did we find?
What did you find as far as the room, the status of Casey's bedroom?
So Mark had notified me later that night after we secured the room that after he and I guess I secured the room, he called me and notified me that he had left his phone in there. So when he had been moving things, he had set his phone down on the bed and forgot to grab it. And so I told him he could go in and grab his phone.
Are you aware of whether he removed other items out of the room?
No,
You're not aware? Or
I'm not aware. I would assume he did not, but I'm not aware.
Okay, so you had sealed up the room the night before. He went back in to get his phone. And then you and some others came back on August 14th to search the room.
Yes.
All right. You mentioned that you had seen the glucometer the night before on top of the computer when you got back there on the 14th. Was that still where you had left it?
Yes.
The glucometer? What else did you find at that point?
Mark had put Casey's phone on the table for me next to the glucometer, so I collected those two things first, gave those to my sergeant. And then what? What was the question?
Your sergeant was part of the search team?
Yes,
Who is that?
Sergeant Charlie Thurston.
And who were the other individuals with you for the search?
We had a new kid. What's his? Holden, what is his last name? Sorry. I can't think of Holden's last name right now, but he was there. He was still on FTO, so his sergeant that was training him was there. We also had
FTO stands for?
field training officer.
Okay, and that's what Officer Robinson mentioned earlier, is about 12 weeks of
Yes,
getting your training wheels
yes.
on. Okay.
Officer Williams was there as well.
Okay, so what were you searching for?
We were searching for any paperwork that referred to a DNR, to life insurance. No one had even mentioned it yet, but I was hopeful that there might be a suicide note located. We were looking for basically any information to corroborate either foul play or suicide.
Where in the room did you all search?
We searched the whole room.
What did you locate that was of interest in your search of the room?
We located paperwork. There was a lot of paperwork. We were looking for life insurance paperwork. We found a couple of things. I think we found some Lewinsky funeral home paperwork, some old-looking life insurance paperwork. What else did we find? We didn't find a DNR. We didn't find a suicide note. Yeah.
What did you do with the information that you located that you thought could be useful in the prosecution investigation of this matter?
Well, so because so many people had already been in the room, we just gathered all the paperwork and put it in a bin. And then I was going to take that paperwork back to the police department and look through it. So basically, there was me, Holden, Officer Williams, and I believe my sergeant came in and searched a little bit as well. So all of us that found something that we thought was relevant would go in the bin, and then we took it back. So it took me a while to go through that.
All right, you didn't go through all that paperwork right then and there in the room?
No.
You all gathered items and put them in this bin?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether the closet was searched? There are 2 closets, correct?
Yes. Yes, they were.
Okay, and describe those closets for us, if you would.
So the closet that was closest to the window, that was not closest to the bedroom door, was full of medical equipment. It was full of, there were some, I believe the shelves are pre-made shelves, like that came with the closet, permanent shelves. There were a lot of prescription bottles. There were dozens of syringes in there. There was tubing, like stuff for her IVs, all sorts of stuff. And the closet was stacked. It was very, very full. The other closet seemed like the more personal side. I think it had like a framed picture of her and one of her friends. It had more of like her items that it looked like she used every day on a shelf, and then some clothing. It wasn't quite as messy, but it was still pretty full.
Did you empty out those two closets entirely in your search?
No,
You did your best to move things around and see if there was anything of note?
yes,
Was there a bathroom associated with that bedroom?
yes.
Where is that located?
It's right when you leave Casey's room, it's to the right.
Did you search the bathroom as well?
Not that day, no.
Let me show you Exhibit 30. It's already been introduced. And I think it's staying here with us now. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that one of the documents you found in the search of Casey's room that day?
Yes,
And did you bring with you the glucose monitor that you found in the search of that room that day?
I did.
Can you show that to us?
Yes. It's right here.
Okay, that has been marked as Exhibit 23. State would move to admit that.
Mr. Williams?
RC 30.
30, sorry, is the insurance policy. That's already been, or insurance page, that's already been admitted.
Sorry, I don't see it.
This is it's the glucose, it's the physical.
23.
Oh, the physical one, I'm sorry. No objection.
Sorry, I didn't make that clear.
Court receipt states 23.
All right. Did you find, you mentioned that you didn't find a suicide note and you found this page of insurance. Did you find anything like a written power of attorney or advanced directives or anything along those lines?
No,
Did you search any other parts of the basement?
did we search parts of the basement that day? No.
Okay, why not?
I only wrote the warrant for her bedroom. There were quite a few people living there with different spaces, and I only wrote it for her room.
All right, now when you first saw that glucose monitor Exhibit 23, you mentioned that it was on top of the computer.
Yes,
Can we, and I'm sorry, Chelsea, I'm not sure I know what exhibit number it is, the photo of the room, I think it's 7. Four. Can you bring that up for us? All right, does that look familiar to you?
yes, it does.
Okay. When you say the glucometer was on the computer, where is that in this photograph?
You can see it right, it's like there's a plant in the window, it's directly under the plant.
The glucometer
Yes.
is directly under the
Under the plant, there's a water, or like a black, I would assume, I don't know what that is, candle. Cup. Yeah, right there, right there.
Okay, and so that is where that was located when that photo was taken.
Yes,
Do you have an understanding of when that photo was taken?
that was the night Casey was taken to the hospital.
All right. And when you saw the room the next day, when you noticed it was wet, is that where the glucometer was?
Yes,
Was the search that you conducted of the room, of Casey's room, did that include trash cans?
Yes, I don't remember a trash can being in there though.
What did you do with the glucometer once you received it? Or once you took it into evidence?
We took it into evidence. The glucometer is quite the backstory. We took it into evidence, and then again on the 19th, when we went back to do a consent search of Casey's car, Mark had asked for it back. He said that it was his mom's, and so he had come in on the 19th to pick it up. So we gave it back to him, and then I believe he brought it back in for us on January 9th. So after January 9th, we looked into the history of the monitor.
How did you look into the history of the monitor?
We called customer service for Freestyle Light and had them walk us through it.
What kind of information was stored on that monitor, or that, glucose monitor?
The readings, when you take a reading, it stores that info.
And were you able to confirm whether the date reflected on the monitor was correct?
The date was correct.
What about the time?
The time was not. The time was 1 hour and 5 minutes off. And then when we factored in daylight / standard time, it ended up being 2 hours and 5 minutes off.
All right. Did you create a chart that, well, what did you do once you got the information about how to access the information on the glucometer?
So we accessed August 12th. We noticed there were 19 readings in 10 hours. We photographed each reading and made the chart.
Okay. And if I could show you Exhibit 10 then. Do you recognize this chart?
Yes,
And was that the chart that you yourself created once you had obtained the information off the glucometer?
yes, I made a handwritten version and someone made the actual chart.
All right. And so it says monitor time and actual time. Tell us about those two columns.
So the monitor time is the time that shows on the glucometer, but the actual time would have been 2 hours and 5 minutes after that time.
All right, so you created a column that had the time that would have been correct.
Yes,
Okay. And then what's BG level?
that's blood glucose level.
And that is also stored on the glucometer.
Yes,
Okay, Exhibit 10, I think, has already been admitted. Oh, then it has not. The state would move to admit Exhibit 10.
No objection.
Thank you. Court receives states 10, wish to publish.
Yes, please. Thank you, Britt. Why did you believe that this, that the glucometer was being used by Casey or Meggan that particular day?
well, we did talk to Mark. I asked him how many readings he typically took in a day, and I think he said 3 or 4. So this was quite a few more readings than the typical diabetic would have. Meggan was there, she got there at 9:54 that day, so she was there for all but one of those readings. And she had, in her search history, she had searched Freestyle Light, how low can it go?
And that is the name of this brand of glucometer, Freestyle Light?
Yes,
And so you mentioned that one of the readings was before you understood her to have arrived. What was that? What time was that reading?
9:18,
And that's the first one on the chart.
yes.
How is it that you determined what time Meggan arrived at the home?
The security camera from across the street,
And what did that show you?
that she arrived at 9:54.
Could you see from the security camera across the street where she parked?
I believe she parked in the little circle driveway, the circular driveway.
Could you tell from that surveillance camera where she went after she parked?
No,
Just that her vehicle
I
was
don't
there?
remember. Yeah, just her vehicle was there. I don't remember watching her walk. I remember watching her parents walk, but not her.
Okay. I'll come back to that, but, back to the glucometer. So you said that she arrived at 9:54, then the next reading was at what time?
10:26.
And that was a pretty close reading to the original one at 9:18, correct?
Yes.
Skipping down to about 12:57. You see that?
Yes.
What was the glucometer reading at that time?
69.
And so that was about 18 points lower than the original level at 9:18.
Yes.
22 minutes later at 1:19 p.m., what was it?
64.
And just in case anybody else is as challenged as I am on military time, what does 13:19 mean?
1:19 p.m.
So that would be in the afternoon.
Yes.
And so it's dropped to 64. And then what happens after that?
And then it drops all the way to low.
Okay. From 64 at 1:19, then just what, 20?
Oh, 43. Did you want me to go, sorry, sequentially? It drops to 43 at 1:43, down to 30 by 2 o'clock.
Okay, was that, so then 43 reading was just 24 minutes after the 69 reading, correct? Or 64 reading?
Yes.
All right, and what was the trend from that point on in the afternoon?
Continue downward.
The last reading was at what time?
19:19, so 7:19 p.m.
What time was 911 called again?
911 was called at 9:13.
All right, and from the point that the glucometer was too low to register, well, that is jumping ahead. What did you learn, or did you find out what the designation low means?
I did. When we were speaking with customer service, he advised that low is 19 or less.
Okay,
It will read down to 20.
and so once it goes below 20, the glucometer can no longer register it.
Yes.
And after it started reading low, that would be at 4:17 p.m.
Yes.
And 911 wasn't called until 9:13, you said?
Correct.
Okay, 5 hours later.
Right. That was also consistent with what we'd heard from fire. They said that their equipment could not read her blood sugar. It was too low.
Right. And you learned from the hospital that it was 14 when she arrived?
Yes.
After you did the search of of Casey's room, did you return to the home?
Yes.
We can take that down, Chelsea. When did you return and why?
On the 19th, for the consent search of Casey's car.
Okay, what's a consent search?
Casey had passed away by then, so she cannot consent to a search. So her next of kin can tell us that we're allowed to search that vehicle.
Why did you want to search the vehicle?
We wanted to see if there was anything related to the incident in the car.
All right, and so you went to the home on the 19th. What happened when you got there? Well, let me back up. Did you hear from anybody from that home in between the search on the 14th and when you returned on the 19th?
Yes,
Who did you hear from?
from Mark Farnsworth.
What did he notify you about?
He had called me on Sunday to let me know, it was Sunday the 18th, that he was gonna empty the garbage. He had found a Fanta box in the garbage. And then when he went to smash the box, he realized there was something in there. So he said that there were items wrapped in a towel in the box. He said that it was a vial of insulin. The box that the insulin came in, the instructions, a syringe, and then the orange cap that comes off of the insulin. The little, like a security seal or whatever.
And he indicated to you that those were wrapped in a towel.
Yes.
What did you tell him to do about what he found?
I asked him to set them aside for me, put them in a bag for the next day, because we were already planning on coming.
When you arrived on the 19th, how did that visit go?
So the first thing we did was ask Mark for those items. So he took us out to the garbage. He showed us the Fanta box, where it was in the garbage. And then he gave me the items that had been in the box, and he put them in a bag.
We earlier saw body cam footage of Mark showing you the Fanta box and then throwing it back in the trash. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And so did you have any objection to him throwing away the Fanta box?
No,
Should you, with hindsight, have collected that?
probably. At the time, I thought the items in the box were more important than the box, but I probably should have collected the box.
Did you collect the towel that the items have been wrapped in?
No,
Why not?
I didn't see the towel, but probably same reason.
Okay. All right, so he gave you the items, showed you where they had come from. What did you do with the items once you received those?
I booked them into evidence.
All right. And what did you do? Well, let me show Exhibit 7, which has already been introduced. I think I figured out it takes 4 blinks before it stays on. All right, do you recognize this Exhibit 7?
Yes,
What is it?
that is a picture that Mark sent to me on the 18th to show me what he found.
All right. And once you received that photograph, is that when you told him to collect those items and set them aside?
Yes.
You did not take that photograph?
No.
All right. When you arrived, you said you took those items. You mentioned the syringe, the orange cap, the insulin bottle, the box for the insulin, and the packaging instructions.
Yes.
Is that all reflected in Exhibit 7?
Yes.
All right. Have you brought those items with you here today?
Yes.
Let me have you show those to the jury, if you would, as Exhibits 32 and 33.
These were originally all packaged together. They've since gone to different crime labs for different reasons. The instructions in the box are right here. The box is darkened due to fingerprinting, the fingerprint powder. The vial of insulin that you see in that picture is in this envelope.
These are 32 is the syringe and 33 is the insulin ball.
And
You were just told it was 33.
yes, sir. And this one, item 32, is the syringe that you can see in that picture.
Judge, may I just publish all of those exhibits to the jury at this time?
Well, Mr. Williams,
I have no objection, I guess, to the boxes.
Yeah.
and you're offering 32 and 33.
No objection.
Yes, thank you.
Call to see it states 32 and 33. Go ahead.
every time we open those, you have to reseal it and reinitial it, so you can see they've kind of gone through the ringer of testing. That's why they look like that.
Since those are in bags, did you also take photographs of those items?
Yes.
If we could look at 33, sorry, I got into the 32.
32A.
Oh, sorry, 33A. Okay. And is that a photo of the insulin that was located in the box?
Yes.
State moves to admit 33A.
Mr. Williams.
Can I get some validation as to when it was taken, where it's at?
When was that photograph taken?
I'm not sure.
How are you sure that it's the same item that was retrieved from the Fanta box on August 19th?
I was attempting to research that lot number to find if the insulin had been found within the home or brought into the home. So I had taken it out of evidence to take a picture of that lot number.
All right. And then what did you do once you took the photo?
I repackaged it.
So you're
Requesting on foundation and date?
do you know the date?
No,
Does the photo accurately represent what you saw at the scene and what you removed from evidence, regardless of the date?
yeah, I simply took it out of the bag to take a picture of the lot number and then put it back.
State moves to admit 33.
No objection.
Court received states, did you say it's 33A?
Yes,
33A.
thank you.
Publish.
Yes, please. All right, so Mr. Farnsworth gave to you the items from the Fanta box that you took into evidence. Did he provide you any other items at that time?
Yes, he did.
Hold on just a second. Got a juror.
Sorry, just need a bathroom break.
Okay. All right, we're gonna take a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, you are advised by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial. And it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. All rise for the jury. Please be seated. Council, let's come back at 10 after. 10 after. Thanks.
Okay, so we see, and that was the evidence that Uncle Mark came and testified to, that he found some stuff in a Fanta box. So she brought the evidence in. What would be interesting to me, it does seem like they did some fingerprinting. Did y'all get any fingerprints off anything? That's what will be interesting to me. Did you get any fingerprints off anything, or y'all just in here talking about it? That's what I would like to know. Yeah, because if they're just gonna be talking about something, then we don't want to hear that. We want to see if you really got some fingerprints off this stuff. Or I guess it's just kind of showing us that they tested everything. I do know that they did have a flood, so a lot of things that would have probably been preserved were not, preserved. And I like that fact that they put all of those readings from that glucose monitor right there. I wonder who went and got that glucose monitor, because Mark said that it was his mom's glucose monitor. So that means that it was upstairs. At some point in time. So did our girl go up there and get it, Meggan with 2 G's, or did Casey with 2 E's have it already downstairs? Let's see what we're looking at in regards to our poll here. Too many questions. Okay, most people are saying too many questions. Like, it is so many questions. I don't think anything has really came out to say, I'm waiting for these text messages. I think we'll get these text messages. No question is silly, but was Casey with 2 E's and insulin legit? No, Susie, she was not. She was not. Everybody else in the household was insulin dependent, but not her. I remember both of her uncles, her grandma, one of her uncles had just passed away from the type 1, and they all had type 1. She just had issues with her kidneys, and then she had a port. Yeah, but y'all think that we can I guess we can get a conviction off of just text messages, right? That's like woulda, coulda, shoulda in my mind. Like, I could say a lot of things, I could type a lot of things. That don't mean I'm really gonna do those things. They don't have anything to prove that she did those things. I think that's my biggest problem with that. Like, if we just gonna be going off text messages like that, I don't know if that gets me there. Because I just feel like it's like, saying something, but you don't have to really act on it. So what other proof besides her being there do they actually have? I don't know. I can see people, I don't know. I guess you can't write the text and then be put in that position. That's probably more or less the issue that we have in here, is that not only did you write the text messages that you got going on, but you also in a position to make these things happen. So that's interesting. You so silly. I can't deal with what's going with you, SD. You say proves the intent, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, but if you don't have nothing else to go by, don't we need something else? What else can we use that y'all can think of? I just really feel like they gotta have something else. Or y'all think they can do it with just this? I just, yeah, I want them to have something else, I think, besides what we got going on with text messages. God, if she go down for text because of text messages, man, she is going to feel all types of ways about that. Like, I couldn't even imagine. Not for the texies. Mm-mm. Oh, God. I don't know. Let's see here. Well, they're saying that the motive is going to be that she thought that she was going to be receiving the $1.5 million. I don't know. Yeah, it's supposed to be hot all this week. They got a heat wave alert on our thing, on my little Alexa. So it's supposed to be hot, like an oven, baby.
Thank you. Please be seated. We go back on the record on case 251401132, State of Utah versus Sundwall. Detective, I'll remind you that you're still under oath. Ms. Thomas.
I was advised that I'm not being loud enough, so let me know if I'm not hearing, if people aren't hearing me. I need to back up because I forgot to cover something with you, which is early on in your investigation, we had talked about the amount of, or how many are in your police agency and how many murder investigations your agency has conducted. Did there come a point that you felt that you may need some additional assistance with this case?
Yeah, so as I was writing the warrant for Casey's blood, so we have a liaison with the county attorney's office that looks through the warrants before we send them to the judge to make sure that everything is there that we need in the warrant. And I called our liaison and she suggested I needed some help.
Oh, okay. Full disclosure, who is your liaison?
You.
Yeah. All right. So once that suggestion was made, what did you do?
You had suggested because I wasn't sure where to go for help. So you suggested the Utah County Attorney's Office Investigative Bureau. So I had my chief talk to their chief.
Were there any other suggestions of other investigative agencies you could contact?
If there were, I don't remember. There probably were.
Okay. And once your chief talked to the Investigations Bureau chief, what happened?
Then we met, so I wrote the warrant for the blood, I believe, on the 13th. So I believe we met on the 14th. May I check my timeline?
Would that help you refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would.
Timing? Just refresh your recollection and then look up when you're done.
Okay, so I wrote the warrant for the blood on the 14th. Sorry, the 13th. And so on the 14th, it was the 15th that I eventually met with the investigators, with the Investigative Bureau.
All right, so your chief and the Investigations Bureau chief agreed that to have some assistance to you.
Yes.
And who was that person?
The chief?
Or sorry, who was assigned to help you with this particular?
Well, originally I met with their chief, I believe Steve Adams, met with Sergeant Seitzinger, Sergeant Tishner, and Sergeant Hales. We all met in Chief Adams' office.
And was any representative from the county attorney's office, the attorneys themselves, present at that meeting?
No,
Did anybody from the county attorney's office dictate or direct you the direction of the investigation?
no.
After meeting with those you said four individuals, right?
Yes.
What happened?
Well, we kind of made a game plan as far as our initial interviews go. We wanted to interview Meggan because we hadn't spoken with her yet. So we had, I believe, Sergeant Seitsinger and Sergeant Tishner were going to go interview her parents while Sergeant Hales and I interviewed Meggan.
And from that date on, has Sergeant Hales, Special Agent Hales, been involved in this investigation with you?
Yes.
And then you had mentioned when you were talking about this search of the closet during the execution of the search warrant of Casey's room,
Yes.
you said that some syringes were found in the medical closet. Can you, were those diabetic syringes or something else?
Yes, I believe it was, I can't remember who showed me, but they showed me just a huge amount of syringes. There was just a lot of medical equipment in that closet. I honestly don't know the difference between syringes, so I couldn't tell you.
Were the ones that you saw, did they have the orange cap on them?
I believe so.
Just like the photo that we saw of the Fanta box?
Yes. They appeared to be unused syringes.
All right, back to you had collected from Mark Farnsworth the items that he found in the Fanta box.
Yes.
Did he provide you any other items at that time?
Yes, so it was at that time that I asked him if I could search the bathroom. So I went in to search Casey's bathroom, and he, at that time, so he had taken Sergeant Hales into Casey's bedroom. I believe it was the first time Sergeant Hales had been to the home. So they had ripped the carpet out of the bedroom because of the flood. It had started to smell. They were planning on redoing the damage to the room. And so all that was left in the room was Casey's bed frame. When I went in there, Mark pointed to the medical closet. There was a syringe on one of those permanent shelves. And he said, I found the syringe when I was taking out the carpet. So I believe we asked him where he found it. He pointed to the middle of the room. And I'm like, you found a syringe in the middle of the room? Like, that doesn't, I mean, I wouldn't have stepped over a syringe. So he said, no, I didn't say it like that. I was like, where did you find it? And he said, in the closet. And so we put it in a bag and took that as evidence. He also provided me with some more paperwork that day.
Okay. Did the syringe that Mark gave you that was found in the closet feel significant to you as far as evidence being collected in this matter?
No, it was in the closet with the rest of the medical equipment.
And you mentioned that you at that time also searched the bathroom associated with Casey's bedroom.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So we had interviewed Meggan by then, and she had stated that Casey had gone in the bathroom for an extended amount of time, and that when she came out, she was more loopy and that she needed help back to bed. So I wanted to look in the bathroom to see if there was any medications or anything in there.
What did you find?
Nothing.
Did you look in the trash in the bathroom?
Yes.
Find any pill bottles, any syringes, any insulin?
No.
None of those matters.
No.
Items matters. All right. Then you also mentioned that Mark Farnsworth also gave you some paperwork at that time. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What did he give you?
So he had all of Casey's belongings in the kitchen area. So in the body cam that was shown a little earlier, there's the kitchen table. And everything was kind of stacked in that area that was Casey's, and then there were additional items on the bar and on like near the bar. And he had taken that turquoise box and it was sitting near the bar. And he was looking through it because they had found some additional paperwork. He said they found it in the closet. So he gave me a paper, I believe it said Schedule A or Schedule B at the top. It looked like life insurance paperwork. He said he had found it in the closet. He did take it out of the box.
Okay, let me back you up for just a minute. Your understanding was that he had found items in the closet when they were clearing out the closet?
Yes.
That he then put into the box?
Yes.
And he was giving you those documents on
Yes.
August 19th?
Yes, he had compiled some things in the box, and he did give me that. He said he had an additional, actually I believe he gave Sergeant Tishner a mailer from John Hancock. And then when we were searching the car, he brought me that additional document.
All right, let's look at Exhibit 24, please. Okay, do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of what Mark gave you on August 19th?
Yes.
24, statements to admit Exhibit 24.
Mr. Williams,
No objection.
court receives states 24, can be published.
Did this exhibit have another page to it?
I had a backside.
All right, and is that,
It folds in half. You can see the adhesive. Yeah, there it is.
all right, is that the flyer you just mentioned?
Yeah, it's like a mailer.
Mailer, you said
Mhm.
mailer, not flyer, okay. All right, that's been admitted. Can we take a look at Exhibit 8, please? And what is this document?
That is the other document given to me by Mark that day,
And
on
does
the
that,
19th.
okay, does that accurately represent what you received from Mark? on
Yes.
August 19th, statements to admit Exhibit 8.
No objection.
Court receives states 8, it can be published.
Thank you. Okay, so when you went to the house on August 19th, just to recap, you received from Mark these two insurance documents, the syringe he'd found in the closet, and the items from the Fanta box.
Yes.
Anything else?
Not from Mark, no. We did find some items in the car.
All right, and so that's the next question is what did you do after receiving those items?
Well, we did search Casey's car and found a couple more things in her trunk.
What did you locate in Casey's car when you searched that?
We found in the interview with Megan, she had told us that Casey had given her a basket of treats. In her trunk, she had a box that was full of stuff. And in that box was a shopping list and a receipt to go with it that appeared to have similar items to what Megan had described.
Okay, could we take a look at Exhibit 35, please?
This is the 34 and 35. It looks like.
Sorry, I was waiting for it to go.
Oh, sorry. Thought you were talking to me. I apologize.
And did you also bring with you Exhibit 36?
Maybe. What is 36? Oh, yes. Yes, I did. No, 158. Are you talking about the,
Did you bring with you a copy of the shopping list you found?
it's in that same bag.
Oh, on the backside, gotcha.
So that's
Okay.
2 exhibits in one bag.
Yes.
It's
And that's
marked, both-
34 and 35.
yeah.
How are they separated?
One side says 34 and one side says
So
35.
which one is 34? Is that the shopping list? or is that the
34 is the
receipt?
shopping list, 35 is the receipt.
Thank you.
I know, right?
They're all in one bag, but it's pretty creative. I don't have any reason to object. They're marked on either side. It looks like, so that you can see the front of 2 exhibits in one bag.
And you're offering those?
I am, Judge.
For receipt states 34 and 35.
And I believe we also have those as a documentary exhibit. And so that's 34, if we could publish that to the jury.
Can do it.
And 35, please. Your Honor, may I provide this as well to the jury just to
You may.
take a look at? Thank you. want to fast forward quite a few months. At some point in this investigation, did additional syringes come to your attention?
Yes,
Do you recall when that was?
that would be 4 months ago in December.
All right, so more than a year and 4 months after the incident that
Yes.
happened here. And what came to your attention?
I received an email from Kylie. She stated that her son was getting married and moving in with their grandparents into that basement apartment. She said that when they went to clean out the refrigerator, they found some syringes.
Did you look into those syringes?
Yes.
What did you learn?
We asked Mark about them. He had since moved out, and he stated that he found those in his brother Kyle's bedroom before he passed away, or after he passed away, in a desk drawer, and he just put them in the fridge.
All right. And so Kyle, to the best of your knowledge, passed away when?
January of 2024.
And Mark found those and then put them in the refrigerator, and then Kylie found them and called you.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and Kylie called you 4 months ago, would have been about
It was December. Of 2025.
Did you take those into evidence?
Yes.
All right, from the information you had, well, in addition to the search warrant on the vehicle and gathering the other evidence from the home, what else did you do around that time frame?
Prior to that, we interviewed Meggan for the first time.
What was that date?
It was on the 16th, Friday the 16th.
All right, had you received any information about Casey's status at that point?
Yes, when we had arrived to serve the search warrant on the 14th, Casey's brother-in-law Jim told us that she had been placed on the end-of-life care. She ended up passing away on the evening of the 15th, I believe at 8:22 p.m.
All right, how did you receive that information?
I received a voicemail from the hospital. They had left me a voicemail about an hour after she passed away.
All right, and you received that call, you said at 8:22, or is that when she?
That's when she passed away.
8:22 p.m. All right, and so with that knowledge, you said you spoke to Meggan Sundwall the next day?
Yes.
August 16th?
Yes, we had actually driven down, that was the day we were planning on interviewing her, was the 15th, when the other two sergeants were interviewing Meggan's parents. So we had driven to, Sergeant Hales and I had driven to Santa Quinn to interview Meggan. When we did get a hold of her, she said she was up north. So we had made plans for the next day to speak with her on the 16th.
And before going to speak with her, had you made any efforts to locate DNR advance directives?
Yeah, all throughout the room and through her uncle. And I don't think it was, I think it was after that we spoke with her doctor
All right.
that we inquired there as well.
And in all of those people, were you ever able to locate DNR?
No.
An advance directive?
No.
Okay, you went to speak to Meggan Sundwall on August 16th, you mentioned. Do you
Yes.
recognize her in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you describe what she's wearing, please?
She's wearing a green dress.
For St. Patrick's Day?
Yes.
Where did you meet her?
At her home in Santa Quinn.
Who else was present?
Her husband Mitch and Sergeant Hales.
What did you do?
What did we do?
Yeah, when you
So-
got there, what did you do?
The original goal was to find out how they met and her story about what happened that previous Monday on the 12th.
And before we talk about that interview, did you receive a call from Mark while you were at that interview?
I did, halfway through the interview.
And what did he convey to you?
He told me that they had been going through, they meaning he and Kaylin, his sister, had been going through their parents' finances and that they had found some money missing from, I believe it was the Alta Bank account.
What did you tell Mark?
What did I tell Mark?
What did you tell Mark when he gave you that information?
I don't remember.
Did he mention to you how much he thought was missing?
I believe it was $1,700.
Did you take a report at that time?
Take a report.
Take a report about the missing?
Well, I know I discussed with him because I had started looking through that box of paperwork that I told you about. And there was some credit card information in there that I wanted to discuss with him. So I would assume I advised to get in contact with him at a later time, but I honestly don't remember.
All right. Are you aware of whether an investigation report was opened by local police on?
Yes, I did. I opened a fraud case and APS got involved as well.
What is APS?
It's Adult Protective Services.
Why did they get involved?
Anytime they think there is elderly abuse and like financial abuse or physical abuse, they get involved to investigate.
Did you work with them or did they conduct their own investigation?
They conducted their own investigation.
Did you receive a report from them about their investigation?
I did.
Are you aware of who they investigated?
They originally, in the report, it says Kaylin and Casey.
And Kaylin is
This-
Mark's sister,
Yes,
Casey's aunt.
yes.
And what was the conclusion from APS about Kaylin?
It was unsupported. Their findings were unsupported for Kaylin.
What does unsupported mean?
They didn't have enough evidence to support their findings.
What was their conclusion as far as the being convicted?
No,
Was there ever any formal charge against Casey as a result of that investigation?
no,
Because she was no longer alive, correct?
right.
Had APS, as far as you know, had an opportunity to interview Casey about their suspicions?
No,
In your law enforcement experience, have you investigated cases like that of credit card fraud?
Yes.
Thefts? Was there anything that you felt was missing from this investigation?
usually you would interview the person being accused of the crime, and you would also talk to the, what was the wrong words? You would talk to the the grandparents, we'll say the cardholder, to see if they had given consent for the person to use their card.
All right, were either of those things done in this particular case from APS?
Not that I know of,
Did you do any of those things yourself?
no.
With the information that you had and that was reflected in the APS report, would you have been comfortable asking for charges to be filed?
No.
Objection, Your Honor, to process, please don't ask charges. Prosecutors make that decision.
Would you have referred that matter to the county attorney's office for consideration of charges in the state that it was in?
With just that information, no.
And at that stage of that investigation, would Casey still be entitled to be presumed innocent of that accusation?
Yes.
All right, so we sort of took a detour there with Mark's phone call to you as you were at the interview with Meggan Sundwall. And you said it was you and Sergeant Hales that was there to talk to her?
Yes.
Any other law enforcement?
No.
Can you tell us about the kind of the tone and how you approached the whole situation?
So we, like I said, we just wanted to find out how they met, how long they'd known each other, that type of thing, the relationship of their relationship, the nature of their relationship, and what her story of Monday was, or her recollection of what happened Monday.
All right, and that was within a week, or was about no less than a week from the time that this incident had happened, right?
Yes.
August 12th was the date of the incident, August 16th was the date of the interview.
Yes.
All right. Were those interviews recorded?
Yes.
How were they recorded?
With my handheld recorder.
Your Honor, would like to admit that entire first interview. Well, let me ask you first, Detective. Have you reviewed that interview?
Yes,
And does it accurately reflect how that interview went, all the questions asked and answers given?
yes.
The state's going to move to admit but not publish that interview.
Mr. Williams?
As
Exhibit 165.
no objection.
You agree to play that?
I am not going to play it, Judge, because it is about an hour long. I did want to admit it, but in the interest of conservation of time, I'd like to just talk to you about some of that interview.
You're offering it, though, is that correct?
I am offering.
Okay, so for the record, the court will receive states 165.
Thank you. How did that interview start out?
We introduced ourselves and asked her how she knew Casey.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told us that she met Casey when they were both working at Chrysalis, a residential adult treatment center, I believe, for disabled adults, I believe is what it is. And they were both working there. Casey had sought her out as the resident nurse to take her blood pressure.
Did she tell you about when that was?
I think no, I don't remember.
What else did she tell you in the course of that interview about, well, you said that Casey had asked Meggan to take her blood pressure. Why was that significant to you?
She told us that she was a nurse and that she took her blood pressure and it was high, which showed us that she knows, I guess, basic medical knowledge.
Did she tell you about what had gone on that day, August 12th?
Yes, she prefaced it with that Casey had been sick for a long time. We had heard that she had had cancer, so Meggan was still under the impression that Casey was a cancer patient. She told us that Casey had been on hospice, I believe, since April, that she had been conversing with the doctors and nurses and helping with her care.
Can I interrupt you for just a second? You said we had learned that she had cancer. Who's we?
Well, I had learned that she had cancer, but as the case was unfolding, the next day. So as she went to the hospital, her uncle had told dispatch that she was sick and that she had cancer. In the reports the officers had written, it stated she had cancer as well.
Did you learn otherwise before you talked to Meggan on
Yes.
How did you get that information?
The family told me that they had learned she didn't have cancer while she was in the ICU.
All right, so you knew that when you went to this interview with Meggan on the 16th?
Yes.
Okay. You were talking about that she prefaced or started her explanation of what happened on August 12th by telling you that Casey
Yeah, she was-
had cancer.
Yeah, she was giving us the backstory of Casey's health. So she was talking about hospice. She had told us that Casey had broken her femur in 3 places, I believe, a few months prior. And then she told us what happened that day.
Did she tell you what they had intended to be doing that day?
Yeah, she said that she was going over there to watch movies, just to hang out, is what their plan was.
What did she tell you they did after she arrived?
She said that they started watching The Blind Side and Casey fell asleep.
And what else did she tell you after, what happened after Casey fell asleep?
She did say that upon her arrival, Casey was slurring her words. And she said that she fell asleep when they were watching The Blind Side. She said that she had woken up to use the bathroom, that she had gone into the bathroom and that she was there for a long time.
That Casey had gone to use the bathroom? And
Yes. Yes.
What did Meggan tell you she did when Casey went up to use the bathroom?
She said she took the dog out.
All right. And what did she say happened after that?
She said that Casey wasn't coming out of the bathroom and that she was pounding on the door trying to get her to come out of the bathroom. She said Casey eventually came out of the bathroom at 2 or 2:30, I believe is what she said, and that she was acting even more loopy and that she had to help her back to the bed.
Did she give you any indication during the course of this interview, what had caused Casey's medical condition that day?
She said she didn't know what happened.
Did she mention anything about pills?
I think she said when she got there, Casey had taken some pills out of a little box, but she didn't know what they were. She had told us prior to it, like when she was going through the medical knowledge about the hospice and the nurses and doctors, she had said that she spoke with, or that she had been in contact with Dr. Mastower in relation to Casey's care. So during, when she was going through the timeline of the 12th, she did say that she had contacted him.
All right, were you able to confirm or deny whether that happened?
She did send who she thought was Dr. Mastower a text, yes.
Can we look at Exhibit 37, please? I know this wasn't that particular day, but did you at some point in your investigation locate this text message on Meggan's phone?
Yes, I did.
And did that line up with what Meggan had told you about contacting Dr. Mastower?
She said she had texted him a couple times, I believe, and that she had tried calling him. So it was, it was a text.
Okay, but you did locate this text on Meggan's phone?
Yes.
State moves to admit Exhibit 37.
No objection.
Court received states 37, can be published.
I didn't know if I don't know if they're gonna read it or not, but I need to see what this say. They better get these text messages and get to reading. Okay. This text message is dated August the 12th, 2024. Hello. This is from Meg to Dr. Malcolm. Master Teller. Mass Teller. Hello, Dr. Mass Teller. This is Meg with 2 G's. Casey's friend. Casey is with 2 E's. I'm just trying to touch base with you and see where we're at with getting surgery scheduled. Casey with 2 E's memory isn't the best. So when I ask her, she isn't always very clear.
Do you see in Exhibit 37 the phone number that text message went to?
Yes.
Were you able to ascertain whose phone number that was?
Yes.
Whose was it?
It actually belonged to Casey's deceased father.
So that was not Dr. Masteller's phone number?
No.
Did you also, when looking at the phones in that time frame of what Meggan was describing happened to you, did Meggan also locate, or did you also locate a text that Meggan had sent to her mother?
Yes.
If we could please take a look at, I'm sorry, back on Exhibit 37, what was the, I wasn't fast enough, bring that back up. What was the time of that, when that text message went?
12:47.
12:47. And if I could. All right, at 12:47, and I'm referring back so we can look at both things at the same time. This is Exhibit 10 that I'm showing you. That you previously discussed was the glucometer readings. At 12:47, can you tell us what Casey's blood glucose level was?
It looks like it would have been somewhere between 76 and 69.
And then, did you also locate a text that Meggan had sent to her mother, Renee?
Yes.
And that is Exhibit 27. If we could take a look at that, it's already been admitted, I believe. No. Yes, thank you. So if we could publish that. All right, and this was, when you were interviewing Meggan, did she mention that she had texted her mother?
She said she had contacted her parents. She said that Casey wasn't doing well by 4 or 5, and that she had contacted her parents, I think, around 6.
Okay. And what is the time on this particular text message?
1:59.
I'm referring again to Exhibit 10. What would Casey's blood glucose have been at 1:59?
30.
Turning back to the interview summary. What else did she say happened that day after she said that she had helped Casey back to bed?
She said that she wasn't doing very well by 4 or 5, and then that she had asked her dad to come give Casey a blessing of release.
And again, at 4 or 5, what would her blood glucose reading have been?
Low. So 19 or less.
Okay. The trick is, I'm going to put it so the defense can see also.
You know, if this prosecutor would talk a little faster, they probably could get through their case in a timely fashion, but she talks so doggone slow, man. Oh, God.
Okay, so it was reading low when she said she wasn't doing well. What did she say, do you recall, about watching Casey as Casey's condition deteriorated?
She had said that it was painful to watch, that Casey was gasping under her own saliva, something to that effect, and that had always been Casey's biggest fear, that she didn't want to drown in her own fluids.
Meggan told you that she contacted her parents to come to the house?
Yes.
Why did she want her parents there?
She wanted her dad to come give Casey a blessing of release.
Did she tell you whether that happened?
Yes, they did come.
They did come. Did she indicate what time they arrived?
I don't remember.
Did she mention a telephone call with Kylie?
Yes,
What did
she
she
did.
say about that?
She said that after her father had given Casey the blessing, that's when Mark had entered the room. That's when he came downstairs. She said that that's when she told him that there was a DNR, that he shouldn't call the ambulance. And at that point, she called Kylie to tell Kylie about the DNR as well.
Did she describe to you how Kylie responded?
I think she told us that she was angry, told her to get out. I don't remember specifics.
What did Meggan tell you about whether she had ever actually seen a DNR?
She said she had not.
What did she tell you about whether she'd actually seen a physical power of attorney?
She had not seen that either.
During the course of this interview, did she ever tell you what Casey had in her system?
No,
Did she ever indicate to you what had happened to Casey that day?
no, she said she didn't know.
Did you ask her why she didn't call 911?
Yeah, she said because of the DNR. Actually, I did remember something. She did bring up that Kylie had threatened her because Mitch asked if we were gonna do anything about that. I remember that.
What kind of threat did she say?
She said that she was gonna ruin her or something like along those lines.
Okay, just to make sure our pronouns are lining up. Kylie told Megan that Kylie was going to ruin Megan.
Yes.
And that's what Megan told you during this interview.
Yes.
And you asked her why she didn't call 911,
Yes.
and that was,
The DNR.
okay. Did you inform Megan during the course of this interview what Casey's medical condition was?
Yes. We let her know that Casey had passed away.
How did she respond to that?
She appeared sad.
Okay. In what way did she appear sad?
She sniffled and hung her head for a minute, I guess.
Okay. Did she tell you about you mentioned that she had described to you Casey being on hospice.
Yes.
What did she tell you about that?
She said that she had been in contact with the doctors and nurses that were taking care of Casey. She was contact for Casey's medical care, and so they were going through her. She said that they were sedating her to help her pass. Like sedation therapy, I believe, is what she said.
Did she tell you how she communicated with these people?
Yes, she said that they would contact her through Casey's phone.
Did that raise any questions in your mind?
Yes, we did try to clarify that several times. Asked her if she had spoken to any of them on the phone or had met any of them in person. She had said no.
In the course of your investigation, did you notice the vitals that these so-called hospice workers had given Meggan over the course of time?
Yes, I believe she gave us some that day, or in the second interview, she had read some to us.
And what struck you about those?
They were extremely low. I don't know much about anything medical, but they were extremely low. Like, I believe that the temperature was in the 50s, something like that.
Enough to raise your concern that these
Yeah.
were inaccurate?
Yeah.
Before the interview was concluded, did you ask Meggan for anything?
Yes, we explained that it would be important to corroborate her side of the story, to see the text messages that she was telling us about. So we asked her for a consent search of her phone.
Did she agree to that?
Yeah, she said she had nothing to hide.
Did she provide you the phone right then and there?
No.
What did she do?
I can't remember why she wanted to give it to us right then. She said that I thought she was going to bring it in later that day or another day. And then she was coordinating with Sergeant Seitsinger. When we were searching the car, we were notified that he was on his way. So that next Monday, on the 19th, he was on his way to pick up her phone. So that's when he received it.
Okay, just for our timeline then, you asked her on the 16th for her phone.
Which was Friday, yes.
And she provided it to Special Agent Seitsinger on the 19th?
Yes.
Do you remember specific language from that interview about what she knew of what Casey took or what happened to her that day?
It's hard to differentiate the interviews, but she made it clear that she didn't know what she had taken.
That Meggan didn't know what Casey
But Meggan did not know what Casey had taken. or why she had gone downhill like that.
Was that, in the course of your investigation, did you come across information that she was telling other people that that's not consistent?
Yes.
If we could, we previously discussed Exhibit 22. I want to offer it at this time.
See 22?
22.
Which one is that?
It's a telephone call.
Mr. Williams?
The telephone call.
The telephone call we've discussed.
Phone call evidence of thing
Right.
subject to prior objection.
Understood.
We'll receive
Before
stage
that,
22. Sorry, we'll receive stage 22.
sorry, Judge, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Before I publish that to the jury, are you aware of whether Megan was aware that this call was recorded?
She wasn't.
All right. And let's play Exhibit 22 if we could.
I thought maybe I needed to tell that they knew what she was doing, so I didn't help her. Yeah, I didn't help her, I didn't do anything.
Okay, so she told you on the 16th that she didn't know what Casey took or what happened to her. And then you had this phone call where she's saying, maybe I should say that I didn't help her.
Yes.
Did you conduct another interview of the defendant after the
Yes.
first one? When was that?
That was on the 21st of August. I believe it was the next Wednesday.
Why did you do another interview?
It was at Meggan's request.
Why did she want to talk to you, do you know?
She had questions about the investigation.
Where was this interview conducted?
She met Sergeant Hales and I at the Utah County Attorney's Office Investigative Bureau office.
Let me ask you about that office real quick. Is that located in the same building as the Utah County Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Is it located on the same floor as the Utah County Attorney's Office?
No.
Do the attorneys in the office have access to the Investigations Bureau?
I honestly don't know.
Is it a locked facility?
It is locked. You have to get magic permission to get in.
And does that extend to you? You have to
Yes.
get permission to enter?
Yes.
How do you enter?
You have to have somebody with a key card let you in.
All right. Is there any alternative ways to get in?
Not that I know of.
Is there a buzzer that you can?
Oh, probably.
All right, so on the 21st of August, Meggan came to the Investigations Bureau in Provo, and have you reviewed that entire interview?
Yes.
Does that accurately reflect your memory of the questions asked and answered in that particular interview?
Yes.
All right, do you recall how long the interview was?
No, I don't.
The state would move to admit 166 second interview.
Okay, y'all gonna show us some video?
It's an audio, this was a video.
This one has audio and video. I don't know which one you're using. Exhibit number?
166.
Show us some video, show us some something.
We'll lay some foundation where the audio is coming from, please.
Sure. So where was this interview held?
In their conference room?
And what is in that conference room as far as recording capabilities?
I'm not sure. I believe I had my handheld. Excuse me. I'm not sure how they recorded there.
All right. Are you aware of whether there are any cameras or audio equipment in that conference room?
I think so.
Okay.
Okay. The audio that you listened to in preparing or reviewing, that was it from your own
Yes.
interview?
My handheld recorder, yes.
statement was to admit exhibit 166.
No objection.
Court receives states 166.
And again, in the interest of time, Judge, I'm not going to publish it at this time, but would like to ask the detective questions about that interview. What did she first want to know when she came in?
She wanted to know if there would be an autopsy done on Casey.
What did you tell her?
I told her that the autopsy was already done, but the toxicology was not. We're still waiting on all that.
What else did she want to know?
She told us that Casey had told her that when she passed away to call her attorney, Derek Marshall, and that
Her?
Casey's attorney, Derek Marshall, and contact him about further steps.
Did you have an opportunity after that interview to get in touch with Derek Marshall?
Yes, we did.
What did you learn?
Well, she told us that she spoke with him and that he directed her to the blue box, the turquoise box, and that he told her everything she would need would be in that box.
And that's what Meggan told you, he instructed her.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe sometime after we contacted Derek Marshall and he had never spoken with her.
Okay, so she was interested in the contents of the turquoise box during the course of the second interview.
Yes.
Did she describe it?
She described the box, said it was a wooden turquoise box and that it should have life insurance, letters for her, and I don't know, funeral paperwork maybe?
Why was she interested in it?
She said that that was meant for her. The items in the box were for her.
Had you located the box at that time?
Yes. She told us the box was locked. I let her know that the box actually was not locked when officers found it. They just opened it. And that I had, when we searched the room, I did locate an envelope with her name on it, but it was empty. And she was concerned about that because she wanted the letters that Casey had intended for her. So we told her we would ask the family about those.
All right. And we saw a video, a body cam from Officer Jorgensen earlier where Officer Robinson took the box down from the closet shelf. Do you
Yes.
recall seeing that?
Yes.
And have you also reviewed that?
Yes.
Was the box locked when he opened it to move into it? Do you recall whether Meggan mentioned to you during the course of this interview the life insurance policy?
I had asked her in the first interview if Casey had a will or life insurance, and she said she didn't have anything. So she didn't have a will or life insurance. In the second interview, she told us exactly where the paperwork for the life insurance would be, and that it was John Hancock information.
Right. Did she give you any information about why she thought the life insurance premium had been paid?
Yeah, she told us that Casey's friend Mike Dolan, who was in Casey's phone as my love, had paid the policy.
Was she specific about that information?
Very.
What was it?
Well, she just said if we looked in Casey's phone and found his name, we'd be able to find the information. I believe she mentioned there was a text as well. I don't remember the information about the text, but I believe she mentioned the text.
During the course of this interview, did you notify Meggan that Casey did not in fact have cancer?
Yes, we told her that Casey did not have cancer, that the autopsy showed that she, besides her one kidney, she was perfectly healthy, that she had not broken her femur, as previously reported, that she had had a knee replacement.
How did Meggan respond to that?
She was shocked. She appeared shocked.
And at that point, did she again describe to you what had happened that day?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She said that she just recounted the story, that she had gone to the bathroom, that she had to help her out of the bathroom and back to bed, and that she was loopy.
Did you have any additional discussion during the course of that interview about the insurance policy?
that interview, I don't recall.
Was it mentioned during the course of that interview that it was unlikely there was an insurance policy?
Yes.
And who said that?
Sergeant Hales told her there was a 0 to none chance that Casey had life insurance.
How did Meggan respond?
She doubled down on Mike Dolan, saying that he had paid the policy.
All right, did she give you an amount that she believed he had paid for the premium?
I think it was $2,000.
Did you talk to Meggan at that time about discussions of suicide?
Yes, she at one point told us that she never thought Casey was suicidal.
And having been to the house and seen that Fanta box that we've seen a couple of times now, did you ask Meggan about the Fanta box?
We asked her if Casey's favorite drink was Fanta.
How'd she respond?
She said she didn't know.
Did she mention anything about what she liked to drink?
Okay, so I just have to be like honest. I did put it in the chat, but I just want to see what y'all thoughts are. Like this prosecutor, man, I can only do her in the morning, I think, or on 2.5 speed or something. Like she just, ugh. So my question to you guys is, do y'all want me to go ahead and set up the Afro Man room so we can go in there and start watching that trial? And I can leave this right here where we at, and then we can watch it tomorrow on 4.5 speed. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to go ahead and go to Afro Man. I mean, it's the afternoon. She just up here dry talking, slow talking. Get these words out your mouth. Like, good grief. I'm sitting up here like, oh my gosh. This is what's wasting all the time right here. That mess right there. Yeah, and then tomorrow we can just watch it on, because right now we live in the courtroom, so I can't like speed it up. I can't do anything to it. So tomorrow when we come in, we can listen to it on a different speed so we can kind of get through it. Because right now I can't do her, not with that. Okay, so I'm gonna let us finish listening. I'm gonna get the room set up. Yeah, she about to drive me cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Yes, so I believe Sergeant Hales said that we found Fanta cans all over the room, and then it was Fanta Zero, so she said, yeah, well, that's probably Casey's. I drink Coke. Casey had bought Coke for me and put it in the downstairs refrigerator.
Is the downstairs refrigerator the same place where the insulin that Mark stored?
Yes.
Located? It was a terrible sentence. Did that make sense to you?
Yes.
All right. Are you aware of anything that Meggan did about that life insurance policy with John Hancock within a couple of days of your telling her it didn't exist?
Yes.
What did she do?
She signed up for 2 life insurance finder websites, and then she called John Hancock.
Okay. I would like to play a copy of that. Well, how did you become aware of the call to John Hancock?
When I was going through Meggan's phone, the timeline of the time after Casey had passed, I noticed that she had placed 3 calls to John Hancock.
And what did you do once you saw that?
I called them, I called their customer service to ask if they recorded their phone calls, and they said yes, and they advised me of the legal process to obtain that call.
What was the legal process?
I think I had to send a letter on letterhead, I can't remember, I think it was that. It was either that or a subpoena.
After complying with that process, were you able to get a copy of the phone call made by Meggan to John Hancock?
Yes.
Stay with, have you also reviewed that phone call?
Yes,
Is that an accurate representation of what you received from John Hancock?
yes.
State would move to admit 147, 147.
Can we get some foundation on the vehicle?
Thank you. Yes. Were you able to determine when that call was made?
I think it was the day after our interview on the 22nd.
So your interview was the
That's my memory.
21st, and you believe that the phone call was on the
I
22nd?
believe so. If you need me to check my report, I can.
Would that help you refresh your
It
recollection?
might take a minute, but yes.
Please, yeah, go ahead and check and look up when you're done.
It was Friday, the 23rd.
Okay, Friday the 23rd was the date of the call
Yes,
to John Hancock.
yes.
State moves to admit Exhibit 147.
Objection.
I'll receive exhibit 147. You gonna publish?
I would like to publish that in just a moment. Well, before we do that, I want to ask you, Detective, during the course of this phone call, after you listened to it, was a policy number provided to John Hancock by Meggan Sundwall?
Yes.
When we listen to that phone call, I'd like you to note down the policy number that was given. Do you have a pen or pencil up there with you? Okay. All right, if we could publish that.
Thank you. Thank you for calling John Hancock Life Insurance. This is Erica. How can I help? Hi, Erica. My name is Megan, and I got a kind of a weird situation. I have a friend who passed away. She was basically my sister, and said that she had left me life insurance, but her family is not letting me see any of the documents or anything. So I just need to know if it's like actual. I have like a policy number and all her information. I have what is her? Yeah, what's the policy number? From what she told me, it was 15808495548. Like a legit policy number. Mm-hmm. Well, it sounds like one at least. Look it up. Give me 1 second. Okay. So 15808495548. Yes. Nothing did come up with that. Do you know her social? I do, but it's her. Sorry, give me her name first. It's Casey, so it's K-A-C-E-E, and then last name is Terry, T-E-R-R-Y. And then just the last four of her social. 1540. 1 second. Nothing. Nothing. Okay. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you. Yeah, of course. Take care. Okay, bye.
And if we could pull up Exhibit 30, please.
Why the detective look like she want to laugh?
All right, and looking.
She's gonna start laughing.
All right, and looking at Exhibit 30, what was the policy?
No, probably not SD. She only come in.
It says, it looks like a 15, that looks like a B, but 808495548.
Which is,
The number that she read off.
thank you, can turn that off. Oops.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna pause us
before
here.
This interview,
I'm gonna pause us here. They got some more time. We will finish up that tomorrow when we go into this courtroom tomorrow for day 5. Guys, I do have a room set up, so let me get y'all that information so we can move. Okay. Okay, so here's the link. If you click on this link, it will take you right over to our Afro Man trial. We are going to go in there and watch this trial. For those that are watching our Megan with 2 G's trial, we will be back up in here tomorrow. All right, guys, and we'll finish this up. I'll pause it here so that way I know where we're at. All right, I'll see you guys over there.